resources like lighting and ventilation. They should be resilient and adaptable for expansion of the services. In addition to that, use of technology should also be optimized to automate different processes, thereby relieving the stress and challenges imposed on the constant resources, especially in a pandemic situation like COVID-19. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gupta, and thank you, Dr. Bhatia and the entire FICCI team for organizing this wonderful event and giving me the opportunity to be able to share some of my views. I was speaking to Professor Bhatia earlier, and I was saying that I'm probably the least qualified person to talk about the structure of the hospitals. But sometimes I guess you learn from your mistakes, and I have been to several hospitals and made several mistakes. I think that probably is my experience. What I want to share very briefly with you is my view from an industry insider who has been around for about 40 years in some hospital or the other, as to where we are and how did we get here. It is well known that the pandemics do occur. It is well known that we were staring at something similar or to happen. There have been multiple kind of epidemics which have happened in last 18, 20 years, which were probably a kind of a trailer of sorts as to what could happen. The unfortunate part is, and it is not something which is specific to our country, but probably all over the world, this event sometime I think in 2016, there was this book by Michel Wucker, which coined a new term called the gray rhino events. Like the way you have black swan events, gray rhino events. Now, what is a gray rhino event? These are foreseeable, high-impact events that we choose to ignore because they are complex, inconvenient, and or fortified by perverse incentives that encourage the status quo. Now, the fact is that we knew that our healthcare systems are very inadequate. They are inequitable. They are not distributed geographically properly. The human resources is a challenge. All those things were very well known. But everybody chose to put wool under the eyes. Now, what we are in the current situation is a black swan event colliding with a gray rhino situation. So we had a situation where we had inadequate resources. We were ill prepared for what needs to be done, both in terms of how the command and the kind of system works, as well as how the resources are available. So I think this is a time when one should look back and not only think of what can be done immediately and in near future, but also what as an industry and as a service to people needs to be done. Healthcare, unlike any other industry, is not simply an industry. It's a social call. It is something which intersects very deeply at the public, private, and individuals. It affects every single person on earth. So I think there has to be a lot of thinking going on in how we structure our systems per se, in countries, in geographies, within a country, at the local level. And I think a hospital of future is not only the hospital, but the entire system. It is not a fancy place which is very futuristic, which many of us can imagine as a network of very connected devices, automated systems, and virtual visits happening. Of course, all that is a very utopian concept, but as a resource-constrained country, and a resource-constrained world for that matter, even United States finds it challenging to create the infrastructures which are of this nature. So I think all that also has to be kept in mind when we are designing the hospitals for future. It is not only the building which is important. Even in the JCI, the Hospital of Future guidelines and the book which has been released few years back, they said that, rather than being defined by the number of beds, the value add of the hospital is going to be the future IP of the hospitals. So I think it is very important that hospitals are looked as systems and rather part of the system rather than the end all of what needs to be given to the patients for their care. I think that is one very important narrative which needs to be there in the minds of policymakers and planners in terms of how the healthcare is delivered. And the hospital just forms a part of that ecosystem. And I think that is very important, that it becomes not a resource intensive, highly utilized kind of asset it is currently. From that, it has to get interspersed into many ways. And I think the digital platforms, etc., is going to play an important role when it comes to that. So these are some of my preliminary thoughts about the issue. When this whole pandemic started, all of us were grappling, especially in our country, with how to provide the services, because the hospitals weren't designed in order to, because last 20-30 years, the focus has been on non-communicable diseases. So many hospitals, even larger ones, did not have adequate or do not have adequate separation in say airflows, etc. And certainly most hospitals which were built in the 80s and 90s do not have infrastructure which is satisfactory for segregating people according to the requirement. Similarly, the private hospitals have been built more like in a kind of an integrated service model where the resources can be interused. Whereas a departmental kind of structure, when it is there are a lot of inefficiencies in that. So you cannot everything is customized. So you cannot interchange the facilities easily from one to the other. So I think these are certain things which the planners have to remember again when we are designing the hospitals in future, and these have to be kept in mind. Some of the things which have been highlighted during this phase are also important consideration, and when we are planning future infrastructure, we all must ask ourselves these questions. Like I'm sure Professor Patnaik will talk about these hospitals which they've created, wonderful facilities. But the fact is that these are the basic principles of Nightingale style of designing our hospitals. So they are relevant even today after such a long time. So I think, sometimes in the developmental cycle, some of the fundamentals are ignored. We have to remember that we are a resource constrained environment, and we are going to remain resource constrained environment for at least the near future. And hence, to provide all the necessary kind of hospitals which are required, it is important that we keep connecting to the earlier principles of creation of a hospital. Because that is what solution is one which we can afford as a country, as a society. In the end, I would just like to say that there are no ready-made solutions. If any one of us knew exactly what to do in such situation, I think we wouldn't have been having a discussion. So I think it's again the collective wisdom which is very, very important. And I'm very glad that you have put up a forum here where there are medical practitioners, medical professionals, and medical administrators, as well as the designers, architects, and policymakers. So I think that is how it has to work in future. And that collaborative design process and designing process of the entire system, not only just the hospital, but it is a system which has to be designed, and it has to be designed together in a collaborative manner. No individual organization or body can do that. I think that is the key. It's a good thing that which has come out during this pandemic phase, at least in our country, that all the organizations, be public, private, have been collaborating in a way they never did before. So I think if this spirit continues, there are going to be a lot of changes which will happen. Infectious diseases are not going away. These are new kind of diseases. These are virulent diseases. They are unknown how to manage. So the infrastructure physically also has to be prepared to handle these kind of issues in future as well. So COVID will probably go away after a period of time, maybe 2 years, maybe 1 year, maybe earlier. But eventually you will have a multitude of epidemics happening, just as we have seen in the last 2 decades as well. So some of them were severe enough, and some of them sort of fizzled out quite soon. So the entire physical infrastructures have to be prepared in a manner that if such events occur, we as a society, as a system, should be prepared to handle that. And the last, what I would say is that the policymakers have to focus on working on increasing the
Uh, Thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, for having set the tone and orchestrated the industry scenario in such a beautiful way. May I request Professor Dr. Chandrasekhar now to talk about the solution to the challenges. How do we move forward in this challenging situation? Dr. Chandrasekhar, please.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much, the FICCI team, to giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts and the challenges already posed by our chairperson, Dr. Shakti Gupta and Dr. Raghuvanshi. And also, I've been working on this platform for even those temporary kind of emergency COVID scenarios for which we prepared a guideline. And in this regard, I'll just like to quickly have a presentation which will clarify. Hope the presentation is seen. So this will clarify how important is, during COVID has taught us how important is the air quality, the infection control, and the impact on the basic structural and design changes which will be incorporated. Actually, these were already there. Even the Dr. Raghuvanshi mentioned about the facilities like going back to Nightingale ward and those designs. I'll be trying to show you those. And in the initially, I would definitely like to share how we started with the COVID, and in the ministry and with the Niti Aayog, how we categorized the first COVID hospital. And earlier we were thinking that there will be only COVID hospital are meant for managing only COVID positive tested individual. now I am already advising number of states where they are setting up their district headquarter hospital, where a COVID block, or we call it an infectious disease block, with all these facilities are being planned in the newer greenfield hospital. So initially we tried to work it out in level. So level 1 was the hospital which will provide a symptomatic COVID patient not requiring oxygen or mechanical ventilation. Basically, it is a quarantine facility. And in the level 2, we gone into an isolation facility with no intensive care needed, but oxygenation was given to them. And these were the symptomatic patient with the mild illness. And the level 3 is a hospital which can provide both intensive care and care for those needing only supplement oxygen. So, and also they may also have a general ward. So if you see it in total categories, level 1 had only a general ward, level 2 had an non-ICU, that means oxygenation, and level 3 had an ICU, oxygenation, as well as the general ward. This is the guideline when we prepared in the IGBC, where we tried to work it out how a patient comes in this pink zone, where the pre-sampling or a waiting area, and then he gets into the, after sampling is done, he waits in the post-sampling area for his result. If he is negative, then he goes out. Otherwise, he is to be taken in. So the level 1 is where the short stay ward, and level 2 is a severe case, which is, you have a high dependency unit also, and this where they can be given oxygenation. And level 3 is where the ICU facilities are there. In more detail, this will be, one of our panelists will be talking on this, how they executed and what are the challenges. But what we did was, for faster partitioning, we used the dry wall. And dry wall was the divide space which helped a lot. Then we also thought that if you have to increase the number of this thing, the module should develop in the zonal way so that it is not an haphazard growth. And if you see the previous one, here we had a separate area for the staff. The staff enters from here. They have their retiring room and all the cabinets, etc. They get in, their lab, their donning area and doffing area are different, and the IT area, IT server area, so that air conditioning wise, we had different pressurization, and we tried to segregate and keep the infection control in mind. And this is the modular growth. We thought it should be in a zonal wise. This is what is the guideline we issued, which is available free in our website, www.igbc.in, where you will find the fast track and emergency facility for treating COVID-19 patient. Then what is drywall? The drywall is a future of construction now, is the drywall, a high performance lightweight interior wall system consisting of a GI steel studs frame and encasing in a gypsum plaster board on either side, attached with self-drilling drywall screw, and the joints are then tapped and finished. Gypsum jointing fit, and you have the insulations here. Now, some people have a misconception that these dry walls are very weak. It has been in variety of cases. It can be even take care of your aqua panels, can take care of your humidity, even moisture. You can use it even in the toilet, even in the exterior faces. And this is how the speed is, that a blockwork partition versus the drywall partition, the gypsum board and metal stud accessories goes very fast in the site. And now I'll be talking about the structure, that is pre-engineered structure is the need of the hour, where these kind of gadgets can be off the site, can be assembled, they can be brought in and reassembled in the site. And even the floor slab can be just on the sheet deck, where we can pour the concrete and quickly we will be getting the slabs ready. So these are the speed of construction. If you are going for a conventional RCC construction also, then plan the structure in such a way that you get a huge space without any column. We have a post-tension, pre-stress concrete slabs, etc., so that you will have a easy changeability of any of the, this thing. I'll just cite an example of a small building how a building which has a services in the two sides and the center portion can have a different laboratory, and in the different floor, the same thing, when you go into the upper floor, you have a different section and divisions where you can have a larger space or a smaller space. This can be handled. And further up, you can have a library kind of a setup also. And even when you go on the upper area, you can have the classroom setup, even the workstation setup, or even the boardroom or committee room. And also you will be in a position to have an auditorium also if need be. So this kind of a flexibility is required in the structure. And if you need, the hostel accommodation also can be planned on the same thing. So this is the kind of a thing we have already done it. And these are the need when there is a flexibility is in a big way. Ease of services are also medical gas pipeline with the drywall. This experience, even one of the panelists, Colonel Saroj Patnaik, will explain how fast they have to erect the entire system. And this is the drywall which helps you in putting a slots in the framing of MEP services. Everything can be handled. Now comes touchless, where we have a bathroom fitting also sensor based. So automatic door from the entrance to all area. And these are the hygiene practices. And again, I am demonstrating all these rooms are with the drywall only. The drywall corridor with antibacterial paint can also give you, and these are the speedier construction and also flexible, and it can be replaced. Now you could see that big hall converted into this thing with the drywall. These are the kind of an example. Now there are application of modular pre-engineered solution. In an existing building, you can have a courtyard fill model, or you can wrap around or on gantries or over roof, because everyone cannot keep on building something new. So how you can have a lightweight structure inbuilt on this, and this is, we call it plug and play method. And you can always have a module ready where you are more concerned about the controlled finishes like operation theater or ICU or important laboratory, and this can be reassembled at the site where you want to take it forward. And this is the emergency department. Initially, what they did was they create a robust one-way triage flow for the hospital emergency department, then create a referral screening or pre-triage unit in front of adjacent to the emergency department access, because it was immediately has to be done in this fashion so that before the patient enters the emergency, all the necessary triage activities has taken place. As far as OPD is concerned, the teleconsultation has taken a big leap, and accordingly, the OPD and internal consultation will be more onto techno-based. That will reduce our number of space related to OPD, which unless it is a teaching institution, there will be a replacement. This is just, I am trying to show you one of the typical model of a COVID hospital, how the circulation goes, where in the entrance lobby, you have a nurse and doctor's room where they go for their change. And after that change, they get into the corridor where they will be going to the donning and the where they will take a shower and go into their sterile suit. And then in the sterile corridor, they will be entering the patient's room. And from patient room, once they finish this, they come back in the doffing area where they will be changing themselves and then coming back to their own system. And this way, the patient, or when the patient seizes a dead body, this is a route which we can take it out. Wherever we are making a separate block, you can follow these kind of a smaller pattern. And this is the same thing which we are trying to show in the 3D, that how a doctor goes into the change room. And from there, he goes to the patient room, and how he comes back. The patient room is with the attached toilet. So this is how this system is. And for an advanced design concept on infection control, you can find the patient can be from this door, whereas the staff can get in from this, which is green color, And when they come out in the another route. And in the center, you find the biohazard material. So you introduce a buffer lobby where a route for going in and going out are separate, because these are the stringent parameter. Besides your indoor air quality, etc., we have to follow the infection control very stringently. This is a typical isolation room layout where you have an empty room and this thing. And this will be more detailed. You will be knowing the air quality and negative pressurization by our one of our panelists, Ashish Rakheja, will be talking about the air quality. Now, this is the ward design. Generally, as per our MCI or any parameter, we require 15, 30 bed unit. Here again, you can remember, as Dr. Raghuvanshi said, that we are back to the Nightingale pattern. Center portion is all your services. We have a courtyard and every patient is viewing the window. That means he is connected to nature. Our chairman, Dr. Shakti Gupta, talked about evidence-based design. This fulfills the evidence-based design. And also, as per infection control, ideally everyone should get a separate room. But with our staff constraint, we are facing difficulty that we are not in a position to have this. This is a larger view in which you can see, because of this courtyard and this window, you can have a very well cross-ventilated, infection-free area. Even if it is an air-conditioned area, there won't be any problem. And one side you can have male, one side you can have female, one side you can have a different specialty, other side you can different specialty. When it is a teaching hospital, you can have those demo room also, and the duty station can be in a better position. When you see in detail, this center wall will carry all your medical gases and other parameter. Individually, you have the segregation, but at the same time, you can have this thing. In a view, it will look like this, that when you want to isolate, you can isolate. And even in the air conditioning system, you can have a very specific design. So this becomes a COVID ward design on an evidence design based principle. And now I'll just talk about the finishes. Generally use the finish, the material which is cleanable. So material withstand repeated cleaning. That is one of the criteria. Easy to maintain and repair, should be durable. Resistant to microbial growth, that metal, acrylic, mineral, copper in all touch surfaces. 80% of the infection is through touch surfaces. Copper is antimicrobial. It kills the bacteria on its own. So use such material which will kill, and then go for a non-porous and preferably seamless. Joint means infection. So in the performance-based pre-engineered building will be the preferred construction technology. So conversion of operational hospital into makeshift COVID, creating a patient biocontainment unit with a separate entrance in the emergency department, disinfectant chamber through which staff and patient need to pass through before coming in and going out from the premises. And by converting private room wards into an isolation room, and creating negative pressurized isolation room and treating exhaust air before leaving into the atmosphere. Trapping and killing. This is the key buzzword for the air conditioning or air quality. Trap and kill the bacteria and viruses by magnetic filterless technology, both in the fresh air and recirculatory air within the premises. Making necessary changes in centralized and standalone cooling system, incorporated bypass system to create negative pressurized and fan filtered exhaust system. Some of the hospital in Ahmedabad which functioned very well because of the bypass system, and they could convert the entire hospital into a COVID hospital. So implication of ultraviolet germicidal irradiation, that is killing technology, and upper room UVGI in isolation and ICU and OT is essential. So technology, now what our next panelist will talk to you about. Generally, the risk of airborne transmission, we follow these three methods. We follow pressurization by negative pressure in isolation room, etc., or positive pressure in operation theater procedure room. Now we are already advising out of the OT complex, one OT should be kept in negative pressure with the lobby or anti-room. And similarly, the dilution is one of the key wherever in the remote districts, etc., where high ventilation rates and control particles by removal through ventilation, and filtration we are always using. So use of pre-filter, microwave and HEPA filter. But what we are missing, which we have to add, is purification. That is destroying the infectious agent in air through exposure to ultraviolet radiation. So these will be very detailed, will be explained by our next panelist who will be talking on this. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And for any query, this is my email ID, which anybody can note down, and they'll be in a better, they can reach me out for any query. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar, for an excellent presentation and in-depth design issues, more so with evidence-based hospital design in the terms of COVID. May I now request Mr. Ashish Rakheja to talk of very, very intricate air quality issues which actually impact the COVID care in such a big manner. Ashish, over to you.
Thank you, Doctor, and good morning, everyone. Namaskar. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk on the subject. I think it's very important to understand the context that we are talking about is post-COVID. What are the design changes, structural design changes that we are expecting in our systems? What has been brought out very clearly by the pandemic is that in terms of the infectious diseases, in the airborne transmission route played a very important role, and management of that is a key area that we need to be concerned about going forward in future. The airborne transmission medium, which has sort of been re-emphasized, it came out through, it could be through aerosols, it could be through particulate matter, and it can be seen that the outdoor pollution has a big role to play when it comes to management of these transmission routes in the indoor medium also, whether it's on a hospital scenario or it could be a daily life house or office area. The management of these transmission mediums is a very important area. Dr. Chandrasekhar earlier spoke about the subject of filtration and other management mediums. I'll touch upon those subjects going forward. But again, like I was reading in the newspaper just a little while ago, where it talked about that as the time for the burning of the crops is now coming up, the chances of the airborne, again, the particulate matter airborne is going to rise, and then it has a direct bearing on what will happen to the transmission of the COVID cases at that point of time. So the management of these is an important subject. If you look at the design guidelines which are generally followed for the healthcare across, especially in India, we follow ASHRAE largely. ASHRAE is the American Society of Air Conditioning Engineers, and they recommend following strategies to reduce the occupant exposure. It's important to understand these because this is what needs to be incorporated into the design of the healthcare system going forward. Dilution is the key. It's about addition of the fresh air. That's where the challenge also comes in. Our ambient being so poor in terms of the particulate matter outside, the moment you start diluting, it brings a challenge, but then dilution is the key. The second is the airflow patterns. Third is pressurization, negative pressures, positive pressure. The fourth is the temperature, relative humidity. Next is filtration. And finally, using the germicidals, which could be UVGI or many others that have emerged now in the COVID era. It has also been seen that whether it was COVID or other influenza, the temperature plays an important role. At higher temperatures, both ISHRAE and ASHRAE, the other healthcare bodies, also reported that the virus, especially the COVID virus, started showing higher amount of inactivity levels. Now, which brought out the fact that the temperature control in the area going forward for these kind of hospitals will play an important role and has to be thought about. It cannot be without any thermostat. There has to be easy temperature control available to us. The system should be able to take the higher temperatures and the lower temperatures by virtue of design itself. Similarly, on the relative humidity front, again, the COVID experience has shown us that some of these viruses, especially COVID, again showed a higher level of inactivity with the higher relative humidity levels. Now, traditionally, our thinking has been to keep the relative humidity on the lower side because, again, with the relative humidity, there are chances of the fungus and the mites being formed. So the controllability of the temperature and the relative humidity is now the key area which has to be incorporated in the future healthcare projects. They can easily be done. All it requires is thoughtful design. And if the thoughtful design, along with the controllability, which is through electronic controls, it could be through manual controls, has been taken into consideration, one can easily vary the temperature and the relative humidity levels going forward. A lot of these modern hospitals today do take care of it. And I do want to touch about a little bit on the health, about the operation and maintenance aspect, which affect that later. As I said earlier, the dilution is the key. Ideal scenario would be that we are able to run our systems on 100% fresh air. What will happen is what Dr. Chandrasekhar was saying in a remote areas, and I was having very interesting discussion with him a few days back when he said that the best way was in the earlier days in the villages, when you have everything open, the windows are open, everything is open, the chances of the infection, airborne infection spread is also very, very minimal, which is right. But then we have to be worried about the cities where our outdoor pollution is quite bad, and bringing in the fresh air brings in own challenges. Also from an energy perspective, moment these are air conditioned hospitals, how do you do the 100% outdoor air? So that's not feasible. Increasing the fresh air to the levels which are specified by bodies like ASHRAE makes a lot of sense. And again, I'll briefly give you a glimpse of it going forward. The systems like window air conditioners, split air conditioners failed miserably because there was no fresh air there. And that has brought out the shortcomings of the design of the smaller healthcare units, which were done with the temporary setups like window splits, which do not really work until as we add fresh air out there. The particulate matter, which is the filtration, is an important subject that needs to be understood and needs to be incorporated going forward. And particulate matter is not only about the PM 2.5 or the PM 10 or PM 1 particles, but all those pollutants in the air, which could be viruses, pollen, spores, bacteria, they all form part of what we call particulate matter. Understanding filters and using them is important subject. Today, there are a variety of filters available. They can cater to any virus or any size of particulate matter that we are looking for. They do bring challenges in terms of increasing energy consumption, but then we have to balance the fact out, and selection of the filter remains an important subject. There are good filter manufacturers today available in India. You have classification of filters available both from European as well as from the American bodies, which give a fair idea how to do a filter selection, and that needs to be seen. Understanding ultraviolet is also an important subject. These low pressure mercury vapors using the wavelengths of 254 nanometers have proved to be quite effective, quite germicidal, and very effectively they are today being used in the healthcare industry as well as even in the common scenario. The important aspect of the ultraviolet is the intensity of the ultraviolet rays and the time of exposure. This needs to be determined. It's not just like that you put a UV lamp and the things are taken care of. One has to worry about subjects like the D90 exposure. That means that how long does it take for a 90% inactivation through an ultraviolet dose. So these things have to be studied, understood. Just UV is not a magic wand that you wave it and the things are going to go away, but using them in a healthcare facility makes a lot of sense going forward. The technologies like far UVC, which is the UV in the 200 to 220 nanometer range, the wavelength range, which is not harming human beings, is something that the world is now working on. The future is all about far UVC, which we'll see entering. The products like a lot of byproducts like things like the AOPs, advanced air oxidation plasma, or the photocatalytic oxidation, or the photohydroionization, they all work on UV technology coupled with a plate, which is a coated plate, and the super ions or the hydrogen peroxide or hydroxyl ions, they are all released into the air and they act as germicidal. Now, use of them is quite useful and helps in prevention of the diseases, the airborne diseases. The air purifiers, which were thought to be something that can take care of, is nothing magical about it. They have a very limited application. They can be a good addition to a room because they do carry a HEPA filter. One has to be careful about it, but then they're not exactly the solution for our healthcare industry. If I sum up the ASHRAE recommendations, enhanced filtration is the way to go going forward. UVGI, exhaust, temperature, humidity control, as I said earlier, are an important aspect. There are good reference documents available, whether we look at the NABH standards and then the ASHRAE standard, especially the ASHRAE standard 170, which is quite detailed and gives a good guidelines for the designers to look at what to be doing. Interestingly, what has come out in the post-COVID world, or is emerging in this world, is that all these information knowledge was always available to us. It's just that we kept diluting this going forward, or we did not maintain it properly. The standards like ASHRAE 170 have spoken about the pressure relationships, the requirement of design temperature variations, relative humidity variations, the positive rate, negative rate, minimum air fresh air changes, minimum total air changes. It's always been there. The knowledge has been available with us. And in COVID, we have done nothing special, but just gone back to the roots where this information was available to us. So it's time that we go back and start designing hospitals which are complying to the standards which are available to us. Of course, there are learnings which keep coming to us, but then the fundamentals are what work. So let me sum it up by saying that the key factors going forward in the design would be the type of the air conditioning system. Gone are the days of window ACs or split ACs because they have a limited ventilation capability or the controllability or even the air cleaning capability. Independence of the air conditioning system for different functional areas is important. We need to isolate. We should be able to isolate, and that flexibility must be available in the design. Direction of airflow is again important. You cannot have a haphazard airflow happening. So you need to have a clear injection coming in and the exhaust going out from another place. So the direction of airflow, so that again the airborne pathogens are not just crisscrossing the room, but they're flowing in a certain direction. Fundamentals like avoid high velocity air draft. Again, from an interior considerations, we keep end up using grills and all, which is not exactly the right solutions for healthcare industry. Very important is supply and return air ducted. Again, in a city hospitals, we have forgotten these fundamentals. This has been around. Moment you have a supply and return air ducted, your chances of isolation, your flexibility for isolation, flexibility for temperature control, flexibility for higher amount of fresh air or positive negative spaces becomes much easier. One needs to go back to those fundamentals going forward. How you place your filters in the air handling units is an important aspect. We have somehow confused ourselves with the comfort air conditioning and a hospital air conditioning. It's a clear guidelines that how the filter should be placed downstream and upstream of the coils, and that needs to be looked at. Controllability, isolation, pressure relationships, monitoring is an important subject that needs to be seen in the future hospitals. And last but not the least is the operation and maintenance regime. You can have a well-designed hospital, but if it is not properly operated, if it is not properly maintained, we are back to square one. The dirty filters, poor maintained electromechanical equipment, or not working equipment is going to bring us back to square one. And that's what is an important aspect that we need to look at. So thank you very much. That's all from my side. I can be reached on the email ID which is given there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashish, for making it sound so simple, which is so complex and complicated. I'm sure there's a lot of learning involved and a lot of things to be implemented for the future. We are running really behind time, so I request now Professor Saroj Patnaik to please give us an overview. A lot of excellent work has been done by the temporary hospital setup which have been created for the COVID, and he's the one who has been instrumental in setting up of few of them. So Professor Saroj Patnaik, for your expert views on that. Professor Saroj Patnaik.
Unmute.
Saroj.
Yeah, I'm there, sir. I'm coming in. I'm doing my screen sharing.
Okay.
Are we able to see, sir?
Not your presentation as yet.
Yes, we are able to see the desktop.
Are we able to see?
Yeah, you can put it on full screen, please.
Yeah. Are we able to see now, sir?
Yeah, now it's fine. Please go ahead.
Yeah. A very good morning to all of you, sirs. It's indeed a humbling experience and pleasure to be sharing my experiences of setting up of Greenfield hangar-based COVID hospital. As we all know, the minute COVID started making its pandemicity felt all over the world, then we entered into an environment called VUCA environment. The environment was volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. As days passed by, evolution started, and gradually we learned how best to handle it. Still, we are in the process of evolution, but the felt need the government felt was how to give a whole of government approach. Towards this, the Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Defense, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare launched multiple schemes. One of those initiatives was to create these huge hangar-based greenfield projects. To begin with, let me tell you, these greenfield projects were located after a lot of deliberation, and these were placed in places where there was a lot of necessity for these organizations to come up. The government of India, in turn, found places which are huge and won't have any issue of space as well as getting up these structures. The planning premise was, it was to be a makeshift greenfield hospital with the following features. German hangars were utilized to create the structure. Pagodas were there to make standalone places where deliberation with patient relatives and other small structures can be built in. And autonomous partitions were utilized inside the German hangars so as to give the required privacy to the patients as well as to the doctors. Initially, when the construction of hangars were started, this was how these structures started. And in the starting, the planning was that these structures should be erected within a fortnight. And thankfully, with the overseeing of the operations of 2 hospitals, let me tell you that we've been able to meet the timeline. The DRDO, the DGFMS office, which provided the manpower, and the Ministry of Home Affairs, the whole government machinery got into overtime, and we stuck to the timelines that were given to us. This is an image of a completed construction wherein you can see these are the patient care hangars and these are the administrative hangars that have been built in. These were the places where it was a total composite unit with everything being provided, and these were all the level 3 hospitals that Professor Chandrasekhar was mentioning. The only criteria was anyone who is COVID positive got admission here, and after that we had adequate number of ICU beds. To cite, in Delhi we had something around 250 ICU beds and 250 HDU beds, besides 750 other beds. It was a 1,000-bedded unit which came up near the Delhi airport. And in Muzaffarpur, the next project that I went on, we had a 500-bedded facility in which 125 were ICU beds. And these ICU beds had state-of-art equipments, all had the ventilator support from PM CARES Fund, and of course, qualified trained manpower was there to handle them. Both the hospitals are functional. These were the external layout glimpses. What I have deliberated on today is I'm going to cite few important challenges that one faced while preparing and while executing operations in these hospitals. To start with, although the hospital was given to us as hangar-based hospital, as hospital administrator, zoning of hospital into red zone and green zone was what was imperative for all of us. Red zone decided that anyone who is in red zone needs to be in full personal protective equipments, and then the disposal of the equipments have to be done. The doctors needed to have a good shower before they stepped out of this place, and then green zone was there to give all the support to the red zone doctors. An important thing that was decided while planning the processes in these hospitals was that there should not be an admixture in the workflow of healthcare workers and the other administrative staff. So we had separate green corridors and the red corridors, and we ensured that absolute zoning of hospital is adhered to till the last detail. The first major challenge when these huge structures came up was that engineering wise, the structure that were built could withstand a velocity of 102 kilometers per hour. But the rider was that they needed only to be 20 meters wide, allowing aerodynamic modeling of air. Whereas the structures that were planned were 40 meters wide structures were planned, and the space between the modules were less, giving the challenge of Bernoulli's phenomena. Thankfully, in Delhi as well as in Muzaffarpur, weather god played game with us and exposed us to the extreme hazards during the pre-commissioning period only. And these constraints were subverted by certain technical processes as well as manual methods. First thing that we ensured was the minute we decided that we should get every hourly meteorological report telling us where a cyclone is expected, when rain is expected, so that we are prepared. These were the first of the kind of hangars that we were getting into, and we didn't want to compromise the patient care under any circumstances. Basic things like closing all doors to avoid ballooning, structural reinforcement with concretes. Here you can see structural reinforcement with concretes were done, and all the places wind breakers were placed. This actually helped us to obviate any of these challenges that wind posed to us. Although it was a natural challenge, thankfully it's almost 3 months now. We are yet to bow down before this challenge. So these were the modifications that was done. The second modification that we needed to ensure, as I mentioned before you, was that the donning and doffing areas and the red and green corridors should be absolutely separate. Process flow was ensured and donning and doffing areas were clearly marked. Because of the autonomous structure and the structure of German hangars, it was very quickly we could redesign spaces as per our necessity, and portables and adequate bathroom facilities was provided. The services corridor was separate from the healthcare workers corridor. Most important thing what I must share here is we had our training almost on a daily basis, so that the last link, the weakest link in the whole process, the housekeepers and the other administrative people who had to get in are adequately trained on the nuances and infection control practices that are required to handle this COVID pandemic. We did make separate donning and doffing areas, and we ensured that it is illuminated in the day as well as in the night, as it was a 24-hour facilities with all these specific arrows. The third challenge that we faced was about HVAC and temperature. It was ensured that 100% fresh air circulation was achieved by infusing 12 air changes per hour of fresh air, and the negative pressure that was created was it got the exhaust through a common plenum. I will be showing you the photographs, and the exhaust air that was released into the atmosphere was at least 3 meters above the ground, which was as per the WHO guidelines. Internal circulation was done with balloons, and dedicated AHU for each hangar was instituted. You can see this was when the hangars were being created, and these were the air conditioning balloons which once instituted got us to the ambient temperature that we needed. It has been ensured till date that an ambient temperature of between 21 to 25 degrees is maintained inside all the structures. These are the exhaust plumes that I was talking of, and these were the covered AC and MCB plants which were there to prevent it from rain and other atmospheric issues. The fourth very, very critical challenge was fire safety for us. Every second day we are hearing about the challenges of fire in various kind of hospitals. These hospitals with a lot of oxygen, totally covered and makeshift building, we ensured that around the clock fire tenders are with us, and trained people which were provided by DRDO and the government of Delhi and government of Bihar stayed there round the clock as an integral part of us, so that any identified problem is taken care of immediately. In addition to that, as hospital administrators, what we did was we did a fire audit every 3 days, and the report went through in detail by all those people who were involved. Fire training was there almost every 4 days, so that every person who comes there is aware of what is happening. The last challenge that was there was such facilities had a lot of outsourced services. Couple of outsourced services which are extremely critical, I must bring out. One of them was housekeeping services, their training and the way they had to get in. The second service that we faced a lot of challenge was about the linen and laundry services. To start with, when the hospital is starting, the linen and laundry, although it's an infected linen and laundry, doesn't have that volume that any of the outsourced vendors come and do the services. So what we did was we increased the time, we kept them safe in hypochlorite solution for 4 to 5 days, so that sizable volume and kilogram of laundry is there for the private vendor who comes and takes the services, and it is viable for him to provide a service. The other thing that was important in Bihar particularly was about maintaining the medical supply and pharmacy lifeline for us. The PPEs and the drugs that were used in our hospitals were customized to the need and the environment of the hospital. And the minute we landed in Bihar, we made a supply chain timeline of at least a buffer stock of 10 days that had to be with us. And thankfully, all those things have played good stead with us, and we are able to run our operation successfully. What I mean to say is we have to be extremely meticulous in our planning. And as Dr. Shakti sir, who has been my professor HOD, always have taught us that situational sensitivity and behavioral flexibility is what will keep the hospital operation running. So we have to be sensitive to the need of our patients and carry on the operations successfully. Quickly, I will show you. There was a robot which was provided to us for DRDO to give medicines as well as food to various places. This was what the ICU looked like. These are the Octonum-based wards with adequate privacy for patients. The triage area where the patient could come in and could get out into the red area from here. Last but not the least, most important for us, the gold standard of care. Patient feedback was taken invariably from every patient who stepped out of the hospital, and they have been overwhelming in the kind of care that the organization has provided to them. This hospital had a paperless hospital wherein all the documents, everything was on a cloud-based IT, and whenever we wanted, we could see the details from our rooms about the patient, the standard of care, and the printouts that are being taken by the clinicians, so that it is easy for them to give directions even when they are out of the red zone. So IT played a major role in setting up these hospitals. Last, the takeaways of these hospitals was, you see, these hospitals and the modular structure, it takes roughly a fortnight to build the structure and another weekdays to put the operations in place. The operations have to be dovetailed with the building up of the structures so that people are ready to start the operation the minute it is done. These are the relocatable hospitals for future, which can be developed as standalone infectious disease modules, and these can free other hospitals of the city for routine care. The COVID pandemic, we don't know how long it is going to last, but I'm sure preparation of our modules with similar hospitals in various places can augment the existing healthcare structure, and the government is playing a huge role with their massive support for everything, and these hospitals till now have delivered the best. The gold line of hospital administration, form follows function. We have to be clear in the beginning itself in what form we want, so that the functionality, the form, it gets into our functional necessity and helps us in effective healthcare delivery. Tough times don't last, friends, but yes, tough people do. These are a very challenging time for all of us, and I'm sure we will all go through it successful and open up our lives into the normalcy very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik, for such a illustrative presentation and all the innovations that went through in making this successful. With hardly any time available, I request Sanjeev to please take over. And the biggest challenge that we have is the infection control and prevention. So with his expertise, global expertise, request Sanjeev to please advise us and guide us on that.
Dr. Saroj, you might have to stop sharing.
Saroj, you have to stop sharing your screen.
So, yeah. Thank you so much, FICCI, and thank you, Dr. Bhatia and Dr. Shakti Gupta, for this opportunity. Really appreciate that. It's been a humbling experiences. And salute to Dr. Chandrasekhar and Professor Saroj for executing what you have executed tremendously well. I'm going to quickly cover infection control is difficult and it's challenging. And we know that aspergillus, all kind of fungal infections, the bacterial, the most difficult spores, which is Clostridium difficile, is all surviving. Klebsiella survives almost for 5 months in an environment. And if you provide something which is humid, it's going to be tougher. Legionella, Mycobacterium, if you don't clean your scopes, if the facility is not provided, Pseudomonas, MRSA, all of it remains within the environment, and it's going to be very, very tough. And that's why the topic today, that you need to build your infrastructure well and maintain it well too. So with that, I would like to start that it's a fantastic initiative in the 5th edition of NABH. This infection control and risk assessment checklist does exist for years together, and it has been implemented so well in NHS. There are various classifications, and the class 4, which is the toughest and which would be very relevant for COVID time, needs to be implemented, and it has now been incorporated in the 5th edition. So it's important that this checklist is followed. Hand wash, it's been talked about since for the last 6 days, since Semmelweis 1842 till 2020, we have been talking about the same thing. But again, from the design perspective, how to have a sterile procedure where you need to be contactless. So can it be a hands-free, sensor, foot, elbow based, and can we provide a deep sink and an appropriate facility. Similarly, for any other type B hand wash, general staff hand wash should be also available in a similar contactless mechanism. So in all these areas, there is a fantastic distribution which comes from the International Health Facility guidelines of what we need to do as a basin type, and how we could provide a contactless facility, which would be very important. Now, back to basics, I think everybody covered this, and it is so important to understand that in our old medical colleges, we used to have an infectious disease ward. So we now are talking about 6 to 12 air changes during COVID time. Open window, 100%, open door gives you 37. So that's magnificent. You don't have to go to a very high class COVID hospital. An open window, 50% if it is open door 28, and what we are talking about 6 to 8. So it is really glad that such facility exists, and Dr. Raghuvanshi also did speak about it. So COVID ward, again, doffing is the most critical. You get into a donning area, you maintain a good ventilation and an exhaust and a safe distancing. But what is critical is this facility, which is doffing, where you have to have a very powerful exhaust, because though it is not airborne, but it is still aerosol based. And then post that, there needs to be a shower facility. But it's not that simple. You have changed your clothes here, you're doing a shower here. So a locker on wheels needs to be appropriately provided so that at least the process works. Now, there's been a lot of question for last 6 months, is air conditioning okay? So the topic is air conditioning versus air handling. So air conditioning is perfectly fine. Your OPDs, your whole facility can work, and who knows it better than Dr. Chandrasekhar and the whole team. But it is about air handling, which is essential. So how do you differentiate it? It's between the aerosol generating procedure and a non-aerosol generating procedure. So where you are doing a procedure on an upper respiratory tract and upper digestive tract, that is what would be the key. So as mentioned, the minimum air change is between 6 to 12 with a velocity of 80 liters to in critical areas. You could have more than 12 air changes. So operating room, Dr. Chandrasekhar has already covered 4 zones, 4 salient features, which is respiration, which is temperature, and it goes from the lowest to highest. So what we need to take care is temperature, humidity, positive pressure, laminar flow, and HEPA filter. So that being said, there is so much of talk of building a negative pressure OR, and I personally think it's an overkill facility, because positive pressure is required to also do an adequate surveillance for other healthcare associated infection, which is surgical site infection, bloodstream, and ventilator associated. All of it post that procedure, you require a positive pressure. Negative pressure is good if you can provide a facility, is okay, but what is important is to adhere to a particular process. So that is important. Now, isolation rooms, you need to, so do all COVID patients need to get isolated? The answer is no. You could cohort them in a ward, or you can put a COVID positives and COVID suspects. But then there are standard negative and positive pressure, which maintains its own mechanism. What we need to, as Dr. Chandrasekhar mentioned, is a good anti-room, which also has to have its own airflow, a bedroom, and an en-suite room. And that is what we need to follow a good traffic facility, and which also comes from Indian health facility guidelines. In an ICU setup, now we see that most of the mild cases don't get admitted, moderate and severe they do. And how do we provide a facility isolation in an ICU? So other than the design and facility design and planning, you need to have adequate PPE, but then engineering controls does take a big role, and adhering to those precautions is extremely important. Now, coming back to some aerosol generating procedures, which could be endoscopy suites or a bronchoscopy, it could be flexible, rigid bronchoscopy. What do we do? So there is a procedure area where you need to really protect your healthcare workers with adequate PPE, but then this needs to be negative pressure. And there could be a positive pressure endoscopy suite as well, and then they need to come to the recovery area, but then appropriate support services needs to be done. So what does the Asian Pacific Society guidelines say is that if the fever, travel, occupational cluster, contact history is positive, if the patient is with signs and symptoms or with lab investigation confirmatory, do the endoscopy, bronchoscopy, all dental procedures within a negative pressure area with an enhanced PPE. If not, then it is perfectly fine. CSSD has been covered so well, which is also important, where you receive, you pack, and you sterilize, and again follow the same mechanism what you do in the theaters. Laboratory is during COVID time is also very, very critical, because you have to have a good molecular biology requires a particular design. You need to extract, you cannot do it. Maybe it may not be true with the TrueNat or CBNat, but it is, or for a point of care antigen, but molecular biology design is very different. Plus, you need to also have the barrier mechanism and biosafety mechanism, both for generating any potential lethal diseases or any exotic viral pathology or pandemics like what we are seeing right now. It could be MERS, it could be COV1, or it could COV2. Laundry is one area which is very critical. Is this you need to divide it between the soiled and the clean, but here washing at 60 to 80 degrees centigrade with a detergent would be very, very important, and that comes from an interim guideline. Similar phenomena needs to take place at the kitchen, which also have a HACCP guidelines where it needs to be stored properly, separated properly, but then water at this location is very critical. I would like to end with saying that it is important to do a good planning and design, but the process and the design should marry together. And this comes from American College of Surgery, that the personnel should be one who are transferring the patient, route should be fixed, material should be dedicated for COVID or any other pandemic, or they don't go into the pre-op bay, but they go directly into the operation theaters, and all surfaces and all electromedical devices should be dedicated. So I'll end with this very touching painting done by a Spanish gentleman who said that this was done in an honor to all the deceased grandparents of COVID-19 who failed to say goodbye. So can we do a good plan, good design, and follow a good process so that all grandparents can stay together with a grandchild? Thank you very much for that patient listening and including me in this August gathering.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you for such an excellent presentation as ever and educating us. In the interest of the time, I'll await any questions, from the FICCI team, and in the meanwhile, request Professor Shakti Gupta to please sum up so that we can close the session in time. Professor Shakti Gupta, please. And FICCI team, in case we have any questions, can you please pass on? Professor Shakti Gupta, please.
Sir, you have to unmute, sir.
First of all, I must congratulate and appreciate the academic and inputs which has been given by all the experts, and especially they have shared their experience in dealing and managing the COVID actually. So what I will do that actually, whatever has been deliberated, actually, we have already noted on the points. I'll make a draft, and in 3 to 4 days time, I will circulate to all the members, and they can give their inputs before I finalize and submit to Dr. Bhatia for onward transmission to the FICCI. I think that should be fine. Yeah. And another thing actually I want to share that while our administrators, the architects and engineers and the consultants who are involved in planning and designing of the hospitals, the core essentials of planning and designing is to re-emphasize introduction of safety and efficiency while considering the infrastructure requirements to develop a COVID care facility, especially because we never heard about that actually, and this was a big challenge. I also want to share that what challenges were there in AIIMS when we started getting the patients. The biggest challenge was waiting areas in the OPD, how to ensure proper physical spacing. Second was that how to sensitize the people who are coming to the OPD, to the wards, and to treatment or daycare facilities. Another issue was actually creating a donning and doffing facilities in the OPD, in the wards, in ICU, in OTs, in isolation facilities. That was a big challenge. And how to ensure unidirectional flow of the patients. So when we design a hospital, all our hospital designers, they must keep in mind how to ensure in future, because no COVID pandemic and this type of situations is going to live with us. So rather actually let's accept this fact that we have to live with the COVID, and whatever hospital we have to design, we have to ensure a unidirectional flow of patients and the staff also. And another challenge which we faced was that creating the challenge was of ventilation, how to create the negative pressure ventilation in the OT, in the ICU, in the wards, in the wards where the patients are being kept, in isolation facilities. So in addition to that, what I want to share and stress to all my panelists that, and the hospital planners and designers and architects, that they must give focus on daylighting, because daylighting, as apart from providing psychological well-being to the patient, it is essential for natural sensitization of the spaces. Appropriate building widths and east-west orientation of the buildings with some variables which enable daylighting in hospital spaces, because we have to ensure and utilize Chandrasekhar has rightly say put into the presentation that how we can utilize the daylighting. Now, depending upon the this requirements, another area for daylighting is creating a solar tunnels for the hospital facilities. How optimally we can utilize the solar channels. Another important is that how to ensure natural ventilation. You know, the natural ventilation is very safer and cost-effective method than the artificial HVAC system, which is supplemented by the conventional means if required. Now, centralized courtyards, landscapes, they provide natural evaporative cooling. Industry ceilings circulators are also effective. Now we have to place the patient in adequately ventilated single rooms if possible. For naturally ventilated general ward rooms, this is considered to be the 60 liters per second per person. And engineers are best to comment on that actually. When single rooms are not available, then we have to think that the people suspected of having particular infection, that is a COVID, can be cohorted together or do not cohort. This is a challenge actually. Now, another important aspect we must keep in mind that is a centralized micro-service zones. This, apart from preventing hospital-acquired infections, will enable maintenance and servicing easier and faster. Now, another important is the non-porous material, which Dr. Chandrasekhar has already touched. And we must give emphasis on use of non-porous materials because these are the materials should be easy to use, wipeable, cleanable, and minimally affected by the frequent cleaning, spraying of disinfectant, and fumigation, which we usually do and practice in the hospitals. And products that, such as the PVC and other polycarbonate high pressurized laminates are suitable, they say, but engineers are the best to decide. Another thing which we need to include is the human contact with the likely contaminated areas. This should be as much reduced as possible by providing touch-free control of lighting, temperature controls, sensor-based tabs, automatic doors, switchable privacy glass, and foot-operated latches and handles. I think now time has to come because we have to at least give more uses of touchless furnitures and furnishings. Another important aspect that we have to keep in mind is the flexibility. How to convert regular beds into intensive care beds, expansion capacity in emergency situations, and compartmentalization into negative pressure areas in wards as and when required. When we make a hospital, usually we don't keep in mind how to keep a dedicated OT for negative pressure. I think that will become a norm now.
Professor, we need to close the session. So
Yeah.
if you could sum up, please.
Okay. Yeah, so another important is the shared staff spaces, like spaces at the workstations, locker rooms, restrooms are to be redesigned with provision of smaller and multiple spaces. So what I'll do actually, so I'll submit a paper actually, so which everybody can go through it, give their inputs, and then we'll submit actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Shakti. Thank you so much for summing up all the discussions and discussion about the challenges you faced in the AIMS this thing. I also want to thank all the panelists for having put on such an informative sessions of their own. I have requested Professor Shakti to kindly compile all the information that we have done. We'll put up a kind of session paper, and after I have gone to the session paper, we'll submit it to the FICCI team so that this could be available for circulation to all those who are interested in going through the proceedings of the session. Thank you so much once again. Thanks for your time. Thanks for such a great presentation. And thank you so much, the FICCI team, for having given us an opportunity to talk about a subject which, as I said in the beginning, for making us future ready. We got caught this time. Let us not get caught again. It's not that every time the nature is going to leave us alone. Next time it may come up with an even bigger challenge. So at least let it be prepared for that. And our panelists, thank you so much for having given us insight to be ready for that challenge. With this, wish you a good day, and the next sessions, which are probably going to be as informative or more informative for the time to come. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Thank
you
you
very
so
much.
much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone. Thank you very much.
Would that be fine with you?
Okay, shall I start?
Sorry? Should we
Shall
go
I
live?
start?
Okay. You can start now. We are live.
Okay. Good day, dear guests, dear colleagues, and participants of this International FICCI conference. My name is Jerkana Nazarova. I am family medicine resident of second year of Kyrgyz State Medical Academy. And I must say that today for me it's great privilege to participate in this great event and share our experience, our university's experience in this fight with COVID-19. Talk. Here's my little presentation. So, KSMA is Kyrgyz State Medical Academy, where I do my residency. So today I will talk a little bit about KSMA's fight with COVID-19 in Kyrgyzstan. So as numbers of COVID-19 cases were increasing and there was lack of hospitals and professional medical workers, the hostel of Kyrgyz State Medical Academy was converted into the hospital for COVID-19 patients based on National Center of Physiotherapy. And the temporary hospital of KSMA was established on July 13, 2020, and began its work to provide medical care and treatment for patients with the new coronavirus infection. So in these pictures, you can see how we started our work. It was just the ordinary hostel. Yeah, from ordinary hostel to hospital. So one department was established for admission and sorting of patients. 3 departments were for hospitalization and treatment of patients. Total number of 100 beds. Intensive care wards, which were for 6 intensive care beds. So from 13th of July to 24th of August, on the basis of KSMA, National Center of Physiotherapy, 3 shifts of medical workers worked with a work schedule of 2 weeks of work in red zone and 1 week of observation. So in total, 141 medical workers were involved, and 2 of them were reanimatologists. They took courses on preparation of diagnosis and treatment of new COVID-19. And most of these workers, medical workers, were our professors, residents like me, and students of our university. So most of the medical workers were from KSMA. From July 13th to August 24th, in total, 1,253 patients with COVID-19 asked for help to the hospital based on KSMA. 89 of them were brought by ambulance. 1,164 asked for help personally. So among the patients of COVID-19, there were medical workers and also medical students who work in other hospitals in mobile brigades. So among our patients, we also had medical workers, students, and doctors as well. And not only medical workers, but ordinary Kyrgyz people like migrants abroad, journalists, singers, actors, taxi drivers, and businessmen, they took an active part in providing hospitals with technical medical equipment and food. We got such a big support from abroad and from our people as well. As other parts of the world, Kyrgyzstan has also been confronted with COVID-19 as well. And during this period, our country got medical aids from WHO, China, USA, India, Russian Federation, Turkey, and different other countries, which also helped us to fight with this pandemic. And so KSMA made its contribution during epidemic of COVID-19. Thousands of professional medical workers took an active part and made their effort in the battle against this virus. This picture was taken 24th of August when we officially finished our work and closed the hospital. This was one of the happiest moments. And also, our university lent its helping hand to thousands of people, saving their lives. And now it still continues training its medical workers to be in the front lines of saving lives of people of Kyrgyzstan. And so this is unity is power. What we understood from this situation is that it brought us together as medical workers, as doctors, nurses, and even students. We became unit. And unity helped us to overcome it. And so that was a little bit about how Kyrgyzstan and how our university put his effort and worked for our country. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Nazarova. The very
you,
fact that you have struggled like all of us, but you had a happy moment where you could finish it from and shut down the hospital. We all are waiting for
Right.
that to happen. Hopefully it will
Yes.
happen soon. We'll have a happy ending as we have. Very nice to have you. Dr. Zarkai Nazarova is a postgraduate student
Thank you
from
so much.
Kyrgyzstan Medical Academy. And your experience, I hope, was very useful and valuable to your country and as an experience to yourself. And one thing which this pandemic has taught us, that be collaborative and be participative. If we
Yeah.
collaborate and participate together, we can defeat this disease. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for
Thank you
really
so much.
presenting your experience. If anybody has any question, we'll be very happy to entertain it now. If anybody wants to ask anything, Dr. Nazarova.
No, sir, it's not an impacted ones. Okay. Inclusive.
Okay, okay, all right. Okay, okay. So thank you, Dr. Zarkanai.
Thank you.
It's our annual conference and it's very prestigious and very good for you to share your experience. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Dr. Roy. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Shilpa or Sarita, anybody who's online? Shilpa, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I'll call you.
Shilpa,
I'll call you.
that 5:30 we have that
Sir, I will call
keynote
you.
address of Managadiya, na?
Sir, I will just call you live.
Okay, 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 thank you.
Anjan is muted. क्या पढ़ रहे हो भाई अंजन?
We are live now. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this important session about all of us, about the employees, about the staff, the COVID warriors who have helped deal with this pandemic. And as all of you know, what this pandemic did was it exposed a lot of inadequacies in our health infrastructure. But it was the spirit of our people, it is the spirit of our teams which came across, and they have come to handle this COVID across the country, across the globe. And in this pandemic time, many innovative practices have happened. A lot of transformations have taken place in organizations on the HR front. Many innovative new HR practices have been practiced. And the key issues of how to keep the employees motivated, how to keep them engaged, how to ensure adequate recruitment, talent development, all this was being done by HR silently in the background. And all this was a very, very crucial aspect to making sure that the hospitals were functioning as they were supposed to function, to ensure that the quality care is delivered to the patients. So now, for that, what we will do today, we have a very eminent panel of personalities here from India and abroad. And as you can see, we will talk to each one of them very soon. So we will hear their views on what they have done in their organizations and what do they think is the way going forward. Has COVID changed the way HR is thinking? Is there a shift in HR thought process? We will think about all that. And so we will have the first session with the panelists, and then we will open it up for questions from the audience. In addition to this, we also have a live poll. So the audience can fill up the live poll and give it. And at the end of the session, we will, before the Q&A session, we will take up the responses from the live poll. And depending on the responses, I will direct it to the esteemed panelists as needed. So request all of you to please do that. And what I will do is I will go by each person, and I'll request each panelist to give their opening remarks for a few minutes. And then I'll come back to them with some specific questions. So firstly, it's my honor and pleasure to introduce Dr. Sudarshan Ballal. Dr. Ballal has been with the Manipal Hospital since the inception of the hospital, when he joined as the Director of Nephrology and Urology. He also served as the Medical Director and Chairman of the Medical Advisory Board. And currently, he's the Chairman of Manipal Hospitals, Manipal Health Enterprises Limited. He's also the Chairman of Stempeutics Research and Adjunct Professor of Medicine at Manipal University. He's also had the rare distinction of being appointed as Professor of Medicine with St. Louis University School of Medicine, and is also Adjunct Professor of Medicine at Manipal University. He's an excellent clinician, very good teacher, compassionate physician. He was the person who set up the first postgraduate training center in nephrology in Karnataka, and he has the distinction of performing the first cadaver kidney transplant in Karnataka. He's been conferred with Fellowship of Royal College of Physicians, London, for his contribution to medicine, and various awards and honors, including Lifetime Achievement Awards in Bangalore. So Dr. Ballal, pleasure to have you here. Thank you for giving us the time. So my question to you is this: in this pandemic, I know you don't look at HR directly, but since as the chairman, you have an overall eye on the organization. So in this pandemic, what has been the biggest challenge from the human resource perspective in terms of motivating the doctors, staff? And did you see any difference in motivation and challenges between the different types of people? And any examples or initiatives you would like to share with us, Dr. Ballal?
Thank you very much, Gautam, for a very generous introduction, and a very good afternoon to all the panelists. At the outset, a big thank you to the FICCI leadership and Gautam in particular for the invitation to be at this prestigious annual healthcare conference of FICCI. COVID certainly has turned our lives topsy-turvy. Though it has devastated our economy and many other industries, the disruption of the healthcare industry has been very unique. We in the healthcare industry are now facing a high risk, stressful job. It was high risk, stressful to start with, less revenue, less footfalls, loss of jobs, loss of salary, and a risk to family and friends. It has been a Herculean task for our HR and all of us to keep our team motivated and together, starting from the top doctors to all the nurses, the paramedical people, and everyone else. And this includes even the class 4 employees, who are a very important part of our overall scheme of things. There are many steps we have taken in this direction to mitigate the problem. And the problems have been many. One is we have protected the jobs of all our people, and many a time with full salary, even during the lockdown, including non-clinical staff. And that's an important point to take home. Salary of all junior doctors, nurses are fully protected, and incentivization has been given to high-risk workers, like people in the ER, people in pulmonology, ICU. This not only includes the doctors, but also the nurses. Personal safety of employees and their families was our priority, and our motto was safety at all costs. Continuous education about the pandemic process, protocols, safety measures, motivational talks, and essentially walking the talk by the leadership team was a very important factor in keeping them motivated. Ramping up our footfalls was another necessary thing we had to do, especially for non-COVID patients, by making it safe for them to visit the hospitals, not only making it safe, but also conveying that message to the people and the patients that they can come to the hospital and get care at very little risk. We have used digital technology extensively in the form of e-consults, private-public partnerships with the government, so on and so forth. So overall, we believe job security, salary protection, safety measures, use of digital technology, ramping up footfalls, and constant education about the pandemic processes, protocols, and motivation by the senior leadership were the key ingredients in our HR measures in retaining and keeping our staff motivated. Fortunately for us, we had a great support from all our teams, including doctors, nurses, other healthcare workers, operational teams, and also the support staff. And we are indeed quite proud that the attrition rates and absenteeism from work without a valid reason and protests of any kind were almost non-existent. And I think this is truly a reflection of the good work that the HR has done. Our efforts to maintain continuity of non-COVID care, our constant dialogue with the patients and their relatives, use of digital technology, and creating a safe environment for the non-COVID patients. We have been circulating safety videos like many hospitals have been doing, use of social media and personal interactions by our treating doctors to make sure that the patients, even non-COVID patients, find it safe to come to the hospital. This, in a nutshell, Gautam, is what we have done. We'll be happy to take the questions later on.
Thank you, Dr. Balal, for a very insightful comments. I'll come back to you in this a little later. Right now, I want to get views from a person who's handling HR for a group of hospitals. So I'm very happy to introduce Mr. S.V. Kiran. He's the Senior Vice President and Head of HR for Apollo Hospitals. He's, before this, he was working in Medanta Hospital, and he's also worked in Fortis Healthcare. And he's a specialist in HR. So, Kiran, from your perspective, you've had hospitals which are spread throughout the country, and I think last count you had 73 hospitals or something. So, how did you manage the complexity of motivating staff across the hospitals, and some with high infection rate, some with low infection rate? How did you ensure that the engagement level was similar or high across everybody? And also, were you able to reassure the healthcare workers and their families when they got infected? So let's hear from you a couple of views on this, Kiran.
Thank you, Gautam. Pleasure to be on this panel, and thank you for inviting me to be here. Being the largest healthcare provider, corporate healthcare provider in the country, we had responsibility of taking care of our own people as well as the healthcare fraternity around. We always at Apollo believe that we are one family, and this is the time when we are stuck with a crisis for our family. We call our family, and each of the employees called as a member at Apollo. So this is a crisis where we felt that, the healthcare workers, including doctors, are at risk. There are several other infections in the past, but the healthcare workers were not at the risk that they are at this point of time. So we said that the DNA of an organization basically depends upon how we stand up at this point of time and how we stand by our people. And we said this is the time HR has the most important role to play in an organization. So first and foremost, we led it from the front, right? We created something called as Apollo Kavach, which talks about our roles, our responsibilities, each one of our member being a warrior in this war against this pandemic. And it has been led by our chairman, who regularly was coming to the hospital and the office to lead it from the front. We started with continuous communication, communicate, over communicate, right? So we are constantly in touch with each member of the family, and they are in touch with us. We physically reached out to people in the locations where we were based out of, right? We went and met people, of course, maintaining the social distancing and other norms. We were keeping them continuously updated on the developments because COVID was new for everybody. So we released something called as a Red Book, which talks about the clinical and patient care protocols, which has been continuously updated, initially weekly, now bi-weekly, and so on and so forth. So they know what are the do's and don'ts, etc. We created a separate manuals for our members. We called it as a COVID care manual for our members, which basically talks about what is it that you can do at work and what you cannot do at work. What is it that you do when you are traveling? What is it that you do when you are at home? If you are to go to a market, what were you, supposed to do? How do you prevent yourself? So we stressed on prevention. We stressed upon being safe. We stressed upon creating a safe work environment. So we created a lot of protocols and we made people aware of those protocols so that they know that when they're coming to work, when the entire world is sitting at home or working from home, and our members have to come to work, they should feel equally or more safe and secure at work, rather than feeling, worried. We started having a few of our people share their stories, the storytelling in terms of people who are taking care of COVID patients, how the experience have been, how safe it has been, did they really have any apprehensions, were they addressed or not, and the one-on-one communication with the senior leadership and addressing their concerns then and there, so that they know that we are standing by them. The second and the most important thing that we did in terms of engagement is that we walked the extra mile. We looked at their pay, we looked at their incentivization. We connected with their families because we believe that their families are also apprehensive about they coming to work. So we engaged with the families, spouses, kids, parents, wherever they are. We engaged and we reassured them and reinforced them. We created facilities for their stay, right, which are safer. And if you are working in a COVID ward or working in a COVID hospital, you don't have to necessarily go back home. We created transport facilities for them so that they can travel from any nook and corner. If they're traveling by their own transportation, we gave them passes, we gave them stickers for their vehicles so they are not stopped by the police, etc. So that we created them the facilities for travel and stay and food, wherein we started giving them a nutritious food. We worked on their well-being in terms of telling them that despite all this, if you contact COVID, you don't have to worry about it. We will do an early diagnosis, we'll start the treatment, and everything free of cost. You are insured for it, and so therefore it's well taken care of. Right? Some of these measures have actually helped, reinforce our commitment towards our members, and therefore their commitment towards the organization and the patients, and the fact that if we don't fight COVID, then who else will fight? We are the warriors in this pandemic and we need to win this, right? So that's the spirit that we created under the banner Apollo Kavach, and that helped.
Kiran, that's wonderful. That if we don't fight, who will fight? And nice to hear about all the initiatives you talked about. So now we've heard from are two of our national experts. And now I am going to switch a little bit and move to get an international perspective. So it's my pleasure to introduce Ms. Angela Ryan. She's the Group Chief Human Resources Officer for IHH Healthcare, and she has over 25 years of global HR experience. Prior to joining IHH, she was the Senior Vice President of HR for APAC and Middle East at Fox Networks, which is the Walt Disney Group. Preceding this, she has also worked for 11 years with Group M. It's a leading global media investment company, and she's held various leadership roles, including a Global Chief Human Resources Officer and Talent Officer. She holds a Bachelor of Law honors from University of West of England and postgraduate diploma in European Business Administration from Bristol Business School and a master's in European Business from Bristol's Business School in UK. She's also a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development. So Angela, thank you for taking your time and thank you for coming on this panel. So from your perspective, we would like to hear that how did this pandemic affect healthcare workers in different countries because they're all different, and how was this motivation managed? And did the employee and the patient engagement model change because of this? And do you think it's going to change? And is it different across the multiple sectors since you've worked in different industries? Is it different? And then have you utilized any technology for this? And where many people are working from home and so on. So let's just, maybe your views on this will really be helpful, Angela. Over to you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining the discussions today. And it's wonderful for me to hear from my fellow panelists and to understand other practices that people are adopting. So IHH, as I'm sure many of you know, is an international healthcare provider. We have 15,000 beds across 80 hospitals in 10 countries around the world. So that means we've got around 55,000 colleagues who have been focused on providing care for our patients. Yeah, the vision of IHH is to be the world's most trusted healthcare services network. So COVID-19 has meant that our response to this pandemic has really been with this vision in mind. So how do we be trusted by our people so that our patients continue to trust us and the care that we're able to provide? Over the last few months, like some of my other panelists have already shared, the role of HR and for us has really pivoted. So our significant lesson was that our purpose as a function was very swiftly crystallized. As HR, we had to take care of our people so that they could take care of their patients. And so our primary focus around the world over those first few critical months was on safety. It was about financial safety. I think as has already been mentioned, we were very careful and thoughtful about how would we respond if any of our people contracted the virus? How would we care for their families if anything were to happen? We looked at ensuring that we had people who had the right tools. So as an HR team, we were working very closely with our procurement teams to ensure that we had sufficient PPE where it was needed, and we were able to move some of those resources around the world. Like has been mentioned, we had an issue with housing. In Singapore, for example, when the borders with Malaysia were shut down, we had about 150 of our Malay colleagues stranded in Singapore. And so we worked very quickly and very fast to ensure that they had suitable housing and accommodation over that period of time. We also had other nursing staff who literally chose not to go home at the end of their shifts because of concerns of safety for their family. So again, it was really understanding, ensuring that we were taking care of them. We've been looking at things around emotional and mental well-being. We're fortunate to have a university in Malaysia. And so HR, we partnered very closely with them to design and devolve a number of science-based initiatives around how do we protect and safeguard the resilience of our people. And I think this is common throughout the globe. Now, our board, our management team, our people were very quickly aligned and that this was first and foremost a humanitarian crisis. And that we as IHH do have a role to play in our local communities around the world. And this resulted in us reaching out to form some major collaborations with some of the public sector healthcare in some of our markets, which meant that we, our business and our people had to pivot very quickly. So for example, in China, we had volunteers who were seconded to Wuhan province. In some of our countries, we've been establishing contingency hospitals, creating swab centers, sending teams into the community. We've been manning immigration borders. So we've been recruiting a whole number of people to enable us to do this. Obviously, our laboratories have been running 24 hours to provide testing facilities. And so what this means is that we were redesignating our employees and a lot of our physical space to treat our COVID patients. Our geographical footprint is very diverse. So IHH, we stretch from China down through Southeast Asia, obviously with our colleagues in India, into Turkey and Europe. What this meant was that at any given time, we were at different stages of the pandemic, and we continue to be so depending on that geographical location. So for us, China, of course, was the first to enter and then to exit from the first wave. So really in China, it was very much back to business as usual, really by about April, May, just as we were starting the lockdown in places such as Malaysia and Singapore and of course, India. Yeah, our principles about how we dealt and managed with our people during this time remain the same. But I think responding to the locality and the issues of that market was our key driver. And I think as we're watching, obviously, as I'm sure everybody else is, very cautiously and carefully now to see how the pandemic is starting to rise again in Europe, for example, we're really thinking about what our response is going to be for the next couple of waves. So thinking about some of your, for your later questions there, Gautam, you know, as I mentioned, our ambition is to be the world's most trusted healthcare services network group. So, you know, really at the core of that has been, for us, has been around 3 C's as we think about working with our people and our patients, which is around connections, collaboration, and culture. Yeah, obviously as an industry, things like telemedicine has been growing very fast. This has been a catalyst behind COVID-19. It's been providing a very safe way of caring for our patients without them necessarily having to come into hospitals, which of course many of them prefer. And this has meant we've been working with more and more of our clinicians so that they can adapt to this virtual way of working. I think, you know, one of the key lessons that we've all had is this is unlike any previous challenge that we as I think across the globe have ever faced before, because it's impacted our people and our patients professionally and personally as well. So we have been very cautious and thoughtful and considered about how we approach this. And I think, you know, one of the observations for me coming into healthcare, as you mentioned, I've spent 20 odd years in other industries, is that I find that our healthcare workers just have this phenomenal intrinsic motivation. You know, people do want to care for their patients. And I think this is why, which has been so wonderful around the globe, we've seen so much celebration for healthcare workers. And so our job as an organization and as an HR function has really been to protect and buffer that.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Thank you for, and this is very heartening to know that HR heads recognize this intrinsic motivation in the healthcare workers. And since you came from outside, I guess many of us who have been in the healthcare industry just take it for granted. But you know, nice to know that, and nice to hear about, you know, the varied roles your teams are doing, and somebody manning the border, somebody manning the, you know, in China they're being volunteering in Wuhan. Nice to hear that. Thank you, Angela. So I am now going to come and introduce our next international panelist, another eminent person, Mr. Paul William Martin. He is the head of corporate HR strategy business partner, Abu Dhabi Health Services Company, SEHA. So Paul began his early HR career in UK, and before he joined SEHA in 2009, he was at Cornish Hospital in Abu Dhabi. Before that, he served as HR director with Bumrungan, the International Hospital Group in Dubai. And this was after he had worked for many years in NHS in England. And also he had worked in the Royal Liverpool Children's Hospital, Alderhay, which is one of the Europe's largest children's hospitals. In his current role at Sheikh Shahboot Medical City, it's a brand new 700-bed facility in Abu Dhabi, which is managed in partnership with Mayo. So he is now looking at the HR for that facility. So he has over 20 years experience in both strategic and operational roles in HR, which includes various roles he's done. He holds a master's degree in HR development, coupled with a diploma in human resource management and a BA in international business management. And he's also a chartered fellow of the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development in UK. So Paul, thank you for sparing the time for us. And what we would like to hear from you, and you've heard the other esteemed panelists, that can you give your views on some views on how did you manage the talent management and engagement during this time? Because talent development at this point normally would take a back seat. And then also, since you've worked in different organizations and all of international repute, do you think there are any differences in approaches of the organization versus the earlier ones? And then, were there any initiatives which you took? Because all of us know that for COVID, nobody knew anything, and everybody started from a zero base knowledge. But all of us learned quickly. So, wanted to hear from you that any new initiatives you took to enhance learning at a quick pace, and did any of the HR models going forward? I think it's a lot to ask you, but I'm very keen to hear from you, Paul. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to join you all this afternoon. Very similar stories to what I'm hearing from my esteemed colleagues in terms of the challenges that we all faced. But one of the things I think we really tried to focus on is some of the opportunities that have come out of this pandemic, and some of the ways that we've been really creative in terms of what we've done as a result, and in many cases in very short spaces of time. And if we look at talent management, for example, looking at it all of its components, from attracting, onboarding, developing staff, retaining and engaging with them, that's a big ask for HR, and it's always been a challenge to demonstrate how we add value. And what this pandemic has really, I think, give us a perfect opportunity to display that. And listening to many of those stories from my colleagues, I think we've been able to demonstrate that across the globe, and it's really put the profession at the top table again, I think. And I think for a long time, HR has really struggled in that arena. But going back to talent manager, I think we've had to take a very different approach. Specifically in where we are in the United Arab Emirates in terms of attracting staff. Our borders were closed for quite some time, which meant that we had to rely a lot on internal talent. But the government here took a really amazing approach to this. They brought the private and public sectors together, similar to what we heard from Angela. And where we had a lot of services that were put on hold, we were able to access staff from the private sector. So staff that had been furloughed, who traditionally undertaken more of the non-urgent services, we were able to access those staff. But that brought us new challenges in terms of, well, how do we develop those staff very, very quickly and take them from smaller private organizations and put them into a large 700-bed tertiary hospital in a matter of days. Two of the things that our HR Learn development team did extremely quickly and was to put together online orientation programs, mandatory training. These were kind of long-term projects that we were looking at maybe developing and implementing over probably the next couple of years. They were put together in a matter of weeks. And the collaboration with the nursing team, our IT, was absolutely phenomenal. And being able to put those together, get those out to new candidates very quickly, meant we would be able to get people on the ground extremely quickly. One of the other challenges we had is that we had a number of field hospitals that we had to staff as well. So we were the feeder hospital to bring in many of those nurses, physicians, get them the bedside experience over a couple of weeks, and then we were putting them out into the field hospitals ready for the surge that thankfully didn't come in terms of the numbers that we thought were going to be. So they were kind of the two main challenges for us. A lot of things like ongoing learning development and leadership training, I guess for a lot of you had to be put on hold. We did continue to provide some online courses. So we were registered with an organization called Coursera that has over 2,000 learning development programs online. However, for us, our main areas of development and managing our talent was how quickly can we get people onboarded and up to speed? How quickly can we ensure that they're safe to practice in terms of their mandatory training? And then we also looked at a lot of upskilling. So there was training programs we had to put in place really quickly. So we were taking nurses, for example, from outpatients, upskilling them to go into medical surgical areas, and then medical surgical nurses upskilling to get them into the critical care area. So we probably had about 4 to 6 weeks where it was just intensive training for not only existing staff, but for the additional staff that we brought on throughout that period. Then in terms of the way even that we deliver our HR services, typically where we are at Sheikh Shahbut Medical City, most of our staff are on the same campus. We very quickly had to adapt for staff working from home. Again, our IT services very quickly enabled us to automate a lot of our processes. All of the traditional forms were put online, even e-signatures, etc. So we had a very streamlined service thanks to our IT. And we're able to have our HR services operating remotely within 48 hours. Some of the other areas where our IT really helped us was to develop all of our HR services online. We had quite a clunky system that we put in place where employees could reach out to HR remotely. But again, very quickly working with IT, we managed to automate those services, things like housing requests. We still had turnover. People were leaving the organization through the pandemic who may have resigned earlier in the year. All of those processes and exit clearances we were able to do online. So again, many opportunities presented themselves during this pandemic, and we're benefiting from those and being ready. If we get a second surge, in which we hope we don't get, we're going to be much better prepared than we were probably in March or April this year. It's also enabled us to really look at the way that we provide our HR services. And whilst we had a business partner model in place, we fine-tuned that and we've put together a new hierarchy and organization that's going to make sure that we deliver those HR services directly to where they're needed, having dedicated teams for our medical, nursing, allied health and admin areas. So again, opportunities have provided themselves and we've been able to react quickly and put in a new structure, which means we can get all of these services directly to our staff much more quickly than we did previously. A lot of the operational transactional services are now automated and online, and our senior HR business partners now can deliver that strategic support that our leaders need directly with those leaders. Some of the other things we talked about innovation, I think the main areas of innovation, we have to give thanks again to our IT staff. We work with so many creative people who were able to develop new solutions for us. So for example, when our recruitment challenges were at their most severe, they helped us develop an online volunteer program. So they developed it through SharePoint. We had a call to arms for our existing staff, and we put together a volunteer program where staff were able to upload their applications, tell us about their skill sets, and we were able to retrain and redeploy people in some of the clinical areas. At the most challenging times, we were able to deploy admin staff, retrain them, working as auxiliary staff on the wards, stacking in the shelves, providing relief to the nurses who you can imagine were very overwhelmed at the time. So I think there were just a few of the things that we found that we were very quickly able to adopt at that very, very challenging time.
Thank you, Paul. And I really like this. You talked about Coursera. I've heard and I've seen people using Coursera in many organizations, but never in a healthcare organization. I think this is the first time probably.
Yes. I think the Coursera, we adopted it about a year ago, and the uptake at the early stages was quite low, mainly because I think online learning was still in its infancy here. But again, now with a lot of our school children are being educated from home, and the use of online technology such as this has really increased the uptake. And it means that we can get educational programs to our employees at a time that suits them. And it's proven to be a really good investment. It was an investment from the government of Abu Dhabi, and we're really grateful for that.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing this and many other insights. And I'll come back to you, Paul, later. So now I have the pleasure of introducing Dr. Neil Sequeira. He's the Vice President for HR at Kokilaben Dhirubhai Ambani Hospital, a very prestigious hospital in Mumbai. Earlier, he was associated with Hinduja Hospital and ISS Integrated Facility Services. And he's been in healthcare for many, many years. He holds a degree in strategy from Indian Institute of Management, Kozhikode, and an MSc from University of Madras. So, Neil, pleasure to have you here. And
pleasure.
And I, since I am in Bombay, so I know you have faced many challenges which are specific to Bombay. So, can you just share your example of how you handled the exodus of nurses and doctors who were willing, when Bombay had the crisis, COVID crisis, and Bombay was the highest in the country, they were going back to their hometowns and states. So how did you handle the shortfall? Any change in your recruitment practices? And then what did you do to manage the anxiety and morale of your staff? And how did you manage the isolation of staff who were COVID positive? What did you do? So can you just share some thoughts on that, Neil?
Okay. It's a pleasure and honor to be in the same panel with most of my esteemed co-panelists. I feel like the guy who came late from class and entered a bus and found all the seats taken. I mean, all of you guys are so experienced and I've covered everything up, but I'll try to give it another flavor. Gautam, you spoke about Mumbai. Yes, let us give them a little bit flavor about Mumbai. I'll tell you I'll take just 2 minutes to tell you a small snippets about life in Mumbai. A gentleman, B.R. Bhosle, he's 79 years old. He's a retired mill worker. He has seen one of the greatest textile strikes to happen across the globe, the Great Mumbai Textile Mill Strike. He says that he's never seen trains off the tracks for such a long time. John Peter is a banker, lives in a place called Nalasopara, travels for 3 hours to work and then travels 3 hours back from work. That's how his life is affected. Komal Dalvi is a maid. She's got 2 kids. One is 8, the other is 5. She doesn't have a job right now. Societies are not allowing her to go in. Her husband has again lost a job. The famous Dabbawalas of Mumbai have stopped operating. Paresh Shah is a broker. Most of his job he does online. And of course, Rajiv Kumar, another actor who has lost his job due to COVID. But all these people have got huge amount of hopes and expectations on the hospital and the healthcare system, and they expect us to run seamlessly, they expect us to run efficiently. What COVID taught us, and my organization, me in particular, and most of our management teams, is it taught us actually how important it was to be calm when pushed in a storm like this. We saw it coming from far away, but the effect of the storm we realized only when it hit us. Our chairperson, Mrs. Ambani, was very kind to impose that kind of confidence. It taught us how to handle confidence and how to live up to other people's confidence, and maintain caution at the same time. It taught us the importance of communication. Most of my esteemed co-panelists have said, one of the greatest motivating things is communication. And communication, is like the classic dal rice in Indian cuisine. I mean, whatever it is, you can never go wrong with communication. It taught us how important it was to communicate to people down the line and to motivate them and to listen to them. It taught us how important collaboration was, whether it is, with the government, whether it was with various pharma companies and, the various agencies that we work with, especially our outsource agencies, which I will talk about in some point of time. It taught us how important it was to be to be connected to the communities, how important we are for the community and how important the community is for us. It taught us, to push up the level of compassion that the way we treat our patients with, especially at such a time where the patient and the patient relatives are so frustrated. It taught us how important cash was for business. Gautam knows it very well. How important cash is for business, how to conserve that cash. At the same time, how to ensure that your employees are paid the full salary so that, they don't feel demotivated at any point of time. And over the past so many months, we've learned, we've evolved, we've actually kind of graduated now. And we know most of the things which we have handled. And I think all of us around here should be very happy and give a pat on back to ourselves, whether we are in HR or whether we are in any other leadership role, for the way we've handled the situation. Coming to a specific question about exodus of nursing and doctors, I think the first thing that we did is talk to everybody and tell them that, you are an important part of us. And God forbid, if anything happens to you, if you are infected, we will take care of you and your family. And I think that was one of the largest fears, in a city like Mumbai, where even today the people are clamoring for beds. The fact that they will be taken care of was itself a big relief, and we did that very, very early when the infection just started. We definitely, like all of us, instilled a huge amount of pride in the kind of work they do. We always told them that they were special, and we made them feel special more. We told them that it was better to stay, where they are, rather than move away and, probably in a transition phase, have another issue. So most of them who put in their papers at that point of time, we counseled them to stay, and we were able to hold back a lot of them. And, and another technical issue is that we stopped taking immediate stat resignations. We stopped taking 24-hour resignations, which say we impressed upon people that they are supposed to actually, serve their full notice period. Yes, we have, to answer your question about recruitment practices, we have definitely started hiring again, and we still continue to face certain challenges in hiring. We use technology to the maximum. And, we see that over a period of time, at least until the pandemic settles down, recruitment, especially in the nursing sector, will be a little bit challenging. But we were fortunate because we had our own College of Nursing from where many of our students joined in. I think you also had a question about outsourcing, and when this thing started, the first thing we told the outsourcing staff that you are as good as one of us. We are a very large hospital, and there are around 1,000 outsourcing staff totally, whether it is healthcare attendants or the porter services as well as the security staff. We had meetings with all their heads, as well as we personally addressed all the staff and told them that they will be taken care of. Many of these people actually stay in very small places, small hutments, small clusters, and there was a huge backlash when they would go back to work. And at that point of time, we created accommodation facilities in the hospital and in some other places for them. When it comes to morale and anxiety, I think the departmental heads ensured at all points of time that they were communicating with them, they were pushing them up. Our in-house psychologists and psychiatrists kept talking to them at any point of time if we found people were having high amount of anxiety. And I think as managers at that point of time, we told ourselves that we need to understand that this is a tough time through people are going, and we need to probably understand them better. Thanks, Gautam.
Thank you, Neil. And I've got a request from somebody that I should share a little bit about what we did. So I'm just going to take a minute or two, although I'm not the panelist in that sense. But like you said, of course, we had to do the same thing, arrange for accommodation, and the other thing unique thing in Mumbai was that government was not allowing the asymptomatic and mild symptomatic people to be admitted in the hospitals like ours. So our staff who was asymptomatic and mildly symptomatic had a concern that where do they go? So we had to create extra facilities. So we created extra facilities to do that. And like he said, trains were closed. So we hired 13 buses, which would go and, every day and get people. But I wanted to share two programs. One thing is we started a program called Sampark. Sampark in Indian languages means contact. So part of that was communication meetings, so which meant town hall meetings, Zoom meetings, emails, updates to doctors, staff regularly going from my desk, and I mean as a CEO. And then there was a program on engagement where we talked about that how do we keep sessions on physical health of people, mental health of people, emotional health of people, spiritual health of people. So for example, there were sessions on how to remain fit during this epidemic, how to take care of, just to get mental reassurance, have activities like online quizzes and so on, some events, and maybe have for emotional health, we'll have some music contests and some other things. And for spiritual aspects, we had a meditation sessions and prayer sessions, of course, voluntary. So all this was done, and then, counselors are there, psychiatrists are there, a helpline was there. So all this was created. So I thought I'm not supposed to talk, but I thought it's better that I share that with you. But I'm going to come back to Dr. Balal. I have a question from you. Now, you talked about, you were very happy that there was no absenteeism, there were no protests, and people were motivated in this time. But I'm going to ask you that now, once COVID the lockdown has been lifted, people are trying to resume normal life. And I know in Bangalore, where you live, everything seems to be open. And do you think there is going to be any different way of HR engagement for your employees in Bangalore and all other cities where you have hospitals? Any thoughts on that, Dr. Balal?
I think what I have realized during this COVID pandemic is that motivation of our staff is probably the most important thing that any hospital chain can do, because losing staff in a critical area could shut down the department and the hospital. So I think we should not let go of our guard now that we have some control over the disease, not very much, the numbers are still high. But I think motivation and engaging with our staff is probably the most important thing. And I would also add to what some of the previous speakers have said. I think it's not just engagement with our staff, but also their families. As you're aware, a large number of our nurses come from Kerala. And the minute COVID came into Karnataka in a big way, many of them wanted to go home because they were all young girls in their 20s. The parents were very uncomfortable keeping them here. So we had large sessions of meeting the parents and ensuring them that we will be their parents, we will take care of them. And we were in constant touch with the parents so that they and the nurses felt comfortable being here. I think similar things should continue for the future. Of course, the doctors were very comfortable because we didn't touch the salary, especially of any of the junior doctors and any of the doctors who were in the front line for the COVID war. And we, of course, have encouraged working from home, a lot of e-consults, virtual consults, so on and so forth. And now that the COVID is somewhat under control, any personnel who might have had a cut in their salary, we have restored it. So it was a very temporary phase of some kind of difficulty, even for people in the high bracket of income. And all that has been restored. But we should not forget our employees. I think their safety, their well-being, and of course, their financial interest is crucial for us to run the show.
Thank you, Dr. Balal. Very well said. That if we take care of employees, employees will take care of.
Absolutely.
So, Kiran, may I come to you? And I want to ask you that in this crisis, and we heard from other speakers also, there was some shortage of staff. So there was shortage of staff. Travel was restricted in many cities. So how did you handle this specific issue? Any views on that?
Okay. Yeah, like I'm sure all my other co-panelists had in their hospitals, we also had this issue of staff shortage. We had different hospitals at different parts of the country having increasing numbers in terms of COVID patients. So we did a few things. One is that at the beginning, when we started having some hospitals get a lot of COVID patients, etc., we actually bifurcated our staff into 3 sections. Say, for ease of it, we said A, B, and C. We said, let's not expose all our staff to the infection right in the beginning, because we didn't know how it will pan out, and we may end up having a lot of staff, getting infected, and then where do you have people? So we classified them into 3 groups, and we said one group will work for 1 week, the second group will come in later, till the numbers really picked up. As the numbers picked up, and then the group concept did not really work at all the places, primarily because you had more and more patients coming in and you required more and more staff, we changed on the shifts. Right? We would give shorter shifts, frequent shifts, and then frequent breaks also. So what has happened is limited exposure of staff, right? So that they're safe. Limited numbers of hours, but more frequent. More breaks, right? So that they don't get exhausted, and their chances of getting exposed is less. Third, in many cities we have multiple hospitals. Say in Chennai we have 8-9 of them. In Hyderabad we have 4 of them, and so on and so forth. This is the first time that we started sharing our people between the hospitals, actually. Wherein some of the hospitals where you had lesser number of COVID patients or patients, some hospitals where we had people who didn't have so many elective cases, etc. We picked up the junior doctors, we picked up the nurses from there, and got them to the hospitals where we had larger number of patients, right? We even, taking appropriate permissions, got in staff from between the states, or from the geographies in the same state. For example, in Tamil Nadu, we got some staff from Madurai to Chennai, or some from Bangalore to Chennai, or Chennai to Bangalore. So these are, geographically close by, and we based upon the occupancies and the number of patients that we had, could take these calls of utilizing the same staff that you have between the hospitals. The other way is that we always kept up the pace of recruitments, right? Well, we encourage the staff, as my co-panelist said, to stay back, hold on, be warriors, and I must share this with you that our attrition has actually come down to 1/7 of what it was during COVID period, and that's just a figure that I can actually say, because that's a huge success in terms of retaining people and motivating people. In addition to that, we kept up our recruitment pace. And a very interesting thing was, initially when we started this recruitment pace, we saw that our nurses and our junior doctors especially were apprehensive of coming and taking up the job. And many of the times we used to get the answers, hey, we'll come and join you after COVID. And then we had to actually talk to them and their families that after COVID is probably a year or 2 years down the line. And therefore, this is the time that you have chosen this profession, you need to take up this responsibility, and so on and so forth, and engage with them, organize transport facilities for them. We even flew in nurses, as the flights opened from, say, Kerala, for example, Kochi and other places, to join us in Chennai and to join in Bangalore, etc. So protecting your staff, changing their shifts, right? Keeping up your recruitment, minimizing your attrition, and using your staff within your system interchangeably between hospitals were a few strategies that we did to keep up our care going on. And in the process, actually, we could cater to many COVID patients. While we were doing that, one important thing that I would like to place on this table is that the rest of the disease hasn't gone away because COVID came in. Right. While we speak about low occupancies, we were getting cardiac emergencies, we were getting neuro emergencies, right? You had pain abdomens coming in and so on and so forth. So what is also very important is to have one section of your staff really catering to all these people, right? And they, in any which way, do not either contact infection from the patients or pass on the infection to the patient. So we had to keep one section of the hospital in every hospital, which takes care of all your non-COVID work. So our manning had to really balance between the two, the skill sets, the occupancies, the patient mix, and keeping up the continuity of care. And that is where actually each of the HODs, each of the unit heads, each of the nursing heads, each of the medical heads, and the HR teams played a key role coming together as one team and planning for this. And we maintained seamless operations throughout the last 6 months.
Thank you, Kiran. And I just wish that during the beginning of the crisis, all of us could have collaborated, because all of us have done all these things, but we have just learned and done it. Maybe we should have just learned from each other and best practices, like you said, about segregation of staff and COVID, non-COVID, and things like that. And I really like this. You leverage your strength as Apollo Group to get from across states. Thank you for sharing that, Kiran. So Angela, may I come to you with a specific question? Now, we heard from Paul about Coursera, and we know that in healthcare, physical trainings form a very, very essential part of the training regime. Now, in this scenario, when physical training is not allowed and it cannot be done, how do you train the people, and how do you get people to learn the best practices? So any thoughts on that, Angela?
Do you know, as I reflect on the last sort of 6 to 9 months in this year of 2020, I have to say I'm very grateful that we are operating in a time where we do have technology as a tool. I think it has enabled organizations to continue, albeit in slightly different ways. And a big part for us has been, how do we do these fast pivots in order to leverage some of these tools? And for us right now, we're looking at how we use technology to prepare for things like virtual JCI accreditations and the like. And the tech that has really resonated is where it's enabled us to stay connected and to collaborate in teams and across markets. And this is something that we've really been able to deploy quite widely, and specifically in the learning space. I know a couple of my colleagues here have mentioned it, but this whole sense of those corporate teams who've been working from home, understanding how and where we can leverage tools for them, thinking about how we can share knowledge, how we can share information, because of course learning and development isn't just about classroom. It's about offering those experiences in order for people to build knowledge. I think for us, as we look around how we've been able to enable this learning culture still, it has depended market by market. As I mentioned previously, for China, for example, we were able to go back into pre-COVID classroom training, on-the-job training very quickly. For other markets that we haven't been able to do that, we've been limited obviously by the numbers that we can have together. Really, like Paul, we've been utilizing e-learning platforms. We've been creating our own content. We've been curating content from providers such as Paul mentioned, and for us using areas like LinkedIn, and specifically building out some very bespoke development opportunities, for example, for nurses that we weren't able to go out and buy. So a big piece for us in the HR team and in our nursing education team is, how do we take what we know and put it into a virtual learning environment? And I think one of the most interesting elements and learning points for us on this has been how we had to rethink the delivery of training and development from either classroom or on-the-job training and make it digital. Because what we learned really quickly is that you can't take what is, for example, a day program or a 2-day program and simply put it into PowerPoint and deliver it on Zoom. Again, we've been very guided by the science here. And we've designed a lot of our programs based on our understanding of how people can hold attention digitally and for how long. So for us, that's means things like We've taken a half-day program. We've now split it into 4 one-hour modules. We run that module on a Monday lunchtime over 4 weeks. And we found that the engagement, the stickiness, the application of the learning was much better that way than trying to do a 4-hour session. We've learned people can't concentrate on Zoom for long periods of time. And I think this is the key learning again for us, is understanding how we build and use these different facilitation skills. You know, I think the benefit of using digital in a way like this, and indeed as we are today, is you can get immediate feedback. It feels much more personal. You can see everyone's faces, you feel connected. And I think we're now taking that to understand how we need to build this out into longer programs, because we're very cognizant that, you know, for us, we're not going to be able to travel for the foreseeable future. Our people still need to learn. Our people still need to be developed. We just have to find different ways to do it. And, you know, we're on a learning journey, the same as everyone else. And I'm really, you know, grateful the comment that you made about, for us as a healthcare industry, perhaps to be collaborating more on some of these areas, because I really do feel that we are in it together in order to ensure that we're developing, you know, the best healthcare practitioners that we can.
Thank you, Angela. Very well said. Thank you so much. Paul, may I come to you? And for you, I have a little more granular question that, you know, we have the staff which works in the hospital. Some of them are very vulnerable because of some comorbidities or above a certain age, maybe they are pregnant. So were there any specific steps taken for this category of staff? And the other thing is, were there any innovative things which you have been wanting to do for a long time, but not happened, and because of COVID, you quickly implemented that? Any thoughts on that?
So I'll take the first part about the vulnerable staff. I think very early when the pandemic was rising, one of the biggest concerns we had is what happens if our staff get infected, and how big is this thing going to get? We were in the very early stages when none of us knew how big this was going to grow. We took a quick look at our demographic of our employees, looked at those, first of all, pregnant employees, for example. Normally we have quite sophisticated risk assessments and protocols for those. But the government of the UAE, and particularly Abu Dhabi, helped us very much and stepped in with guidelines for everyone, which we were able to quickly adapt to. One of the biggest challenges as well was, because we have such a big expatriate workforce, 80% of our workforce come from overseas. So a lot of our employees don't have the social networks or the family networks to look after children, for example, if they get sick. So when the schools closed in, I believe in March, we had a huge amount of our employees who needed to educate their children at home. So the home working for us really helped us out, particularly for admin staff, or even for some of our clinicians who could work from home. So that was a real issue for us. We also put things in place for those who had underlying problems, redeploy people, retrain people. So it was almost like a huge jigsaw piece, and it goes back to what we discussed earlier about the retraining and upskilling. We had to redeploy a significant amount of people to take them out of areas where they may have been more vulnerable or susceptible to catching COVID. Definitely the IT solutions worked for us. So anybody who could work from home, particularly during the surge, were encouraged to work from home. So we only had people in the hospital who were providing direct care or direct support to our employees. So in terms of the innovative solutions, it has to be around the technology. Our ability to operate and support this significant size facility, many times people working from home, was a huge success for us. I wouldn't have liked to have gone through this without the technological support that we have today. I think it would have been a very, very different proposition for us all.
Thank you, Paul. And I know we are inching close to that end of our session, but I have a question for you, Neil, and then I'll share with you the results of the poll. So, you know, there is been absenteeism, and Dr. Balal said that he was happy that there was not absenteeism and protests. But I want to know if there are any action taken for people who were latecomers, not reporting to duty, and so on. And did you face any challenges from the tracing of the high-risk contacts? I know it's a very granular, specific question, but maybe for our audience, it might help.
Okay, about absenteeism, we were not very finicky about late coming, because most of like the other panelists have spoken. Most of our people were put in facilities, and we were transporting them in and out. We collaborated with BEST and deployed a lot of BEST buses at that point of time. But after some point of time, we had to be tough on absenteeism, because people, there were some people who genuinely couldn't come, but there were some people who said that they won't come, and that was that is very fair for people who unfair for people who are coming and working. So that is the reason why we had to send letters to them, and many of them did come back, and those who said that we continue not to come, we had to take some very strict action against them. In the initial part, there was a lot of problem in tracing high risk contacts, because people were not willing to disclose. In fact, I remember when this pandemic started itself, the people who were working in the COVID unit, we had to segregate them and keep them separate, and many a times these high risk contacts were not being divulged by them, for fear of social backlash, or for the way the entire episode. But now, over a period of time, now it has become a little bit more easier and simpler, so we are handling that effectively.
Thank you, Neil. And I have the results of the online poll, so I'm going to share that with you. So there was a question which says, did you find it challenging to train and retrain staff in your hospitals with respect to new information based on research of COVID? So they had to answer yes and no. And I'm happy to say that the answer is 50-50. So basically, I don't know what it means. So 50% yes, 50% no. So I think we will pass that question. The other question is important, which says, did your institution take the lead in retraining? So here, 75% say yes. So I think people are actually seeing what the institutions have done in terms of retrainings, which is a good thing. The next question was, did you observe any innovative use of technology during this pandemic, which to reach out to staff to motivate them and all? So now here it is opposite. It is 75% no. So I think they are not seeing the actual technology used. So maybe they are not able to understand how technology is used. So it's a question of communication again, I think. Did HR play a more active role in the crisis compared to pre-crisis? Answer is 50%. So I think we will let it pass. So it's just 50% yes, 50% no. Did you find mental health to be a major challenge amongst your staff? Again, answer is 50% yes. So we'll let it pass. The next question, did you find it challenging to reassure healthcare workers and their families when they got infected? And 100% said no. What that means is that people are very comfortable in reassuring the families of people who are affected. And the last question, which is for the HR community. Did you observe deployment of any innovative practices by HR? Surprisingly, the answer is 75% no. So I think what it shows us, and I'm going to open it up to all of you, is that there's a lot of work done by HR people and HR teams, and people are seeing the result of that, but they don't know what innovation has gone behind that. So I think my suggestion to our HR colleagues is that communication is important, but it's also important to communicate about HR, because I think sometimes HR forgets to communicate about HR. So you need to talk about that. I know we are inching close to the end of the time. And may I ask for maybe a minute from each of you, or maybe 30 seconds, because I think we are short of time, on what do you think has been your experience in maybe a couple of words about HR practices in this COVID pandemic. So start with you, Dr. Balal.
I do believe that HR has played a major role. Obviously, the audience may not have seen it, as you said, because they're mostly behind the scenes, and all the emails and the letters comes from the chairman's desk or the CEO's desk. So the credit probably has not gone to HR. But I think without a strong HR in a pandemic and in a crisis like this, no organization can survive. People do not understand the role of HR in maintaining the stability of an organization. So I do believe whatever the poll be, that HR was very important tool, at least in our organization, in keeping us going during these hard times.
Thank you, Dr. Balal. And coming from the chairman of such a large hospital group, that's very reassuring to our HR professionals. Kiran, what is your 30-second feedback?
So my 30-second is, as Dr. Balal said, while the organization and the people may take some time to understand it, we should continue with what we are trying to do, right? And we should now embark on a couple of new journeys as far as healthcare in India is concerned. One is more of technology adoption, as my co-panelists have said during the conversation. Technology has saved us, and through technology, we can reach to every member in each one of our organizations, and that will probably reinforce the whole thing. The second thing is, learning, literally reinforce learning, because that's going to be the key for the future.
Thank you, Kiran. Excellent. Angela, your 30 seconds, please.
I think for me, the realization over the last few months has been the duality for us as HR practitioners to be able to deftly hold the needs and requirements of people and the needs and requirements in organizations. And I think going forward as a function, that is what we need to continue to do, because this pandemic has shown us that we have to care for our people so that they can care for their patients.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Paul?
I think one of the things that the pandemic has kind of brought home to us is that the workplace may never look the same again as it did at the beginning of this year. And as I said at the beginning of the session, I think this has been a real opportunity for HR to demonstrate more openly where it does add value, but it does present continuous challenges for us. We're going to continue to have to be more creative, come up with different solutions on how we engage with our workforce and get the best out of our workforce. So I think they were the main takeaways for me over the last few months.
Thank you, Paul. Neil, your view?
My view is that, this pandemic has taught us how important it is for HR to be connected to its people in a hospital, whether it's the consultant or whether it's the ward boy down the line. The second very important learning, and this is the learning over the past months and over the last 1 hour, is that it's so important for HR professionals to collaborate, post this pandemic. I think HR fraternity should work more closely with one another. There's so much for us to learn from one another and implement it in our respective workplaces.
Thank you, Neil. And we are almost end of the things, but I was just going to say that it's been a great session. And if I can just close it with this comments that what we heard from all of you, best practices on, and I think Neil summarized it well, that we need to continue to learn, to collaborate, use the technology, and the famous quote we've heard from some of my friends in the other areas is that it is the same storm, but all of us are in different boats. And how we handle the boat and how we handle the storm depends on what kind of boat and how we maneuver the boat. And I think in maneuvering the boat, the HR is the most important aspect, because without HR, people won't exist. And ours is a people-oriented service. So I'm very thankful to all of you for taking the time out to come to this esteemed panel and sharing your thoughts. It's been my privilege and honor to host all of you. Have a great day. Stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gautam. Great session.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Pleasure and honor.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Iswaidin, request you to please put on your video. We need to go live now.
Sir,
Chandan will be ready.
yeah, at a countdown of 3, we are going live. 3, 2.
And I'll start.
3, 2, 1, and we are live.
Good afternoon, everyone, and warm greetings. Welcome to the 2020 FICCI HEAL conference with the panel. Our today's panel is on realizing our Atmanirbhar Bharat through a Make in India program. This is a very relevant topic of exceptional importance at this time when we are facing a pandemic in the nation. First of all, let me begin by thanking and saluting heroes in our healthcare sector and our security and other allied services who have been doing yeoman services to humanity and to the people in India and other countries. Doctors, nurses, allied healthcare workers, professional employees of medical technology companies in India who have done above and beyond to support our preparedness and our action against this pandemic. Today, we have an impressive array of eminent panelists whom I'll introduce in a minute. But when we look at Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is a theme or an aspiration that all of us relate to. We want self-sufficiency. We want India to play a bigger role in the global stage. It is also equally important because healthcare means healthcare for the nation, access to healthcare. If this Atmanirbhar project also drives access to healthcare for millions and millions of Indians, that will also be a big multiplier to our overall economy and to the GDP. So today we have experts who have best practices to share with us from a government sector, from policy perspective, and also from practitioners in the industry who has had international experience working with large transnational corporations. Let me start by introducing the chair. I don't think the chair requires much introduction. Shri Navdeep Rinva, IAS, who's Joint Secretary at the Ministry of Pharmaceuticals and Chemicals, our mother ministry. Navdeep ji has been a close partner and been a big supporter for our activities and the growth of the industry in India. Navdeep Rinva ji is an IAS officer from the 99 batch. As I said, Joint Secretary Pharmaceuticals. He's responsible for key segments like policy, medical device scheme, and pricing. These are extremely core aspects of the industry and the development and nurturing of the industry. Is an engineer with a BTech degree in computer science from the Indian Institute of Technology in Kanpur. Welcome, Shri Rinva. Looking forward to your comments as the chair and your overall suggestions how we can accelerate this journey. Let me now turn over to the international guests. We are lucky to have two international guests. First, Salamat Pedang Ismail Abu Bakar, Sri Ismail Abu Bakar. Ismail Abu Bakar ji is the Executive Director, Manufacturing Development at the Malaysian Investment Development Authority in Kuala Lumpur. Mr. Ismail has an illustrious career of more than 15 years at MIDA, which is a Malaysian Investment Development Authority, trailblazing a significant amount of work across segments into manufacturing, also leading the MIDA office in Chicago in the most developed market from 2001 to 2005, and also creating the MIDA presence in Dubai more recently, and really creating that excitement about invest in Malaysia and the overall capability and infrastructure of Malaysia. So thank you for joining the meeting. Mr. Ismail, I'd like to hear from you, your suggestions, advice, and your best practices. We also have Ms. Tanas Buhariwala, who's Director, India Department or India Desk at the Investment Development Authority of Ireland, IDA. Ms. Tanas, her focus has been involving in promoting Ireland as a destination, especially for Indian companies who want to make a base in Ireland for their foray into Europe and other parts of the Western world. And I'm really happy that Tanas has joined us. She has got more than 2 decades of experience in providing strategic direction to organizations on their manufacturing activities and their R&D activities across Indian subcontinent, advising entry strategies, expansion plans into the European market. and she's a passionate champion of diversity, fairness, and inclusion in business and public service sector. Before joining, she was a country manager in India for the Northwest Regional Development Agency. So thank you, Tanas, for joining. I'd like to really hear your advice and best practices. We have Dr. Jitendra Sharma. We call him the guru of medical device in India. He's our guru. He's a very passionate advocate of medical technology, medical device industry. I'm really happy to have Jitendra Ji, the Managing Director and CEO of AMTZ, Andhra Pradesh MedTech Zone, which has been the pioneer MedTech Zone in India, and driving traction of companies and investment in this novel center. He's also adjunct faculty at University of Adelaide in Australia, Program Director for Health Technology Assessment Fellowships in India, and the founder of FICCI organization and the architect of the Universal Healthcare in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He is also chairperson for the Indian Biomedical Skill Consortium and active congregation of 20 national academic institutions. He's also been featured as the 10 most impactful healthcare leaders, founder director of the WHO Collaboration Center for Medical Devices, and a lot of accolades. So we're really privileged to have Dr. Jitendra Sharma here to be with us today. We have Amit Mohan, Mr. Amit Mohan from GE Healthcare, General Electric Healthcare. Amit is the COO, Chief Operating Officer for the Digital Insight Sales business with GE, which includes the anesthesia, respiratory care, maternal and infant care, ICU, and OT diagnostics. So effectively, the intensive care businesses. Amit has got more than 20 years of experience in senior leadership in industries across P&L transformation, distress turnaround, sales marketing, healthcare, digital startup, and P&L management. Also as a country manager and leader in the medtech and healthcare industry. And I think he has extensive experience across multiple countries and cultural roles, delivering high growth in mature markets as well as startup businesses. And GE is a pioneer in investing in India, and we'd like to hear from Amit as to the experience and the suggestions for us to accelerate on the route towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have Sandeep Makar, who is the Managing Director, Johnson & Johnson Medical India. Again, a leading blue chip organization and a global giant in the healthcare industry. Sandeep is a member of the regional leadership team, and he's earned an MBA from the Duke University's Fuqua School of Business, and gained international experience in multiple geographies, and has been with Johnson & Johnson from 2008. He recently relocated to India in the beginning of 2020. And he'd like to share his perspective from a developed country and a large international transnational company perspective. Sandeep is actively involved with an experience of 23 years in strategy, market access, product design, brand management, and commercialization roles in USA, Japan, India, and the Asia-Pac region. That experience and insights will be valuable for us. I will start by thank you. Welcome, everyone. And I want to start by asking Rinva Ji, Navdeep Singh Rinva, to share a few thoughts as to the aspirations of Government of India, Department of Pharmaceuticals around Atmanirbhar Bharat in the healthcare area, specifically around medical technology, medical devices. And then that will set the scene for our further discussion. So over to you, Mr. Rinva.
Thank you, Madan Krishnan Ji. I'll just give you a brief idea about the market of medical devices in India. We have a market of about 7-8 billion US dollars, and out of which we are dependent on imports up to an extent of more than 80% for our domestic requirements. And mostly it's high technology medical electronics equipments where we are not manufacturing as per our domestic needs, and we are mainly importing the devices. So keeping that in mind, recently in the month of July, we came out with a scheme, rather two schemes. One was production linked incentive schemes for domestic manufacturing of medical devices. In this scheme, we will select about 28 manufacturers of medical devices based on a transparent criteria which has been given in the guidelines. And these manufacturers would be given incentives, financial incentives at the rate of 5% of their annual sales of selected products, which will come out of the greenfield facilities which these selected manufacturers would make under the scheme, and subject to ceilings, annual ceilings. And we have an outlay of near about 500 million US dollars for 5 years for these 28 companies. And we have selected 4 segments of medical devices: radiotherapy, radiology, all kinds of implants, cardiovascular equipment. So the idea is to incentivize in companies to come and make in India, and at the same time to give them an ecosystem, a manufacturing ecosystem. We are going to finance 4 medical devices parks in the country. The state governments would put up these parks. Government of India would finance up to rupees 100 crores in next 5 years, and the parks would be selected on a challenge mode. The states are enthusiastic about this scheme, and more than 4 states are competing, and they are competing on the basis of the kind of incentives that these state governments would give to the medical device units which will come up in these medical device parks. These parks would have common infrastructure facilities, all kind of labs, all kind of facilities which normally a medical devices companies requires. And also the land allotment would be on a very economical rates. The electricity, the power, water, and all kind of raw material would be made available at a competitive rate by the state governments. And in addition to this, through this challenge mode, we have also asked the state governments to come up with other incentives, for example, capital subsidy, interest subvention, etc., etc., all kind of incentives which normally the state governments come out with for the industry. We are asking them to come for the medical devices industry in particular. And also the FDI policy, foreign direct investment policy of Government of India, is very liberal as far as medical devices is concerned. Up to 100% of investment, whether in greenfield or in brownfield, both are on automatic route, which means there is no need to come to government for any kind of approval. But other than that, if we look at the ease of doing business, consistently from the year 2014, when India was near about 130th, the rank was 130th in the world. Progressively every year the rank of India has been increasing, improving, and we are now near about 60, and the graph is going still going upwards. And in logistics also, Government of India is planning to improve the turnaround time at the ports and all kind of things. All necessary things are being taken care of so that the companies which come here do not face any difficulty in terms of investment or operations. And in the Department of Pharma, we have created a body called Pharma Bureau of experts, and the task that has been given to the Pharma Bureau is to handhold the medical devices companies in the country, whether they are new investors, whether they are multinationals coming from outside, or domestic manufacturers, new investors or existing companies. All kinds of issues that the companies face, either with departments of Government of India or departments of the state government. The Pharma Bureau is willing to give a helping hand in terms of if there are delays, unnecessary delays or there are issues of coordination between different departments. The Department of Pharmaceutical, through this Pharma Bureau, would like to take up those issues. So this is in brief the recent policy decisions and the schemes that the department has come out with. Thank you.
Thank you, Srinva. Thank you. And we will relate to those comments. And it's very encouraging. The comments, all the comments you mentioned are opening up opportunity for companies to invest in India. I forgot to give a word of introduction about myself. I'm Madan Krishnan. I'm the Managing Director for India subcontinent for Medtronic. I also currently manage the Asia Pacific business for our largest business vertical, which is the minimally invasive therapies group. So as a segue, recently I was working on my strategic planning deck for Asia Pacific, which includes Japan, Australia, and the other markets. The total population in APAC, we don't include China in that group. If you consider India population and the rest of Asia Pacific, we are about 55% of the Asia Pacific population. And when I look at the slide with the total healthcare spend, that's about, you can say it's about, more than 1.4, 1.5 trillion across these markets, with Japan leading the way. India's contribution of population is 55, maybe to closer to 60%, whereas the healthcare spend is only 7%. The total healthcare spend, as Mr. Rinva mentioned, the medical device market is 7 to 8 billion, but the healthcare spend is about 100 billion, correct? Total healthcare spend. So for 55 to 60% of people, or 58% of people, we are spending 7% of healthcare as a market in India. So what we need to do in this panel is to think big. How can we think big? How can we think out of the box to accelerate the aspiration and really to propel collaboration to drive investments in India? And I'll turn it over to Tanas, practitioner who has been the magician. Ireland has been a great success story of attracting investment and has done a lot of firsts. It's a very big headquarters for multiple top transnational medical technology and pharma companies. So Tanas, what's the secret sauce? What's the secret of success? And can you share some of the best practices and what will be your advice to India?
Sure, Madan, I'll have a go. Thank you so much for this for this opportunity, and good afternoon to my fellow panelists and everyone that have logged in today. It is my pleasure and an honor to be speaking at this forum. As has already been shared, I represent IDA Ireland, and this is the Irish government's inward promotion agency. We work with companies that are keen to set up their European operations, and we see, can we help them do that out of Ireland? And then we help them from their very first investment onto other growth as they succeed in Europe. Now, IDEA was set up 70 years ago, and we're a successful FDI agency. We are instrumental in the economic growth of Ireland. Ireland's performance as a hub for FDI generally is unrivaled, and there are a number of sectors that are our strengths, which include the med devices sector. Now, the journey of this sector can be traced back to 1949, when Abbott established its very first facility in Ireland. Innovation has been a core to Ireland's journey, and this can be first seen with John Hobbs inventing the first cardiac pacemaker in 1950. The rest is history. We've had companies like Siemens, Baxter, Hollister, Boston Scientific. These are just a few multinationals that are set up in Ireland. We have giants in multiple sectors, and they have their global and European headquarters in Ireland. They are for various reasons, and this is pertinent to what we're discussing. First is the fact that Ireland is a committed member of the EU. This means that from Ireland, companies have access to one large market, which is without borders. You also have access to highly skilled workforce. That's not just from Ireland, but it's drawn from across the EU. In fact, in recent times, this is drawn from across the globe. Ireland also has a legal system based on the common law system, same like India and the UK. We are an English-speaking country, and we have a low corporate tax rate of 12.5%. We're also a pro-enterprise government, and we consistently rank high in the ease of doing business ranking. We have an extensive network of double taxation treaties with more than 75 countries and a strong one between India and Ireland. Some facts: Ireland exports 12.6 billion euros worth of medtech products, and we are the second largest exporter of medtech products in Europe, and we're also a globally recognized center of excellence. 9 of the world's top 10 companies have operations here, and I'd like to highlight that even in this present pandemic situation, Ireland is amongst the top 5 exporters of COVID-19 related products. To give a sense of our cluster, 33% of the world's contact lenses are manufactured in Ireland, as are 75% of the orthopedic knees. 30 million diabetic people use injectable devices made in Ireland. And we're also a global leader in the production of drug-eluting stents. In recent times, a number of large multinational IVD companies have been setting up, and they have substantial operations in Ireland. Worth adding here is that the growing number of digital healthcare and wearable tech companies that have set up in Ireland and are driving the next wave of growth in the medtech sector. This is possible because we have the large companies, we have a host of smaller and ancillary companies, everyone working across the value chain, and they serve the industry. This cluster, as I mentioned, is fed by talent, which graduates from Ireland's universities, are from the EU, and also globally. And this is encouraged by the wide range of visas that the government has on offer. In fact, Ireland also tops the global rank for attracting and retaining international talent. And the education system in Ireland is ranked in the top 10 globally. And if I look on to the next factor which plays an important role, the regulatory environment in Ireland. Now, this is exemplary. Regulatory agencies work closely not only with the industry as a whole, but also with individual companies. And they ensure compliances are met. And the setting up is trouble-free even when the company is coming in new into the country. The team at Ideal, we continue to work with and encourage companies presence in Ireland, and we ensure that they grow their activities. So if they're doing, let's say, manufacturing or warehousing, supply chain logistics, shared services mandate, we work with them to see what more could they do out of Ireland, and we actively encourage research. There is a thriving ecosystem for research within Ireland, and we also boast of world-class clinical research facilities. So this is to show that the government's invested in infrastructure as well. And this research facilities, they support patient-focused research. We are ranked as a country #1 for the exchange of technology and ideas. And this is supported by the government through generous grant assistance to encourage research. In fact, because of this, 70% of medtech companies in Ireland engage in research and development activities. Another key driving force is the active collaboration between companies. Over 25% of companies have a shared services mandate, and they help the sector develop world-class operations and technology solutions. And again, the academic institutions and research institutions in Ireland work closely with them. There's close cooperation between industry and academia, and the evolving need of the sector is constantly met by the talent, by what comes out from the institutes. And I'll wrap up now that these are some of the factors that make Ireland the powerhouse it is, and I'll touch more on subsequent discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanas, for a very comprehensive explanation. So Ireland has a surround, as you saw, multiple facets to make it the gateway to Europe. So I think we'll touch more on some of the themes, because making Ireland headquarters for European companies, European headquarters of global companies, getting R&D was a keyword that came out in multiple times in your conversation. So as we turn to Sandeep, you bring valuable years of experience in international markets. So how do we think big rather than at 7% of the healthcare spend in Asia Pac with close to 60% of population? How do you break the paradigm? And what Tanas said is that she talked about export. We talk about import. How do you change the paradigm? Because it's not that what you import matters. What you export and what value add matters. So can you tell from your perspective, how do you play in the big league? And how can you excite or try to excite the CEO of Johnson & Johnson to have a more gusto attitude to invest in India? What does India need to do to get a great company to change it? You're already invested in India, but to do more.
Yeah, so thanks, Madan, for the opportunity. Navdeep, it's always a pleasure to share the platform with you and all the speakers here. And Tanaz, what a beautiful insight in terms of what has made Ireland a powerhouse. You know, I am smiling because for most of my life, I've been on the other side of the table where I've led portfolio prioritization around where should we put our money as J&J and as multinationals in terms of country, different parts of portfolio, etc. And India was always on the other side, saying, should we put money in Asia Pac? Should we put money in China, India, other markets? And here I am today on the other side of the table, leading the India organization, asking the global organization to invest in me, to invest in India, to invest in us. So I'll just a quick summary on J&J operations in India, because that will put things in perspective for people. So we've been in India since the independence, of this nation, and very deeply invested in the country. We have manufacturing operations in India. We have manufacturing plants in Baddi in Himachal Pradesh, plants in Aurangabad in Maharashtra, as well as Mulund in Maharashtra. We have footprint across consumer sector, pharmaceuticals, and also medical devices. We not only have direct manufacturing operations, we also have, we propped up medium and small manufacturing entities, the MSMEs and enterprises, where we have 23 of these external manufacturing capabilities within India, where they manufacture for Johnson & Johnson. So that's another footprint. And more than that, also what we are now trying to do is also, how can we transition the technology, transfer the technology to India powerhouses? Let's take COVID-19 as an example. J&J is one of the front runners and leaders in the COVID vaccine development. And we've already inked a deal with Biological E in Hyderabad to transfer our technology for making and scaling vaccines. So that's the extent of our manufacturing footprint. Now, with that, from what it means for the patients of India, we touch 1 crore patients a year. So that's a massive footprint in India. We give employment, direct and indirect employment, to over 1 lakh people in India, and all of them are Indians. So fundamentally, we're deeply invested from a capability, process, emotionally, manpower, in the growth of India and making India successful. So, Madan, to your question, what's going to make India as MedTech India more successful going forward? I think we're such a nascent stage. We were an afterthought, and I love, when I hear Secretary Vagela's effort, and now with you, Rinvaji, taking on this mantle of hand-holding MedTech and saying, okay, how do you play in the big league and do what pharma has been able to do? And I think of 3 things. Number one is, continuing to really drive that clarity of strategic priority, and that has to be led by the government. So that's number one. Number 2 is really creating a collective win environment. And it cannot be a us versus them. It cannot be a government versus private. It cannot be a domestic manufacturer versus MNCs. So that's the second part. And the third part is that we really have to use the currently established multinationals and large companies as brand ambassadors to attract more investments. Back to what Tanaz you said, the Abbotts and the others that came into Ireland became brand ambassadors for other companies to come in, to seek more investment. So if I have to go to the first point, is to continue to drive clarity of strategic priorities by the government, which you've already said, Rinvaji, you've declared the 4 areas of investment. Here are the areas we're going to prioritize. Here's how we're going to serve them with infrastructure. So again, we have the Andhra zone, we have the infrastructure, we have technology, and then healthcare practitioners, because you still have to train the healthcare practitioners. You have to get them up to speed as well. Just putting infrastructure is not going to help the patients. You have to invest in how do you upskill India in terms of training the healthcare practitioners. So that's number one. And we cannot have a bottleneck in any of these areas: infrastructure, technology, or healthcare practitioners upskilling. The second point around the collective win environment and not us versus them, this is where I think industry's participation in policy making is key. So if I look at my role as an MD of a multinational, and I say, okay, what is my responsibility to make India Atmanirbhar, right? Self-reliant. And that's, we can bring in R&D. We can bring in quality management systems. We can bring in manufacturing excellence. We can bring in business processes, world-class business processes, because we've done this everywhere, right? We can bring in professional education. We've trained 3 lakh surgeons. We can do more, tier 2, we can do more. So we can bring professional education and then global scale capabilities. But what the local companies can bring for us, the 23 local companies today that manufacture for us, are very valuable partners for us. Because you know what they bring? They bring for us deep market insights. They bring access to local startups. They bring skilled labor and talent. They're bringing fast developing supplier pool because people are so innovative and scrappy. They want to become suppliers. Also, emerging digital and technology mindset in India. They're bringing that. Domestic incentives. So when you're proposing domestic incentives for manufacturing, they're bringing that to the table. And then, of course, the aspiration to grow your capabilities. And the last point is we have to use the currently established MNCs as brand ambassadors. And I cannot say this enough. It is so hard for me now on the other side of the table. As big as Johnson & Johnson is, Johnson & Johnson India within the bigger J&J is less than 1% of the global J&J. So when I'm trying to convince my board to bring investments to India, I'm a very small part of the big picture. And we need help to be the brand ambassadors for India. And, whether it's steady revenue growth, the MNCs can become brand ambassadors if we can demonstrate steady revenue growth in India. If we can demonstrate acceptable profitability, not profiteering, acceptable profitability. Stable policy environment where we don't see switches in policy frequently. Quality-centric innovation ecosystem, like you said, Tanaz. Really, playing with the domestic partners versus us versus them, And then continued investments in healthcare, where you have more All India Institute of Medical Sciences coming up, more tertiary care centers coming up, more Ayushman Bharat aspiring districts coming up. So those, I think if it's going to take time, but I think, these are the success factors that I see now on the other side of the table that can really help India go to the next level, where everyone plays their own part in it.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandeep. I think the clear message around collective win, that we win together, and also how do we use the established transnational companies to be the brand ambassadors, and if one of these big companies again start investing big time in India, that will be a message to others. And I can tell you in us, whether it's Medtronic, whether other companies like J&J, our revenues in India are below that 1% threshold. There are 100 other countries. My company is active in 160 countries. I'm sure like GE and like J&J. Out of that, maybe 100 countries are also asking for investment. So the way to excite, invest, make the local market even more attractive, and to create that win-win. And I think I want to turn to Dr. Jitendra Sharma. He has a lot of unique insight, Dr. Sharma, about industry and the collaboration and the capability that is needed. How can we create that collaborative dialogue between industry authorities and even the public to get the opinion to support these industries and develop very industry-specific policies between Government of India and industry together, which will propel a much faster, accelerated development?
Right. Thank you, Madanji. As always, pleasure having you moderating the session, and regards to the esteemed colleagues and industry leaders. With your permission, can I share one slide? Just one slide.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see if it comes up. Just let me know when you can see.
Maybe you can start, Dr. Sharma, you can start. It's coming. Maybe the bandwidth is different at different places. So please, why don't you start?
Yeah, when you can see the slide, please tell me, and I can.
Yeah, I can see the slide. Yes.
Our whole game or proposition is around these numbers. You see, India imports about 38,000 crore now, 43 this year. Exports about 16 now. But even US imports almost 20 times what India imports. Even Germany imports 10 times what India imports. Even Japan imports 6 to 8 times what India imports. So this problem of manufacturing and R&D capability is not just about reducing imports, because these figures actually tell you that import is not bad in itself. But if you look at Germany, which is importing about $42 billion, the problem, the reason why it doesn't hurt Germany is that Germany exports almost twice, $74 billion. And when you look at India, the problem is not that it is importing, but it is exporting almost 1/4 of what it is importing. Now, all in this panel would agree that if our export figures instead of 1.82, if instead of 1.82, it could have been 12.82 vis-a-vis 5.55, we wouldn't be talking on many topics that we are discussing on this panel. Right? Now, how can that be done? The current market, which is growing at about 16%, import, which is growing at about 24%, if you look at the two objectives I have written in this slide, most of us look at point number 2, increase production, increase export. And we fail to understand that unless the engine of growth, market expands, the second objective can never be fulfilled. Because it is the market which drives consumption. It is the market which drives use and supply. It is not factories that drive supply. Factories only meet the supply demand. And I run huge bunch of factories and support them. So I can tell you that if people don't take what you buy, the factory can bleed on a daily basis. And that's not called investment. Right? All I'm trying to say is look at what's, and I'll stop the slide. I'll stop sharing because this is the point I was trying to convey. Now, you look at today's, why would we need medical devices? We would need medical devices for progressive care. What makes our bundle of care? It's not COVID, which has come 6 months ago. It is non-communicable diseases, maternal and child care that make our basket of care. Right? COVID would, universe willing, subside sooner or later. But the maternal and child care and non-communicable diseases are our existing demand cycles that drive markets majorly. Now, maternal and child care is a social need which would come as a baseline. The non-communicable diseases keeps increasing, whereas maternal and child care, because of the falling fertility rate, keeps decreasing. So India's fertility rate was 3.7 a decade ago. Now it's 2.2, which means our net consumption of maternal and child care will keep falling down unless we are meeting the unsaturated part of the demand. But if you look at NCD, that's a market which will not go down. It will keep climbing. Now, my fundamental question is, all the health insurance, private health insurance that happens in this country, none of them cover pre-existing illnesses. And even if they cover pre-existing illnesses, despite taking premium, they cover it only from the second or third year. It's not about manufacturing, mad manufacturing. It's about strategic manufacturing. And strategic manufacturing has to meet strategically defined demand. And when you have a country in which all private health insurance in an economically progressive, rising GDP per capita society, all health insurance companies, private insurance companies not covering pre-existing illness for the past 2 and 3 years, you have actually done nothing to complement the efforts of Department of Pharma in bringing PLI and many other schemes. Because Department of Pharma is only helping all of us, but the demand has to come even before that. And therefore, I have just 2 points to make. The progressive and me and Mr. Rinva, we were on phone call 10 minutes ago before this session started. We are working hand in hand on multiple agendas and strategies that can move the growth of medical devices. And there is a complete boost to transparency commitment from Department of Pharma, led by Mr. Vaghela, who is actually on his last day today in Department of Pharma. and Mr. Rinwa, who will continue the torch burning and flag flying high after Mr. Waghela ji goes. But to complement their effort, has there been a complementary effort by Department of Health or Insurance Agency or Insurance Regulatory Authority of India to boost consumption? I would say that's where we are falling short. And I think many other departments that converge on the care basket have to work hand in hand with Mr. Inwas and Mr. Waghelaji's strategic inputs on devices manufacturing. My second input is there are 3 P's. The PLI, which is production linked incentive, which is the more you produce and the more you sell, the more you get back. Besides your profit, the incentive of 5% you get back. The PMA, which is under Department DPIIT, Department for Promotion of Internal Industry and Internal Trade. PMA states that if you do a certain percentage of value addition, a certain percentage of production will be ensured in the public procurement. So after conclusion of tenders, if there are 2 companies, one is L1 and one is L2, and if the L2 is not an Indian company, then you allow after opening of the financial bid, the L2, which is an Indian company, to match L1, which could be a foreign company. And if they match L1, then they get an assured procurement basket. And the third is PMP, the phased manufacturing program of calibrating the customs duties. Because so long as superconducting magnets keep getting at a very high rate, or scintillators, or those flat panel detectors, and those critical components keep coming in at a very high rate, you actually cannot produce. So if you can fix this triangle of PLI, PMP, and PMA, and this effort of Department of Pharma and many other departments gets complemented by other departments who define care, the market, that's the comprehensive way of going forward. Of course, institutions like AMTZ and the other parks proposed with scientific infrastructure specific to medical devices come in as support factors, but they are not the driving factors. The driving factor is the market. With that, over to you, Mr. Krishnan, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think thank you for changing the paradigm, or trying to bring very succinctly that it's not about imports. You're missing the bus, and it's not about irrational just manufacturing anything. It's all about strategic manufacturing. To what Sandeep mentioned about the portfolio prioritization a company would do, India also has to approach it that way and climb up the ladder of value add. So it's a net value add as a concept, and thank you for those valuable comments. Let me now turn to our international guest. Thank you, Mohammed Ismail Abu Bakr. Malaysia, again, a great success story. Multiple visits are made, and I've seen Penang being a powerhouse in semiconductor and industries and electronics and healthcare. So how did you achieve these? You, as a manufacturing executive director in charge of manufacturing, attracting manufacturing, what lessons can you share with us about Malaysia's journey, having heard this discussion, which may not be too much foreign to you, might have heard it in other countries also, in the developing country nature. So what are your advice to us? What are the best practices from the Malaysia journey, the Malaysia way? You'll have to unmute yourself, sir. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Okay, are you able to hear me? Okay, very good afternoon, and thank you, madam, and to all my fellow speakers. We have heard a lot from the the Island Development Authority, and also some of the speakers from Medtronics and Johnson & Johnson. I'm actually representing MIDA. MIDA stands for Malaysian Investment Development Authority. It's a Malaysian Government Investment Promotion Agency, promoting Malaysia as investment destinations. In other words, what we do is we attract investors, whether it's a foreign or local investors, to actually set up their manufacturing operations in Malaysia, in particularly in the manufacturing and some selected services. That is the overall functions of MIDA. Of course, the focus is actually in the manufacturing sector. As you know, that manufacturing sector has always been one of the important sectors in our GDP, contributing about 40% of towards our GDP. And in Malaysia, medical devices industry is one of the fastest growing sectors of the healthcare spectrum, which continues to be one of the most vital and dynamic sectors of the economy in Malaysia. But just to share with you, the total expenditure in Malaysia will exceed 20 billion US dollars by 2025. And this is expected to grow at a compound rate of 11% from 2015 to 2020. And this medical devices industry has been earmarked as one of the highly potential growth sectors under our 11 Malaysian plan. In Malaysia, we have this what called the industry, what called the Malaysian plan. The Malaysian plan takes about a period of 5 years. Every plan takes about 5 years. So in the 11 Malaysian plan, it has been earmarked as one of the highly potential what are called growth sectors. And we have 3 other catalytic sectors, which namely were chemicals, electronics, and machineries and equipment. And the other potential what we call sectors, we include medical devices as well as the what we call aerospace industry. I just want to share to you a little bit about, if you don't mind, a little bit about the growth and the development of medical devices, because since our topic today is to look at the growth of medical industry, I would like to share some of the how we actually grow and what are the factors with it. Okay. Just hold on. Is it something wrong?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wait, I'm not. Just hold on for a while. Zaidi.
I think with strong executives like Tanas and Ismail, we have a challenging assignment. You know, we need to also get to that level of. I like the adjectives you used, Mr. Ismail, about high potential, fastest growing. We want to be in that. We want to be in that journey. Go ahead.
I'm just going to with the. Can you go back? Okay, take them off. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. Yeah, I just would like to share how we actually grow our medical device industry. I think we are quite fortunate because way back in 1980s, if you look at that, we are very fortunate because we are very strong in what we call resource industry, rubber. So rubber has as we had abundant natural rubber resources. So this is where the birth of our gloves started. You know, we have, if you actually follow the what we call, these are the major producers of the world, like Top Gloves, Harta Lega, Supermax. They started their journey from small productions. Today they are actually conglomerate. Our rubber producers actually contributing about 40% of the world producers. And then we actually what we call transform or progress. By 1990, we have a lot of advancement in technology and a strong supporting industry. This is what I would like to highlight. If you have a strong supporting industry in terms of electrical electronics, plastic industry, as well as the what called metal stamping industry, then it's easy for you to actually to grow the industry. So this is where we actually in 1990 we started to venture into conventional. We started with conventional medical products using our available local resources as well as technologies. So we started doing catheters, but we have managed to get investors doing syringes, surgical gowns, medical tubing. But way back in 2000 and above, beyond, where we have further development in advanced technology, especially in the E&E, in the semiconductors, in the metal tooling sector, this is where it gives rise to the high-tech medical products. This is where we're able to do high pace, we're able to get companies doing high pace makers, in vitro diagnostic devices, orthopedics. These are, we have some of the, I'm sure you have heard about Smith and Nephew, Boston Scientific. They are actually in Malaysia, in Penang, to be specific, they're in Penang doing this work, this product. And I would like to share, I know some of the points that have been highlighted by the other speakers in terms of what are the contributing factors for the medical industry to grow in a country. How are you able to attract, especially the foreign investors, to go into medical device medical industry? I would say that we are quite fortunate, as I mentioned earlier, because of abundant natural resources, especially rubber for the glove as a start. But the other thing is that I would like to re-emphasize that a strong, established supporting industries is very vital for you to develop what we call the medical devices. Not only medical devices, the industry like aerospace. If you don't have a strong what we call E&A industry, especially, it's difficult for you to actually to develop what we call the medical devices industry. And the other thing is that of course, the government policies, regulation, which has been deliberated much earlier, and also the liberalization of manufacturing sector. It's just like in India, if I'm not mistaken, somebody mentioned to me that we also allow 100%. We allow foreign companies to have 100% equity in the manufacturing sector. They don't have to have a local partner if they want to set up, if they want to set up their operations in Malaysia. I'm sure you have heard about Biocon. They have a big facilities in Johor. They are doing what called insulin. It's more on the pharmaceutical, not medical devices, but it's under the healthcare too. And infrastructure is also very important, especially Malaysia, we have the second best port in Southeast Asia. Of course, if you have been to Malaysia, we have excellent high ports, airports, industrial parks, universities. And another important thing is that we are able to attract especially the foreign investors, because they're abundant, talented, and professional workforce. And we have every year we have about 10,000 engineers are coming up from our local universities and institutions. So if I were just to name some of the local successful companies and also foreign companies, that will actually include B. Brown. They are doing what called disposable medical. We have Sinjut Medical is from US, Boston Scientific, as I mentioned earlier, and also Biocon is from India. So the other thing that I would like to, we also actually, the companies are fully support and facilitated by the government, especially MIDA. I think one important role that should be played by the Indian government or the Indian government central agency, which is responsible in promoting the investment, is that the facilitation role. This is what I would like to emphasize. You can talk about excellent infrastructures, excellent, and you have highly educated workforce, but the facilitation role in ensuring the project, not only the project has been approved, but the project is successfully implemented. What we do to the investors is that we handhold the company, starting from pre-approval until the project is successfully implemented, to ensure that, because getting approval is just the beginning. Getting license, of course, MIDA did the processing evaluations in terms of managing license, companies getting expatriate. Companies, the good thing is that those foreign companies or investors who wish to actually establish their operation in Malaysia, we are very accommodative in allowing companies to bring their expertise, or we call it expat to come to Malaysia to work and live and work in Malaysia. Because I'm sure most of these foreign companies, when they set up their operations, they want their people to come and actually man the operations because they have the expertise. Yeah, we are very accommodative and flexible on this request. I think it's a very important factor. Of course, there are also various incentives in terms of what we call fiscal and non-fiscal incentive offered by the government. And medical device industry is, of course, we have, as I mentioned earlier, we are actually approaching the end of RMP 11, Rancangan Malaysia, the end of what we call 11 Malaysian Plan. And for the 12 Malaysian Plan, we have also actually put medical devices as one of our priority sectors. We will continually, but apart from all the factors that I mentioned earlier, the Indian government or the investment promotion by the government, Indian government, should play a prominent role in promoting the investments. Like us, I just want to give you some examples that what we actually did to attract these investors into Malaysia. We have what we call it the overseas mission. We will go out and meet the companies. Personally, we will go out in a small team, meet companies, and tell them why should you consider Malaysia as investment destination. So these are some of the things that I would like to share with the speakers. So thank you very much, Nimara.
Pak Ismail, terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think the messages are very clear. Ancillary industries, the need to balance, bring talent, ancillary industries, and the collaboration. And one thing which you raised very clearly is that the facilitation role, that we need more marketeers from the government. That's also a message to you, Sri Rinva, to see how we can work together. We can bring all our marketing people to work for you in a way. How do we get the marketeers into the play? We have some state ministers like ATR from Telangana, who is a very strong marketeer for the state and for the industry. We need to have more at the GOI level and other level. And that's what I hear from Mr. Ismail. Let me turn to Amit Mohan. Amit, you are also a leader with a lot of broad experience, and GE Healthcare has been investing in manufacturing and R&D capability in India for quite a long time, a big early mover. How do you see the recent policy measures are helping GE progress on its journey? What are the negatives, and how is the Indian healthcare system supporting your growth and the policy supporting your growth and acceleration?
So thanks, Madan. And I think first of all, thanks to FICCI for giving us this opportunity to be a part of this August panel and to do this discussion. I think we think the intent and content of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan to re-energize the industrial and the manufacturing sector in India, I think it's highly commendable. All said and done, given where we are in terms of our position on the global table right now, I think it's good time to reset and restart. And I heard all my co-panelists say what they shared, and it makes a lot of sense. Just from the point of perspective, at Wipro G and G Healthcare, we all know, I mean, G Healthcare came into the country in 1989, formed a JV with Wipro. And that JV has been going strong for 30 years now. We have been committed to Make in India theme for long. Our Innovation and Technology Center in Bangalore is a large one and only one outside of the US, which caters to the R&D for all the G's initiative, not only just limited to healthcare. On manufacturing, I think we have been manufacturing a lot of equipments in the country: ultrasound machines, warmers, ECGs, probes, CTs, mobile X-rays, and a host of other associated accessories in 1990. We have 3 very large plants in the country. But the point what I would like to highlight is we source almost like 60 to 90% of the supplies for all these plants from within India for most of the equipments what we make. So a belief in Make in India was even there before it kind of became a vogue. And it continues to remain strong. And we are very much an Indian company that way. Having said that, can we do more? Yes, obviously. Do we want to do more? Absolutely. I mean, we want to be a part of this journey. And we can talk more about this a little later in the discussion. Since this forum is dedicated to the healthcare industry, so I'd like to touch upon a few industry view and perception the way we see it actually. As would be true with any initiative, the proof of success would be seeing the transition of plans from conversation and intent, which is all very good right now, to execution and impact creation at the ground level, where it really matters. We all know that devil always lies in the detail. So to make Atmanirbhar Bharat really a kind of a self-reliant initiative, I think we need to touch upon a few details. I think my co-panelists have touched upon many of them, so I'll restrict to what has not been covered so far. I would say that are we really openly and sincerely ready to embrace the right blend of non-intrusive nationalism, along with serious sensitivity to global corporate difficulties in assessing and leveraging the opportunities? And that would be a good starting point. I heard Sandeep talk about that. Are we committed to the right earnest to have a consistent and a kind of a stable regulatory taxation as well as overall policy frameworks? I mean, Dr. Sharma touched upon that, but I think this is unless we have a visibility to a kind of a policy which is kind of a stable and consistent for a foreseeable future, it becomes a little difficult to make the planning work. While the PLI incentive program is good, but being open to inputs to make it better and in a time-bound accelerated pace can give us better results. And as I was hearing earlier, I mean, are we willing to copy the best practices and learnings from across the globe in the right earnest? And ask the question why some countries do well, and I mean really well. I heard the Ireland story, the Malaysia story. But more importantly, are we willing to go that extra mile? All these companies have the set basis. I mean, are we willing to go that extra mile to make companies get out of their established setups and comfort zones to make an effort to be here in India? Just having a kind of a demographic dividend of 1.4 billion people with substantial number of English-speaking population available might not be enough of a differentiator for us to leverage. We should also be respectful to the idea of making necessary profit by the industry, which obviously uses to helps them to grow and invest further. Many a times I have seen manufacturing is only about encasing a kind of an imported product in a sheet metal case and labeling the box as a kind of with a Make in India sticker. Is that the Make in India we would be happy about? I heard one of the panelists talking about the semiconductor industry and the electronics industry. I mean, we should look at developing the strong semiconductor home industry. That's one of the most critical part of the medtech equipments, what gets manufactured. And the same is true for any electronic stuff, what possibly would get manufactured or is getting manufactured in the country. And that would require a differential focus. If I'm not mistaken, there used to be a semiconductor park somewhere near Chandigarh, which caught fire, but it has never come back again with the same kind of success. Government also might do well to look at the percentage participation of an MNC who make or are present in India in the healthcare government tenders. And I'm talking from the perspective of pre-COVID times. And ask the question, why is that participation so low, where these same companies do so much value addition in the private sector? The last point I would like to make is medtech is a specific, has nothing in common with the pharma or the healthcare delivery business or the consumables or the services business. Even though they are bracketed as a healthcare and brought under the pharma regulators, would it be a right time to change that? Wrapping my brief here, I would just say that with its versatile and a strong technology base in the country, with its strong democracy, with the value system what we have, and the respect for the intellectual property, 80% of lower cost in core research budgets, 70% cheaper in engineering and testing and software development costs, 50% higher productivity in labor cost. Healthcare can be a multi-billion foreign exchange earner for the country, where the government and the industry works with the speed, oneness, and seriousness. While we are all committed to making Atmanirbhar Bharat a roaring success and imbibe the values of Prime Minister's motto, Make in India for the World, with due regard to national self-respect of every country, we would need timely visible actions on some of the pertinent points this August forum has discussed today. And there I'll take a pause actually. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amit. I think the key message is that, let's not stand behind only the demographic dividend or the demographic dynamic will drive the market. No, it's all about that R&D, innovation, and you said the right pricing and the right viability of the industry. So thank you. Good points. I want to go into a bit of a rapid fire comment session. We have only a few minutes. I'm going to give a few minutes for questions also. So one of the key themes that Dr. Sharma mentioned is about demand. That if the aspiration is to create much larger 10x of the industry we have now. So demand, it should be a demand-driven growth. So 30 seconds from starting with Sandeep and unmute and say 30 seconds. What are the steps to drive health-seeking behavior in India? How can we come together and collaborate even more across all institutions in India to get healthy India? Because more people seek healthcare, you create the right ethical framework so that we celebrate successes. You read a newspaper every day, you negative news. For every bad, there are thousands of great clinicians and surgeons. So how do you celebrate them? How do you encourage people to seek healthcare, which will make healthy India and the industry also successful? Sandeep, your 30 seconds.
Good news is we are already well ahead in terms of the health and wellness culture, within India. People are very health conscious. They want to get good healthcare. I think now it's a matter of scaling up investments, allowing the private sector to scale, but also the government playing its part to invest in infrastructure, especially in the tier 2 cities where 40% of your care today is, and it's going to go even more. So that's one. The second is upskilling India. I cannot tell you but enough number of times, we have a critical shortage of skilled healthcare practitioners that can actually generate that demand that Dr. Sharma was talking about. And unless you're upskilling people in the remote places so that the care that my parents get in Alwar, Rajasthan is the same as the care I get in Mumbai, Maharashtra. The standard of care, the outcomes are the same. The quality of care is the same. We will fall short. So how can we upskill India? That's the second part of it. And number third is just bringing in technology, and not having a us versus them, not having a local versus MNC. It's just an ecosystem. Everyone has a role to play. And how do you move forward together? So that'll be my takeaway.
Dr. Sharma, what would you do as 1 or 2 steps to accelerate the market growth and to ensure the create conducive environment?
I would suggest joint ventures in which while a foreign company holding technology can come and partner with an Indian company having manufacturing capabilities, a certain extent of plant and machinery support from the government. That could be DBT, DST, DOP, it doesn't matter, but plant and machinery support is very critical. 2, cancer care hospitals under public-private partnerships, because cancer is rising and cancer care comes with diagnostic, radiology, and operative care segments growth. 3, requesting insurance regulatory authority in India to include by rule pre-existing illnesses for anybody who gets insured privately. 3 things. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think the investment government also will drive its investment. Mr. Rinva will come in the closing comments will come. How can we work with the government to see that the investment goes from the 1.29 or 28% to 3 or 4% of GDP? Quick comment, Tanas, anything to add? You also have, I'm sure, passion to see that India progresses, and how do you see, what action do you think from the island example?
I absolutely agree that I'm passionate about India as well. I'm an Indian, and I agree we need to do more. I have to acknowledge all the 3 points made by Sandeep are just so relevant, and therefore I can only offer that if Indian companies, picking up from what Dr. Sharma said, if Indian companies needed collaboration technology or even just access to high-end research firms, we can facilitate that, and then the large-scale manufacturing, given the economies of scale in India, could be carried out in India, perhaps. So that's my input.
Thank you, Tanas. And those who have logged into the session, please, you can ask your questions through the chat function, and please send in your questions. We'll have a few minutes. We'll wrap up quickly, and we'll have a few minutes. Amit, your 30 seconds on what are some acceleration steps that we can do for the market?
So typically, I'd like to touch upon the PLI thing, what we've been talking about. I think the PLI, all the 4 segments are pretty good. But from the perspective, the threshold of $24 million, about 180 crores of investment in each of the segments, I think industry needs that, is pretty much an infancy. I think if that 180 crores or 24 million can be brought down to about 100 crores, which is around about 13 million, that'd be good. Moreover, the companies also have an interplay between the segments, between the 4 segments. So if the overlap between the segments is allowed, that would go a long way in making this PLI incentive scheme very successful. And obviously, as I mentioned earlier, a kind of a consistent, stable policy environment will be an icing on the cake.
Thank you, Amit. Mr. Ismail, anything to add from your side? Mr. Ismail, anything to add? Quick comment from your side?
Yeah, Madam, okay. Now, I just want to highlight one thing, and being the government organizations, I think what is important for the Indian government to actually to play is in terms of the support and facilitations by the investment. In our case, it's MIDA. We are actually the investment promotion agency representing the government. Actually, the government must play a very important role in attracting these investments. They are not only in terms of our access to the R&D facilities, access to the human capital, and also in ensuring that the project, as I mentioned earlier, the project is successfully implemented. In other words, the organization, in our case is MIDA, we will ensure that not only getting the approval, getting the merchant license, approval for the expatriate, or it could be the tax holiday, but the other more challenging is to ensure that the project is successfully implemented on the ground. Because I'm sure something similar with India, apart from getting the approval from the federal government, you still need to deal with the state government matters in terms of the land, business council license, you need to deal with the customs, immigrations, there are a lot of other agencies where the investors needs to deal with. So our role, especially in the facilitating the investors, is very, very, very important. This is why I want to highlight.
Thank you. We are indeed cousins, both our countries, and similarities in multiple aspects. So, team, what I heard clearly is that facilitation, the need for ensuring that the strategy prioritization happens and the collaboration happens very clearly. Any questions, please feel free to ask the questions. We'll be able to take a couple of questions or email. You should put it into the chat functionality here. So as we go into the wrap up and take the questions, I'll make a few comments and then hand it over to Sri Rinva to make the closing comments. What we heard very clearly and convincingly and very, very in a clear manner is that talent capability is critical. There is a shortage. We do have a lot of good talent. As a company, Medtronic, we have decided to invest $160 million in our R&D center in Hyderabad to make it the largest R&D center outside USA. Because that is the unique asset we have. We think that the path to Atmanirbhar Bharat, path to a healthy ecosystem can start with R&D, where we have unique opportunities. So talent is key. Second, strategic prioritization to showcase to the central or to the large transnational companies that Indian market is attractive, as Sandeep said, and others centered, that we have to make a winning combination. And as Amit mentioned, profitability is important. Recognizing R&D and innovation is important. You cannot treat all products the same. You will need to ensure that you have to give the priority and differential approaches to value-added innovative products. And I think Tanas, the story about Ireland was very clear. In the Ireland and Malaysia narrative, there were no sticks. So my only as a summation and my humble submission to Rinvaji and to government is that there should not be any sticks. If you want to progress, this is like disciplining in a child in an elementary school will scar them for life, correct? So don't use any sticks, use carrots for the next 10, 20 years. The country and the north of us did that for 20 years. So let's learn at least from the positive examples of Ireland, Malaysia or others. It's only carrots, no sticks, and it's facilitation and marketing to coordinately bring together and use all the transnational and Indian multinationals to bring them together to have a conducive policy environment which is co-created. You have voice for private sector also to shape the policy with the government. Mr. Sharma brought in some excellent points about insurance coming together. And from my perspective, I will say ethics in the industry is something that we should own. We should improve the ethical standards and transparency and bring hospitals, who are also very key parts of this journey, to deliver and celebrate the exceptional work our healthcare professionals and the medical technology industry is doing in India. And the future is bright. And I'm sure with that consortium mindset, partnership mindset, nothing can stop us. And we will be shortly going to Malaysia and Ireland to talk about our success, hopefully. So let me hand it over to you, Rinvaji, for closing comments.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. And I think on the PLI front, Mr. Amit Mohanji had suggested something. So we are already on job, and I hope very soon we will be giving some good news on the PLI scheme front also. And during the discussion, it came out that medical devices is quite different from pharmaceuticals, and we recognize that. And that's why day before yesterday, we had a webinar on the uniform code for medical devices marketing practices, and why there should be a different code other than the UCPMP because of the difference between medical devices and pharmaceuticals. And during my opening remarks, I failed to mention that in regulatory landscape also, in recent years, in India, we were only regulating only 23 classes of medical devices. Now, with the new notification that Ministry of Health has come out with, all the medical devices are going to be regulated under the Drugs and Cosmetics Act and the Central Drug Standard Control Organization. And some gestation period has been given to the various categories of medical devices for them to register themselves, and before licensing is also applicable to those medical devices. We have come out with public procurement order in June, and then revised order in September, where there are two categories of local suppliers, category 1 and 2. One having more than 50% of the value addition, domestic value addition, and 2 having more than 20%, less than 50%. So through that policy incentive, we would like that more and more companies should set up a manufacturing base here in India and take advantage of this public procurement order. And as for the stability in the policy is concerned, we are well aware of the need of a policy stability, especially for pricing. And it's also realized that the pricing for medical devices cannot be on the same lines as the pharmaceuticals. There need to be a different model and also a stable policy. so that there are no sudden surprises for the industry. And the department is not stopping at the PLI scheme only. This is only the beginning. We would like to come out with more such schemes, both for pharmaceuticals as well as medical devices. And department, there was a feeling earlier that medical devices were not getting that much attention from the Department of Pharmaceuticals as the pharmaceuticals was getting. But now the situation has changed. With Pharma Bureau, we take each and every issue and try to take it to its logical conclusion through interactions with the concerning departments. And I assure the medical device industry that the Department of Pharmaceuticals would act as the spokesperson of the industry in the department, in the government, and there are issues which concern multifarious departments and ministries. Their Department of Pharmaceuticals will take the lead in getting the issues solved at the earliest.
Thank you. Thank you, Sri Rinva. And I think really happy to hear that the UCPDMP, you're considering the needs of the medical technology, medical device industry, because training is an exceptionally crucial aspect. Without medical technology industry training surgeons and physicians, access to healthcare will not be possible. That's a major difference with pharma, where our training is what creates capability and access to patients there. And I think I'm thankful for all your approaches. There is one question about, could we understand from Ms. Rinva or Dr. Sharma, objective of MII for medical devices? I think it's a manufacturing incentive possibly. Is it creating jobs, and is it making healthcare cheaper? Or what are the achievements in that area? So Rinva or Sharma, do you want to make a quick comment on that?
Are you asking about the public procurement Make in India order?
I think it's a Make in India order.
The objective is that we want the companies to set up manufacturing base here in India and take advantage of the public procurement order, where we have said that for tenders up to rupees 200 crores, there would not be any global tender inquiry. And the class 1 and class 2 suppliers will only be eligible to take part in these tenders only when the procuring entity is convinced that there are not sufficient manufacturing companies in India. Would they have to take permission from a competent authority to go for a global tender? So by default, for any tender less than 200 crores, only the class 1 and class 2 local suppliers are eligible to apply. And the objective is to get these medical devices produced in India, manufactured in India, and then once that is done, obviously the investment and employment will also be taken care of.
Thank you, Mr. Rinva. I think as a submission from the industry is that incentives, carrots, or the incentive is what the industry needs at this juncture, and a collaborative atmosphere. We should also be careful not limiting the choice of physicians or patients to innovative therapies, because no company can produce the range of many of the bigger organizations have 15,000, 20,000 SKUs. I don't think any company can produce a whole range of products in India. So effort to calibrate this policy would be useful, that what is the end result? Because sometimes the results could be also of a different nature.
I don't know which policy incentive are you considering as the stick. I think this is a carrot. Public procurement order is a carrot. The PLI scheme is a carrot.
I think the health cess is a stick, and also the PPO is also a stick for larger companies, because we feel that the incentive to invest is in a way kind of hampered, because they can only invest certain products into India, correct? They cannot bring all their portfolio into India. So suppose they bring 10% of the portfolio to India, and they have a lack of handicap in the other segment. That's where we want the government of India to consider that. As a matter of incentivizing manufacturing is perfectly okay, but ideally it should be done in a calibrated manner.
So what we want is not imports. What we require is manufacturing here, and that's why these are incentives. I don't know why these are being seen as sticks. These are allowed under WTO. That for
Yeah, I think maybe since we are also at the closing of the stage, thank you for the inputs. We will certainly propose as an industry association our own proposals to work together. We would encourage in a collaborative working in these aspects to ensure that we don't have any sticks. There is consistency in policy at the top down and also at the bottom up level. Appreciate all your inputs, Rinvaji. Thank you, all the value panelists, and appreciate all the questions and the inputs. Thank you to the FICCI organizing committee. All the very best. Take care. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you all the panelists.
Thank you very much.
And then for the session excellently.
Thank you.
Such disease outbreaks. This webinar is a part of the series of the webinars being organized by FICCI at FICCI Heal. It is indeed a privilege, and I congratulate FICCI on this exciting initiative. I would like to take time to introduce today's panel, Mr. Anurag Sharma, Honorable Member of Parliament, Government of India. He also chairs the FICCI Ayush Committee and is also the Director at Sri Baidyanath Ayurved Bhavan Private Limited. Mr. Pradeep Multani, Co-Chair FICCI Ayush Committee, Chairman Multani Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. Professor Tanuja Manoj Nesriji, Director, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Vaidya K.S. Dhiman, Director General, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences. Dr. Geeta Krishnan, India's representative of Ayush to the WHO. Dr. Aarti Verma, Senior Vice President, Medical Quality, Max Healthcare. And myself being your moderator, Arvind Varchesri, Managing Director of Sri Shri Tattva. On behalf of FICCI, it brings me immense pleasure in extending a warm welcome to the honorable speakers present here today at the panel discussion. Before we begin, I would like to go over a few items for the attendees. Firstly, the session will be held as an interactive discussion with the panel. The questions will be posted before the panel by me, the moderator, and an active discussion will be held. The session will have three key focus elements highlighting on the background of the valued Indian ancient science of Ayurveda, its important role during the current pandemic, efforts of the government, industry and national chambers, and the final part of the discussion will address the need to integrate modern medicine with traditional Indian medicine as well. You will have the opportunity to submit the text questions to today's presenters by typing your questions into the question panel. You may send in your questions at any time during the session. We will collect these and address them at the end of the discussion. Now, to begin with, let me set across a little pretext to the entire panel. Ayurveda is a science. It's the oldest medical science that is known across the world, more than 5,000 years old. It's perhaps the only medicinal system that has stood the test of time and is also relevant today. It's been a system of medicine that's brought across so much customization. It attends to every body type. It's customized to the level of the individual, saying that what does the individual want? And it also talks about the type of medicine that is required for the particular body type at a particular season as well. So it goes to that level of integration, that level of science to see that what is it you need to do, but also when. Normally, all of us know what we need to do. We know that we need to exercise. We know that we need to do yoga. We know that we need to do pranayam to ensure that our lungs function better. But it's whether we take out time to do it. And I feel that that's where the system of Ayurveda as a medicinal system has really cracked the aspect of doing the right thing at the right time. If you were to see over the last 2 decades, there has been a lot of prejudice on both the science of yoga and as well as Ayurveda across the world. But I think that in this particular time, things are changing, especially over the last 5-6 years. We've noticed that the entire world is coming across and recognizing the advent of the change in a person's lifestyle and how Ayurveda is becoming so relevant. India has recognized this, and also under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, we've seen that for the very first time, our entire traditional knowledge, sciences, and the systems of medicine have also got an entire ministry of its own, called the Ministry of Ayush. So acknowledging this, that there is so much relevance of our own traditional systems of medicine, and that industry per se has also imbibed modern systems in terms of technology into this very science, be it in the space of validation, be it in the space of efficacy, being in terms of good manufacturing practices or SOPs, or also coming across with regulatory conformities that what the world would be asking for. Today, even at Shri Shri Tattva, we ensure that we're perhaps the first to also ensure that how to get Ayurveda recognized as a system of medicine as far as South America, being perhaps the first right now to also get the ANMAT GMP, which is in lines with the FICCI GMP certification. I also have this thing, my industry friends over here, Mr. Pradeep Multani and also Anurag ji. And, so a lot of the industries, including ours, are also WHO GMP compliant. So we are seeing that there is so much interest in this particular science, and also ministries across the world are recognizing this very science as a system of medicine wherever they grow. So having set the premise that this science of medicine, of Ayurveda, is here to stay, Vaidya Dr. Dimanji, I have my first question to you, saying that does Ayurveda support best healthcare practices as the traditional science of medicine really does? So how do you see that as a healthcare system, and also the practices today are even relevant to today's world, considering that there is so much technology and so much advancement in the area of medical sciences? Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Arvindji. The relevance of system of Ayurveda even today is as it was earlier. The reason being the recent example of the COVID-19 epidemic, where from the very beginning, I think it was the month of February or March, where everyone talked about not only about searching a medicine, but to have a good health and immunity. So where the question went into the domain of this Ayurveda system and yoga system directly, it does show that the relevance of this system is as it was earlier. Even today it exists as such. This is my short answer, sweet answer. You are muted. You are muted. Unmute,
Sorry.
please.
So yes, now that my voice is in demand, I'm back here again. So thank you very much, Doctor, for that very precise answer. And it actually gets me thinking. So coming across to Anurag ji, so taking from where Dr. Diman actually mentioned, do you think the Ayurvedic industry has evolved per se? What do you think can be said about this particular fact that has Ayurveda industry really evolved, and also as the sector evolved? And as Baidyanath and also as a manufacturer, what have you seen that has really changed from perhaps 2 decades and from now?
Okay, thank you so much, Arvindji. Okay, I'll first go back to certain things. In about 2014-15, about 67% of the Indian population tended to believe in Ayurveda. And by 2018, we were at nearly 75% of the Indian households. currently with this pandemic, I think it's over 90% of Indian households are shifting towards Ayurveda. So there is a huge shift. There's a quantum leap, so to speak, in terms of belief, in terms of usage, and 2-3 factors go in our favor. One is, of course, that everyone now knows about how to build immunity. So that's been a huge boost to the industry per se. And since immunity, you want a gentler, a kinder healing system. So I think that's been another major shift. Thirdly, I think the world in the last 4 or 5 years has realized that you need something which is a lot more environment friendly. And Ayurveda, compared to, let's say, traditional chemical-based medicines, is definitely more environment friendly. As far as the industry is concerned and Baidyanath is concerned, what's been happening is, we've been set up in 1917 out of Baidyanath Dham, which is a Jyotirling in Bihar. And from now, we are about 10 plants across the country. Our latest one is, of course, coming up. Now, even in these COVID times, so to speak, we are still in the process of putting up a brand new factory. But what's happened is, I think, one, the consumer's belief has gone up. Secondly, the companies are now responding extremely well. And Baidyanath by per se, and with FICCI, we're all trying to work towards making sure that Ayurveda as an industry is seen as a modern, updated science tool. It's just not a part of only our legacy. It's how we're updating Ayurveda, whether all the plants are WHO GMP certified, whether we're getting ISO 9000 certifications, Government of India's Ayush Premium. And of course, the fact that we are all able and we should be able to work with institutes like CCARAS, or where Professor Tanuja Nesri runs All India Institute of Ayurveda. With FICCI, we are doing it. With AIMS in Rishikesh. Baidyanath itself is doing with KGMU, King George's Medical University. We started one trial in Jhansi with the medical college here on COVID patients. Plus, I think the fact that you need to involve a lot more of your school, college level Ayurveda where it's going. So I think that's another involvement which is happening. And I'm very happy to report back saying that Baidyanath has gifted an entire college to Bundelkhand University for higher sciences, for better research in Ayurveda. And that's functional now.
Thank you very much, Anuragji. Definitely Baidyanath as a brand, is really a brand known for, the good that it does. And of course, you're certainly an inspiration, not only for the entire Ayush industry, but also now wearing a new hat as also as an MP. And I'm sure that you'll be able to do more for healthcare. Thank you very much. Dr. Professor Tanuja Nesri ji, I'm coming over to you next. Anurag ji mentioned that right now Ayurveda is becoming a household. A brand that what everybody is looking at. Anything that what you feel like in health, first they look at natural, and now natural is more relatable to Ayurveda. Why has Ayurveda become so important during the COVID times? We've really seen a huge surge from Shri Shri Tattva itself per se. Our exports have really shot up. We've not only we see that there is so much interest in our own country, but also abroad. What really garnered this particular interest, especially during COVID times? Over to you, Doctor.
Yeah, it's a really a very relevant question. Thank you, Arvindji, for raising this question on the right platform. Actually, if we look at this current pandemic situation, during last 200 years, I can repeat 200 years, this is the first time some unprecedented situation has been arise because of this pandemic situation, that no pathy has come out with a concrete solution. Nor allopathy nor any other pathy has come out with the clear-cut anti-COVID solution like a drug or a vaccine. Hence, the entire world was and now is looking for some solution which has a potential for prevention, potential for prophylaxis, even It is not only management, but post-COVID management also restorative, some solution which Pathi can give. So it is the Ayurveda now people has really realized, because this is imbibed in our culture, in our roots. It is our tradition. It is a traditional medicine, but now we can say it is a tradition with the modernity now in this situation. So we could be able, because Ayush Ministry was the first ministry who could notify and release the household measure when the entire world was under lockdown, and there was not a solution, no, not even nothing to buy from outside. So Ayush was the first ministry who notified the home care measures with the immune boosting measure, because COVID pandemic is a Janapadoshons Vyadhi, where it is mentioned to use classically. It is a management protocol mentions to use the immuno-boosting measures when the entire world has exposure to use the for the infection. So the one whose immunity is protected, he is protected to get infected. He is prevented to get. So this our all Ayush measure, Ayurveda measures, immune boosting measures really help everyone to prevent and prophylaxis. And even our research and our study also is supporting the facts. I think because of the Ministry of Ayush advisory and its impact in the public health, as even we can see with the Ayush Sanjeevani also, that's why this has become popular. That's what I feel.
No, fantastic, Doctor. I think you've really set a whole lot of platform now to really showcase that how Ayurveda has become very relevant in our day-to-day lives. I'm going to come back to you, especially on this very interesting trial that what the All India Institute of Ayurveda is going to be doing. I'm going to keep the viewers a little hooked onto the screen to for you to share across what's really going across there.
Sure.
Pradeep ji, coming to you next. You right now are co-chairing here at FICCI with us, but apart from that, you're also representing industry on various forums. Also, recently you've worn a new hat of being the Senior Vice President of the PhD Chambers of Commerce as well. And apart from that, you do represent the Ayurveda industry on a whole lot of forums. What role do you think national chambers and also associations play, especially with industry and government, and in popularizing and perhaps even branding Ayurveda per se, especially during COVID times? This much as what I can say from industry, yourself, Anurag ji, myself, we've really ensured that how we bring across the particular challenges that what industry has faced, and also how we presented it across to the government. So what is it you have to say on this, and what do you think is the role on these, Pradeep ji? Please, over to you.
Thank you, Arvind Bhai. Good evening and namaskar to all eminent panelists and participants. National Chambers of Commerce and national associations in India have been champions of being the voice of industry, supporting government policy, highlighting expert advice, and bringing out the community response. The main chambers being FICCI, PhD CCI, CII, and SOCHM. During unsteady economic times throughout history, national chambers have supported the efforts of the government and served the interests of industry and businesses. COVID-19 is no different, and during this national healthcare crisis, the collective chamber community across the country has been leading the charge in driving plans for business preparedness during the pandemic and the economic recovery and growth that must follow. During the current hard-pressing times, FICCI, as a leading national chamber, has worked committedly towards supporting various sectors such as travel, healthcare, hospitality, etc., that have been hit hard by the economic downturn. For the Ayush industry, the collective efforts of the FICCI Ayush Committee are worthy of a mention. As the co-chair of the FICCI Ayush Committee, I take pride that in the last 6 months, that have been one of the most challenging times for the industry, FICCI has been the torchbearer for the industry from supporting government and industry joint initiatives, policy core industry representations, we achieved significant milestones. The committee supported the opening of Ayush hospitals, Ayush manufacturing units, and creating aligned SOPs for the reopening. FICCI Ayush Committee has brought the Ayush industry together as a united front in supporting the national interests to manage the COVID outbreak. At various significant government meetings, we have had Ayush Committee representation, especially with Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, with Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry Shri Piyush Goyal ji, and with PMO. Further, it is worth mentioning that the committee has been dedicatedly working towards setting up a core group for clinical trials on Ayush interventions for COVID-19 with AIIMS Rishikesh. We have submitted representations and recommendations to Government Task Force on key policy improvements for the sector. Lastly, the committee has been organizing knowledge-sharing webinars and workshops for the global audience. This has brought a boost to the industry brand and gives an excellent platform to promote the traditional science. It is with great joy and privilege that I would like to acknowledge the leadership of Shri Anurag Sharma ji as the chair of the Ayush Committee and Mr. Arvind Vachasvi ji, who is my fellow colleague as the joint co-chair of the committee. Such a bright potential. Through the policy advocacy, campaigning activities, and networking, chambers have supported the industry and government equally during the toughest of times, as the last couple of months have duly demonstrated. Their continued responsibility will be to bring network of business together, supporting government industries, lobbying government, bringing advice, policy improvements that propel robust growth for the sector and the economy in turn. With a team of highly dedicated experts and advisors on hand, chambers led by FICCI will continue to help businesses navigate through the best and worst of times. As we emerge from this pandemic, it goes without saying that there will be lasting impact to our economy. So we must plan today for a robust economic recovery. It is during this time where chambers can make the biggest difference and live up to our historical reputation for being nucleic to business sustainability and resilience. Connecting our members, hosting networking events, convening local response, promoting sector, people, and our communities, these are all ways in which we can help and support strong economic recovery. Lobbying our local and state governments for innovative relief efforts to delay penalties, removing barriers and regulations will all help businesses get back to the momentum. It is critical that we begin strategic plans for economic recovery today to cultivate new partnerships with economic developers. National chambers are here to serve and lead, to support business in rebounding quickly. Ultimately, this is how we will save jobs and keep our economies growing. We at FICCI are committed towards the Ayush sector, committed towards achieving the goal of making India USD 5 trillion economy, doubling of farmers' income, and the mission of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you. Jai Hind and God bless everyone. Thank you, Arvind Bhai.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Multani ji, for really putting across what all the national chambers are doing. It's very, very inspiring. And I must say that even during the pandemic time, really working with you and Anurag ji to ensure that how we could bring across, our concerns across to the government, and also to see that how, FICCI together has really put across all these concerns and, representing them to the government at relevant levels to ensure that how relief could be given. And I think that it was a real, fantastic time, working with, the both of you during the initial days of the lockdown. Coming across to my next speaker, Dr. Aarti Verma. Aarti ji, now we're going to shift gears a little bit. Coming across to you as a representative of the allopathy system, how do you think that Ayurveda can be integrated into the allopathic system, today. We often have this thing about, Ayurveda being an ancient system and allopathy being a modern one. But we also see that Ayurveda as a system of medicine is relevant even till today. As a consumer, I feel that I need to have the choice that which system of medicine that I would like to practice in my life. So today, if you were to realize that Ayurveda and homeopathy, all these other systems come in as an alternative system. Now, as a consumer, I should be able to choose as to which system of medicine is relevant to me in my life. So the point is that where each one of these systems have their own advantages, but I'm sure that we also need to realize that we need to see that what is their limited scope. For example, when it comes to accidental care and critical care, allopathy system does definitely have an upper hand, no doubt about that. But when it comes to lifestyle disorders and answers that what allopathy does not have, that's where Ayurveda and also the Ayush systems definitely do. But going forward, it's the human body, it's the human mind. What sort of an approach do you think we can take towards an integrated system approach? Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Arvindji. I think I'm in the midst of, so many experts in Ayurvedic science, and I'm really impressed with the work that is going on. I certainly feel alienated and an outlier in this August forum. But I'm absolutely with you in terms of saying that, India is so rich with all the knowledge, the history, the legacy of Ayurveda. And we are poised to literally, bring in a resurgence and a renaissance of this science into our country first, and then offer it to the world. Now, from a consumer perspective, I feel that, allopathic doctors are working in silos, and so are Ayurvedic doctors or Ayush doctors. So the two streams of medicine are not talking to each other enough. And integrating them right from the top is where we need to go. So for instance, I understand that in Australia and in China, they have integrated their alternative like Chinese medicine into the MBBS curriculum, so there's an integration right at the curriculum level, so that a doctor who's training in either knows, how he can use some therapy for his treatment. So that would be, of course, a big policy change. Why should Ayush, and the National Medical Council, who are into curriculum, not have alternative medicine representative on their boards? So we have to see the synergies at that level to bring about policy change. The second part is that at a practice level, and I think that we don't need the government to do, that should be a movement. Like on this FICCI conference, we have Ayush and we have modern medicine both on the platform. But from a consumer perspective, why can't we start developing integrated clinical pathways like we have started doing in some research areas? Why can't we together make integrated clinical pathways for treatment? Maybe it's begun to happen. I know in few areas it's begun to happen, but make these integrated clinical pathways where a treating doctor has a multidisciplinary approach where they are talking to each other. Maybe there is an Ayurvedic doctor working in an allopathic hospital, and both of them sit and decide the course of treatment for, say, a diabetic patient who needs a lifestyle change. And they both agree, and they both know the technical nuances of both. So of course, not that each has to go into so much of depth, but they know their strengths and their limitations. And in the care pathway, a patient is then not confused. They know that, okay, I have to take this medicine, and this is a lifestyle change I have to do, this is my immunity booster diet I have to take, or this is the yoga that is going to help me improve my rest. Suppose it's an asthma patient. So, so I'm just saying we can look forward to developing, and maybe a platform like FICCI can start this exercise of getting clinical experts from both sides to start making integrated clinical pathways. And the other aspect, of course, is going to be to have more and more research coming up where we have to convince each other of the value that is going to come out of each stream of medicine. So today, I think there is a little bit of still a high degree of cynicism and lack of acceptance of alternative medicine in allopathic streams, and maybe vice versa. So I would say Ayurvedic is still fledgling in terms of the monopoly that allopathic has established in the consumer. Both have to understand their limitations and their strengths. There are things which allopathy has done which Ayurveda cannot do. And there are many things that Ayurveda has done which allopathic does not know about. And most of the consumers of Ayurveda are not doctors. That's what needs to change in terms of practice. And I'm not saying for taking Ayurveda, but for understanding and prescribing or referring to an Ayurveda. The MBBS and the MDs need to start knowing for what ailment should I refer this patient to an Ayurvedic doctor. They don't know that today. So this silo has to break down. And I think so today the consumer of Ayurveda is the public, is the household. It's a unprofessional believer. And you're saying a lot of research is coming out to validate the medications that Ayurveda is prescribing, which is a big one, I think. On the preventive side, it's very good. But on the prescribing side, I would really look forward to having more and more public information on validation of effectiveness of therapies of Ayurveda. And that will change our mindset in a big way. So these are the things that, I would say. And I again want to conclude that we are here to complement each other. That should be our mission. And India is at the cusp of really creating a phenomenal change by integrating all these forms of medicines. We are in the center of it all. So we should not lose any opportunity to get together and promote it.
Fantastic, Doctor. I think what you've really really encapsulated so nicely is that it's not about the systems of medicine, but it is about the person whom the system is actually serving. So having said that, Dr. Geeta Krishnanji, next coming to you. So if you've seen that my previous speakers, they've really set across a great platform, by saying that, all right, there's a resurgence of Ayurveda, there's a resurgence of the systems of medicine from India. There's a whole lot of recognition, whole lot of acceptance that has come across. But definitely the messaging that has to go out, it can be a little bit better. It has to be more, clearer. You're representing the Ayush systems at the WHO right now. What do you think has been a significant change globally in the outlook of Ayurveda? How has the global acceptance of Ayurveda evolved over time? It'll be nice that if you could elaborate some of your experiences. And I do have another question to you after this as well. So over to you, Dr. Geeta Krishnan. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvindji. In fact, if you look at what had happened in the Ayurveda spectrum across the globe in the past, let us speak about 10 years, that's better, because that's a conceivable period of time. You have a fully integrated Ayurveda specialty hospital running 60 beds, managing Parkinsonism and like really, really sick Parkinson's patients in Germany, in the heart of Germany, where the neurologists and Ayurvedic doctors work together on a daily basis, and all the patients are covered through insurance. It is great. If you go across to Switzerland, in 2010, between 2010 and 12, it has got completely approved through a parliamentary decision, like all the cantons of Switzerland and the national parliament approved to include Ayurveda as a system of medicine. So if there is a practitioner who has been trained in India and knows German or French or Italian, comes here, they can practice here. They can register and practice here, and could possibly start with full-fledged insurance coverage for that, because it is the mandate of the parliament. So it is something great which has happened. You also, there is full-fledged educational programs which are started in Switzerland, like extending 5.5 to 6 years. So and there are people, like, this is the first year when the first batch of students will be coming out of this educational program. Swiss-born people who are trained in Ayurveda and coming and getting qualified and coming to practice in the Swiss system. You go to Africa, like take Ghana, Ethiopia, Mali, Mauritius, South Africa. The requirement of Ayurvedic medicines and Ayurvedic practitioners are varied over here. If you take, for example, in Mauritius, there is a systematic involvement of Ayurveda in the practice of within the government system. Whereas if you go to Ghana, Mali, etc., there is an interest in the herbal medicine, and they are quite keen on this, and even in Ethiopia. So, like I have been to all these places, and I have seen that if you say, that the Chinese government has been investing in these countries quite heavily. So the influence of the government or influence of the Chinese system through the government organizations in these countries are quite huge. Despite all these efforts, if you put an Ayurvedic doctor and a traditional Chinese medicine doctor in front of an Ethiopian or a Mali population, you will see a long queue in front of the Ayurvedic doctor. Like, they believe in Ayurveda, they believe in the Indian culture. More importantly, that's what I should say. If you go to Africa, South Africa, it's the same. You have system of Ayurveda which is being regulated by the government. Like in many countries in Europe, UK, like you can take, for example, there are colleges of Ayurveda in UK, and most of the medicinal herbs, which of course are available as over-the-counter medicines in UK, and is being sold even during the COVID-19 period, when we are actually discussing along with Dr. Tanuja Nesari with different NHS trusts. Like, it was quite easy for us because these drugs are already available there, and we are basing our discussions on the available drugs over there. You go to USA, like there are 8 states within USA which allows you to practice pure Ayurveda, these are called the freedom of health states. Health freedom. I think it's an act which is called the Health Freedom or Freedom of Health Act. But 8 states allows you to practice Ayurveda there. In fact, my colleagues in US were saying that the herbal pharmaceutical companies, where the stores which used to sell herbal medicine used to segregate medicines as traditional Chinese medicine and other herbs. Now, since the COVID period, it is Ayurveda and other herbs. Like the kind of perceptual difference which it has come up in these countries. You go to Australia and New Zealand. In both these countries, you have Ayurveda boards, like where Ayurvedic doctor can register and practice with government recognition. Of course, the same in Canada. And then in Malaysia, it is a full-fledged government-approved program. Like it is within the government system in Malaysia. Singapore, the government is trying very hard to work with the Association of Ayurvedic Practitioners in Singapore to build an evidence-based approval system and also approving the HR program there. I think this all happened in the past 10 years, but this all happened because 10 years before, several people worked without any kind of expectation for achieving this. Like we are actually bearing the fruit of that. And this is not something which happened in the past 10 years. This had happened over the past 20-25 years. Like the ministry, the department, the government of India, those people who had traveled out of India carrying Ayurvedic medicines in their briefcases started practicing Ayurveda in these countries, teaching Ayurveda in these countries. Organizations like your own organization, like who had done huge service in this direction. And it is not a growth which happened in the past 10 years. It is a growth of maybe more than 30-40 years, and then we are just seeing that. But this is just tip of the iceberg, what you can see. There is a lot more brewing underneath. And I think the future of Ayurveda and yoga in these countries across the globe will see a tremendous growth. And I think it will be much more than the growth which we have seen in the COVID period within India. So that's a time for us to move forward in the right and a most appropriate manner. Thank you for asking me this question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Geeta Krishna. I'm going to come back to you with a few more questions that would be really useful for our audience today. Anuragji, I'm going to come to you next. I am told by your office that you might have to excuse yourself at around 5:55. So I'm going to post one or two questions that what I have from the audience to you before you take our leave. The first question that came across from the audience, and perhaps is also mine, can we call that the COVID period is a renaissance of Ayurveda? And now Ayurveda fully become mainstreamed in healthcare. What are your views on it?
See, firstly, Arvindji, I think it's quite an interesting question. I say yes, it is, because of the Prime Minister of India. First time when the Ministry of Ayush and the Prime Minister went and tweeted about Ayurveda being, because he's a very strong believer in Ayurveda, the ancient Indian systems, and our culture. So it became, I think, a very important thing that we all realized the need. And what the Prime Minister then left a hint, if you remember, during one of the VCs with him, where he turned around and said, if you make any claims, please make sure you back it up with the right amount of research. So I think that became our core principle, what he said. And of course, the Indian population, with this belief in its own system of medicine, in its own culture and legacy, came forward, and that became really the crux. And that's when we started doing a lot more research. And I think every company went back and said, look, yes, we will, and we will make sure it's peer reviewed. It's all up to, could be published in any modern journal, or could be in the most scientific modern parameters. Unfortunately, what had happened in the last 20, 30 years, where Ayurveda as a science did not keep up with modern technology. And I think the time has now come forward where we are all driving that. Vedanath especially is driving itself to try and make sure that every paper we publish can be peer reviewed. Every paper which we do is scientifically proven. So I think there'll be a large renaissance of Ayurveda in the coming years.
Very nice, Anuragji. And I'm going to ask you one more question in these lines before you take our leave. Is that, can you tell us 5 good practices that what you feel that Ayurveda industry should or definitely imbibe? It could be more, but at least 5 to ensure that whether it's new budding entrepreneurs who would like to come into this stream, or whether it's also other manufacturers or companies that are there in this line, what do you think are 5 good practices that what they would need to follow?
I think one of the first ones would of course be an equitable partnership with all your stakeholders. And that really means whether we go back to our cultivators, the identification of raw materials. So I would urge everyone who's coming into the Ayurveda field that please make sure that your identification with your cultivators and a very fair, equitable partnership happens with them. Second, of course, is that you do any product or any manufacturing or selling of a product or even a service, you must be able to validate it. I think today's world, like Aarti was saying, when we are all living in silos, if Ayurvedic practitioners and people coming into this field break these silos ourselves, so some of it is our own fault. We have to realize that it's our own mentality. We can't keep treating ourselves as superior to every other system of medicine just because we are an ancient system. So I think that silos need to be broken, and whether it's in terms of service or in terms of manufacturing. So that's the second one, where you come back to the research-based product or a service. The third, I think, would be to take in all the other stakeholders as far as all the Ayurveda practitioners are concerned, put up enough papers or enough material for them to really be able to believe in what you're doing. The third one I would say is, of course, when we get into manufacturing, to make sure that you have the requisite licenses and permissions. It's no more just going to be enough to say you have the Indian GMP standards which are being met. It's an international world out there. And all of us have an opportunity to make our mark across the world. So I think that is another very large biggie, one of the biggies I would say, for them to be able to, whether it's going to be, even for a service, I think you need to have international recognition for your service which you're going to be providing. And the fifth one would probably be to go back and say, to work well with the education community. I mean, where the doctors are being, or our vets are being trained, to go back to these hospitals, to go back to these colleges. And they're not myself, I mean, as an exception, I'll just give you one case. We give the biggest single award in Ayurveda, which has been instituted since 1983 in my grandfather's name. It's given by the President of India. It's called the Pandit Ram Narayan Award for Research. So we've been trying to recognize research since then. It's a 2 lakh rupee check and a big statue, 5 kgs of silver of Manvantri. And now across all colleges where we try and go back and reward all the students who are here. And I think if you encourage more youngsters to come up and do research, that could be another very large game changer, because changing his mentality at that level would be a very big boon for Ayurveda. Those are the takeaways, I would say.
Well, thank you so much, Anuragji. It's, I think, coming across from you, it really makes such a difference to the audience. Thank you very much for those 5 really gems. Thank you. Thank you, Anuragji.
With you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Anuragji. Thank you. Dr. Dhimanji, taking from where Anuragji mentioned, he mentioned a whole lot of research that needs to be done. I have 2 questions for you, saying that what are the initiatives from the government side that it's taken in the field of research over the last couple of years to evolve Ayurveda into perhaps the congruence with what are the needs of today, and also putting across another sub question into this is that the Ayurveda texts and also the pharmacopoeia today, the Ayurveda pharmacopoeia, is an amalgamation of all the herbs and also all the literature that's been available across to the government. But a whole lot of these literatures and also scriptures have been lost over time. Perhaps, in the field of being, different civilizations coming and conquering. And there are a lot of herbs that are there even in our country today that have been left unexplored. So in the field of research, what is the government doing to also to inculcate all these other lost herbs that are there, still there in our country, to see how their medicinal properties could also be taken across? So these are the 2 questions that what I had for you. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Arvindji. From where should I start? Let us. So 2 ways, 2 things are in the field of research are going simultaneously, and they need to be pushed in a long-term strategy. Number 1, what are the emerging problems today? And they need to be addressed. This is one field. The other field is why science of Ayurveda. You gave a caption, science of Ayurveda. I can little bit elaborate it. Science behind knowledge repository of life. Because even today's science is not sufficient to explore the knowledge repository of life. So it should be defined like this. So like I can give you some examples: diabetes, cancer, and there was a big gap in public health intervention of Ayurveda. There was nothing done in a big way. And there are other common very problems. I give you very simple problem. Up till few years back, the modern texts of surgery used to tell that healing is a natural process and we cannot add anything to enhance the healing. This was the notion. But the recent researches which we did in All India Institute of Medical Sciences in collaboration, they themselves agreed that yes, 40% short time has taken place with the intervention of some Ayurvedic healing agents. So this is going on. In public health, like some non-communicable diseases, we took up a very large area. 5 districts were taken in the whole country. 3 were intervened by Ayurveda, and lakhs of patients of non-communicable diseases, among which major was diabetes and hypertension and dyslipidemia. And we found that the single molecule intervention of Ayurveda and along with yoga, if these two are done, the notion that once a patient starts a medicine of hypertension, he will never get rid of, this notion has also again been nullified. Yes, with the change in lifestyle, addition of a very simple medication and practice of yoga can get you rid of the ongoing modern chemical medicine. So these are likewise in diabetes and cancer also. Ongoing works are there and some works are already being done, and it could be found that the quality of life and some happy years to the life of the cancer patients who has already taken radiotherapy and chemotherapy, as these outcomes are there. But simultaneously, these are all done on the parameters of modern research and modern medical science. All of us agree that the methodology adopted by the modern system of medicine do not reflect our system as a whole, being a holistic medicine. So this is by one or the two medicines molecules of Ayurveda intervened in between, and publishing papers and seeing the outcomes. How to evaluate as a whole? We need to use our tools and methods, and that comes under the fundamental research. For example, Prakriti, we are telling that this is one of the unique contribution, but there was no single tool, validated tool, widely accepted by all Ayurveda stakeholders that could be developed. We all agree that there is a very good definition of health. WHO has adopted the same, but no work has been done to evaluate a healthy person on that definition. This tool council has developed. So these are very fundamental things. Simultaneously, in Ayurveda practice, these Ahar, Nidra, and Brahmacharya. These are the 3 basic parameters. If we don't evaluate the patient on these 3 parameters, when we talk about Ahar, we usually focus on the digestive fire, Agni. And there is no parameter to evaluate the Agni. We could develop it. So I think the addressing the common health problem is one part, but the major research focus of Ayurveda should be on the fundamental part. These fundamental research areas will further add into the evaluation of the system.
Yes.
Doing research on the system on our parameter so that we can show to the world that yes, this system is not only a medicine or a molecule which the world is demanding from us. And especially in India, we do see that our modern counterparts, they only want a molecule from us. They don't want to see Ayurveda as a system. They don't want to evaluate Ayurveda as a system. They only want that you give us a medicine. And the medicine should have been proved how it is working, how it is being excreted. That way they want. So I think these 2 things in research has to go. And I think I have initiated a very vigorously the fundamental research part. There are many other issues, Arvindji, which can be talked about on the research, but I think unless otherwise we do the research on our footings, on Ayurveda parameters, it may be integrated research protocol, as Dr. Aarti Verma was telling, integrated clinical pathway. It can be integrated research protocol also. But before that, we have to have a parameter to diagnose one of the disease on modern parameters as well as on Ayurveda parameters. I think these two things has to go side by side to sustain. Thank you very much.
I think this is really fantastic. And as what you said, that there might not be one particular methodology to really assess, all the systems, and trying to fit in one system into another might really not work. It's just like saying that, all right, do I test an apple on the parameters of that of a banana? It really might not work. So I think
the second part of the question was regarding the revival of our herbal medicine. I think Dr. Tanuja Nesri is there, who is ex
I'm
CEO
definitely
of the
going to come back to you, Doctor.
medicinal plant. She will take it.
No, I'm definitely going to come back to you on that also. I would like you to throw a little bit more light. But Dr. Tanuja Nesri ji, coming over to you next, what we would be really interested in knowing is that, Dr. Dhiman here very nicely put across, saying that there's so much research that's happening in the field of Ayurveda, whether it's in the form of, curative. He also touched upon the palliative aspect also, that where there is a good amount of research and medication that is given across to even cancer patients. So we've seen that there's a whole ambit of, what Ayurveda has done research into, whether it's in the field of, lifestyle diseases, disorders like diabetes, blood pressure, or whether it's with regards to, some diseases that might still not have any sort of cure per se, going towards even that of, cancers. But I think that there's a whole lot of role that what Ayurveda per se has played in the aspect of the COVID-19 disease, this pandemic that really has taken the world by storm. And the All India Institute of Ayurveda under your leadership has really come across with some testing and also some clinical trials that have really shown across good prowess. So we are really happy to learn this from you in a very concise form. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. And thank you very much, all the esteemed dignitaries of the FICCI and Arvind Virtuosi. I take this opportunity, and it's really pride, privilege and honor to share what many measures we have undertaken under the what we can say the support of Ministry of Ayush, because All India Institute of Ayurveda is a tertiary care center for the Ayurveda, and it is a postgraduate research and training institution, sort of, we say it as it is a aims for Ayurveda, apex institution for the Ayurveda research and training. So during COVID pandemic, we have really undertaken the research projects and done the service, and as rightly pointed out by even Dr. Aarti Verma also, as an integrative care center. So we have conducted the measures as a care, that's a preventive and prophylactic measures, then the cure, and also post-COVID management. As a corona ke saath bhi and corona ke baad bhi, that's what people say. So we have just thought of corona ke baad bhi, what happens. So that is a restorative health also, we are working on that. So now let us take one by one. So as a prophylactic measure, we have conducted the largest cohort prophylactic study under the tagline as a Ayu Raksha, and the tagline with Delhi Police Department and All India Institute of Ayurveda. What is the tagline was a Corona se jang Delhi Police ke sang. So what we have done is, to all 80,000 police people, we have developed a kit, preventive kit now, that has been owned by even IMPCL. It is available on the Amazon also. So that preventive kit measure contains Chawanprash, Sanchamani Vati, Anu Tel and herbal decoction. All we made available at the doorstep of frontline warriors those who cannot do anything at home. So we made them ready-made available to them, and to 60 days we have given them. So the outcome is we have measured their immune status qualitatively and to some cohort quantitatively also, and we have roped in Public Health Foundation of India, and it is not only public health research, but it is a public health research. It's not only public health initiative, because across India, lakhs and crores of people, they have distributed kadha and many other preventive measures, what we can really notice. But this is a public health research where we have documented, and Delhi police also has a COVID dashboard. So to our surprise, the mortality rate as compared to many other police in the metro cities, and also as compared to Delhi's population in the same cohort, has come down significantly low. It is 0.02. Actually, frontline warriors, it should be more than, it is a 1.3, but it has come down significantly less scientifically. And the second very important thing is that percent of daily getting infected people has come down to a single digit, where now it is going up. So trend line has going down, and where the trend line is going up. So that is very significant in care. Now coming to cure, that is more important, is a COVID health center at All India Institute of Ayurveda, where our tagline itself says that care with compassion. So in this pandemic situation, what COVID patient wants is a mental support also. It is physical, mental and spiritual, holistic integrative protocol at COVID Health Center we are offering is with diet, lifestyle, yoga, recreation, counseling and Ayurveda, all advisory and Ayurveda measures as per the guideline. That's the comprehensive protocol we have prepared, and it is an integrative protocol because we have oxygen support, we have ventilator, and we have co-location of the casualty medical doctor if required, if needed. We don't really hesitate even to give some allopathy medicine also. But today our statistics tells us, that's very interesting, that 93% patient were treated and got cured. Really, I say cure, it's meaning, because it is a RT-PCR negative, all asymptomatic, and their all immune parameters improved. So they get cured only by holistic Ayurveda measure. And 8% people, they received integrated protocol. So we have all measures, all outcome measures, like when D dimer is increased, what is to be taken, if when temperature is high, when X-ray opacity is there, what Ayurveda measures is to be given. That's regarding the care. So now what point is important is that in present situation, our scientific data tells that Ayurveda is really useful even in this situation in 92% of patients, and 8% requires integration, and only 4 to 5 patients amongst out of 200 had to refer to higher center where they required ventilators. So this is important data. And third and very important data is about the double-blind control clinical trial. That's the gold standard. Entire world is looking for the effectiveness and efficacy of the Ayurveda intervention, standalone, add-on, and as an integrated and as a complementary. So we are conducting 9 clinical trials as an industry academia partnership, or our national and international collaborator, as rightly pointed by Dr. Geeta Krishnan with UK College of Medicine, with the Boston, and with many other partners. We have initiated discussion also, and now we have signed CTRI registered trial are 9. So the interim trends are really encouraging for neem, kalmi, guduchi, ashwagandha, and many others. The trends are really encouraging, and we are really hopeful to come out with the significant outcome in the next future. So this is regarding care, cure, and restorative health. And I really, what we understood, that's the lesson and the good news, that our traditional science, supported with the technology and supported, it's a most contemporary. And if we really say that tradition with the modernity and support it with the technology is the most relevant in this current pandemic situation. And the world is looking that this is a traditional wisdom, there is experience, but I can say, and with this platform, we can say all together under Ministry of Ayush, there is a evidence. And CTRI registered type 59 clinical trials have been registered as Ayush. So I think that's the huge evidence we are creating, even CCRS. Dr. Kartar Singh also can share that 64 is also most relevant and it's effective. So I think the news is really very encouraging.
Fantastic, Doctor. No, this is really fantastic. And Doctor, I have one more question to you over here, a quick one. Is that how can we make Ayurveda practice as an attractive career for the young? You know, apart from doing all these clinical trials, you also deal so much with students and also with your own institute. So how can we really make this Ayurveda practice as an attractive career? A lot of them, you know, are really wanting to come across, you know, not only from India, but also from abroad. Even in our institute, we have people coming right from Argentina or from Europe, wanting to become Ayurveda doctors, and we also place them back. What do you think is the essence behind all this, and where's the interest coming from?
Actually, if the today's the youth, he's very inquisitive. That youth requires the evidence, and youth requires the translation of the terminology and the knowledge in the language which the youth understands. Like when we say that the computer needs update, computer needs a computer system to run it, it needs antivirus. The same is the our human body that needs the update, that needs the antivirus systems to go on. So how we convince them and we show them the evidence, because I must share that all the healthcare workers and all our young postgraduate scholars and even those who are posted in the corona COVID ward, they are below 40. I share that below 50, and though are the youth most enthusiasm. It's a 11 batch which is posted in COVID ward, and I'm really happy to share that all of them, they are taking yoga, they are doing the all the practices, they are taking kadha instead of herbal tea. They say that this the my immunity up, my vigor up, and my strength up. And they are recreation activity we have measured. They do dance, they do music, they do everything. So their mental strength we keep up with the principle of Ayurveda, but the practices which the youth really likes, that's what we have. But most important, I will must share that if the data, if you look at the data, and youngsters, those who are getting affected in the hospital, it is not less than 3.5 to 18.2 in 36% they get. Yes. They are the like high risk zone, but most vulnerable. But even among 200 health workers, 0% incidence. No one is positive. All of them, they are safe. So they understand the importance. Even if now we say that to follow, they don't like junk now. They say that that has protected me, so I will follow. So show them the effectiveness, they will follow. And a very practical module we have developed, which they like it. I think that's the key of the success, how we convince them.
Now, Doctor, it's really so nice that how you tie everything all together.
Yes,
and it.
Yes, just to I just give the narration of my young postgraduate scholar. She said, "जो मैंने 3 साल में पढ़ा नहीं, what I have not learned during last 3 years, I have learned during this duty in the COVID ward." And I like doing caring the tertiary care management through Ayurveda. That's how they want the effectiveness, they want challenges, and these challenges COVID has given them. So we have to really give them the challenges and show them the effect. And lastly, they say that this is a like a COVID big boss which we are we have posted, and it is like my corona. Many patient youngsters say that my corona I have has become negative, but I have become positive. That means their attitude has become positive. Okay.
Yes. No, but thank you very much, Doctor. I think that's really very well put. And I'm sure all the youngsters watching over here would feel more excited to come. You said a very nice thing, and I think that what India really stands for and makes a different mark, that's the difference between knowledge and wisdom. You know, knowledge, you might know things, but with wisdom, experience is definitely attached. And I think that's really very relevant. Pradeep ji, coming over to you next, a quick one with you is that how can we establish research and development for Ayurveda to have greater global acceptance? You yourself have a GLP lab, which is also NABH accredited. So what are your thoughts for people who wish to come into this science?
Basically, I think today what is actually needed is that we need to share with the world the good things which our sector is doing. We have Ms. Bednath here with us, Shri Tattva here with us, Multani here. Oh, that good companies have government approved NABL laboratories, they have DSIR approved R&D facilities, they are WHO GMP certified plants, and they have experts who are trying to do further research to take things forward. I think what is actually needed is that we need support from the allopathic side, so that, I have so many friends from the allopathic sector, all doctors, who are all consuming Ayush Kwat and our Giloy Ghanvati and Chavanprash. But at the same time, they are skeptical about things. I think the time, like Dr. Aarti Verma ji had said, I think the time has come when we need to work together. Unfortunately, in this COVID time, the patients of COVID were not permitted to be given our medicines. The opportunity did not come. So had that been done, one could have proven. There are so many instances. I don't know whether you read it in that. I think Anurag Bhai had posted about Jhansi jail, where 210 COVID-19 patients were absolutely cured with this protocol. I think we need to work together with the allopathic system, and they should be able to, with an open mind, whatever protocols they are talking about, we are willing to work on that, and then we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pradeep ji. You've put it across very well. I'm going to come across to Dr. Geeta Krishnan and next over to Aarti ji, for the final comments before we conclude on this webinar. Dr. Geeta Krishnan, there's one thing that there's a herbal medicine protocol that what the WHO is looking at. However, we from the Ayush side looking at seeing that how we can make a global Ayurveda protocol from the WHO as well.
Oh, okay, I think that requires some clarification. The herbal medicine protocol which WHO has put out is basically an African regional protocol. Now you might ask me, why can't we have it as a global protocol? We are following international protocols. We don't require any specific other protocols. Like we have advanced much beyond what African countries in their indigenous herbal medical unregulated practice have not developed. So they don't have the bodies, they don't have the system to do it. So they wanted this, and countries are proposing to explore the possibility of coming out with a protocol, so that they can then market their products which they have, and do the research and market their products. And that this is basically a program or a process which has happened within the African system because of the specific need there. For example, what Dr. Dhiman or what Dr. Tanuja Nesari is doing is the most what RCTs are there for. Like we don't we have nothing different between a modern medical research. Now, if you still want to have a herbal medical protocol here, we are actually degrading ourselves rather than upgrading ourselves, because we are going to some place and we are trying to emulate an example of somebody who doesn't have something, and they have created a platform for them to grow up. We are already beyond that, and just because WHO published it doesn't mean that it is the best of the thing. But the Ministry of Ayush has been in touch with the WHO CRO office and is in discussion for creating a global platform or at least a regional platform for collating all information on traditional medicine research specifically related to COVID and bring about very specific ideas about it. For just to give you an example, Ministry of Ayush had published what's it called, protocols which are sample protocols already on COVID, and I think probably no other ministry would have done it across the globe. It was done in April or May of this year. And if you look at the number of clinical trials that happened in COVID in India in the CTRI registration, more than 63 or 64% of it is from Ayush. So, and it is, and I can tell you 95% of them are based on these clinical trial protocols, which has been published by Government of India. Now, we can improve it. We can be more specific, but you cannot create a common protocol for all COVID-related research, because now the COVID disease itself has advanced so much that now you require very specific research on very specific conditions of COVID. Whether you want to do it in a COVID positive patient without symptoms, or somebody post-COVID situation, or somebody with cough, or somebody with pneumonia. There are a lot of things which had happened in the COVID environment from March when the first case came to India, and now in September 30th, in the past 7-8 months. So I think the ministry is definitely doing that, and also the ministry is in all probability working with the health ministry to come out with a protocol for management of COVID as a national protocol. That's what I understand. So I think these are good things which are happening. I think.
You're fantastic, Doctor. This much I must mention to the entire audience that the steps that what Dr. Geeta Krishnanji has taken across for the Ayush systems and representing them across to WHO, a whole lot of great recognition for the entire sciences have come across over the last decade. And Dr. Geeta Krishnan, your work is always very inspiring, and we are very happy to just see what you're doing. So it's really fantastic. Thank you very much for all the efforts that what you're putting across to the science. Dr. Aarti, coming across to you finally, before we conclude the session, is that you've really seen that there's so much happening across in the system of Ayurveda specifically. So right now, the very thought and the fact that you are also here in this session and actively participating shows that there seems to be a whole lot of acceptance in a way whereby both the systems recognize their own advantages and would like to see that their strengths are recognized. What would be your final thoughts on this session, and also whether there are practitioners or industry or consumers alike? What is your message to them?
So thank you, Arvindji. I would say that I have learned, my eyes have opened, and I've just realized the richness and depth and the amount of work that has come, being done by your stream of medicine. It's a total eye-opener for me. In fact, while Professor Tanuja was sharing all her work and results, I was itching to say, let's present this to the allopathic world. Let's do a conference where you present your findings to the wider world of medicine, so that people actually can start implementing it. Why should we wait? COVID is here and now. So if there is something that is proven already to be beneficial, why can't we start immediately implementing it? Even because the larger number of COVID patients is being handled by us, the moderately sick and the very sick patients. So why not integrate straight away? Very, very impressive, and I'm totally sold on learning more. And I think we should use the FICCI platform going forward to try and get together and move forward on this. So those are my words, and my compliments to all the panelists for the passion and the expertise that they have brought to their science.
No, I think this is really a fantastic, Dr. Aarti, and it's been my pleasure actually to be moderating such a great panel over here. Definitely, each one of us would have wanted to get to know more from all the panelists, but I think that would keep FICCI also engaged to ensure that all of us come back onto another panel and share across more with everybody over here. Right from what Dr. Diman mentioned with regards to how the research is happening, to looking at the sort of clinical protocols that are being implemented, that what Professor Dr. Tanujani Sriji mentioned, your thoughts about how Ayurveda and also the allopathic systems could be integrated, and Dr. Geeta Krishnan encapsulating it so well with regards to what the science of Ayurveda is doing with regards to the WHO, and also how it's getting recognized over there, whether it's seeing with regards to getting observatory status when in Europe, or whether it is with regards to seeing that how there could be global and much larger recognition. We also saw my friends, Pradeep Multani ji, to really say that what industry has been doing, and also Anurag ji, to see that how both government and also industry have been working to see that how these systems could really be recognized. I would be really doing a lot of disservice in case if I do not acknowledge the people who are behind the stage today. Praveen K. Mittalji, the director in FICCI, who also takes care of the Ayush, FICCI committee here along with us. He's been really such an inspiration to the entire committee and putting this entire thing. And I would also like to acknowledge my entire team of Aparna, of Gaurav, of Priyanka. Then later I see Nishant, I see Ishan and Ramita. All of them have been really instrumental in putting this fantastic conference, over for us. And I really hope that all of you are going back with a lot of wisdom from this fantastic panel of what we had here today. I would like to wholeheartedly thank all the panelists once again, and also FICCI HEAL for making this possible here today. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. And
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Varchasvi ji for coordinating it very efficiently.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Doctor. Always a pleasure. Dr. Aarti, thank you.
Thank you, Arvind. You did a fantastic job as chairing the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aarti ji. Thank you. Yes, ma'am, start.
Good evening, everyone. We have now reached the concluding session and the most awaited session of the day 2 of FICCI HEAL conference. We have had 2 very exciting days, starting with the opening session and FICCI Healthcare Excellence Awards yesterday, which was followed by a keynote address by Mr. Mohandas Pai on impact of COVID on society and culture. And thereafter, 2 streams of sessions, business and scientific, that included deliberations on changing landscape of pharma as well as diagnostics, the need for restructuring our healthcare facilities as well as HR models, and scientific part of the COVID-19 response from hospitals and clinicians. The inaugural session was graced by Honorable Vice President of India yesterday, and a very inspiring address from him. And today we had a very successful innovation bootcamp for healthcare startups and entrepreneurs along with the MedTech session. I am now delighted to announce the interactive session between Professor Arvind Panagaria, Professor of Economics, and the Jagdish Bhagavati, Professor of Indian Political Economy, Columbia University, and Dr. Alok Roy, the chairperson of FICCI Health Services Committee. Dr. Panagaria was unable to join us personally, but he very graciously agreed to do a pre-recorded session with us. And that is the session that we are going to be airing now. A brief introduction, although he doesn't need one. Dr. Panagaria he served as the first vice chairman of the Niti Aayog, Government of India, in the rank of cabinet minister. During these years, he also served as the India's G20 Sherpa and led the Indian teams that negotiated the G20 communiques. Dr. Panagaria also is a former chief economist of the Asian Development Bank and has been the faculty of Department of Economics at the University of Maryland at College Park. During these years, he also worked with the World Bank, IMF, and UNCTAD in various capacities. He holds a PhD degree of economics from Princeton University and has authored more than 15 books. And he has been a true friend of FICCI all these years when he was in India and even before he came to India as the vice chairperson. So we now start the session with Dr. Panagaria and Dr. Alok Roy. Please play the video.
Thank you, Shobha. It gives me a great pleasure to introduce Professor Arvind Panagaria, who's a man who hails from Rajasthan. And as you all know, that as has been induced by Shobha, he is being held in very high esteem in our country when it comes to economics and its prediction and his statements on that. With this, I would like to request Professor Arvind to speak few words about what he feels, how the corona pandemic has affected economy of this country and around the globe. Professor Panagaria.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. Very pleased to be with you. Sorry I could not be there live due to conflicts with my teaching of the classes at Columbia University. Let me just first say a few words about the pandemic itself, how it is impacting various countries. And then I want to come and focus on the Indian economy. So, based on the absolute number of daily new cases that are reported currently, the Johns Hopkins University on its portal, which gives extensive reporting every day and updates the data, it lists, among the top 10 countries that it lists. So this is, as I said, based on the absolute number of daily new cases. So India today is those cases on a daily basis, followed by the United States, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, Spain, France, Peru, Russia. These are countries other than India from the American continent, North and South America. None from Africa, actually. But of course, this also reflects the country size. And India being an extremely large country, 1.3 billion people, naturally has very large number of large absolute number of cases. Now, if you really scale it by population, then of course India is not the one with the highest. India will clearly come out behind the United States and Brazil, both of those, but perhaps behind some of the other countries as well. So one should keep that in mind. I think we really look at these very large absolute numbers, and that's how we interpret everything. But one needs to scale it by the population. Indeed, if you go by the deaths, then India actually has dealt with the menace rather well. Among the top 20 countries facing these infections today, based on deaths per million population. Among those 20 countries, India is actually the last one. And even as a proportion of the infections, the death rate in India is extremely low. It is at the bottom 2 or 3, depending on which day we are talking about, because the infections themselves fluctuate. So there is this sort of rough roadmap of where cases today exist. But of course, the disconcerting feature of the infection in India is that these cases are still rising. The additional new cases every day are still on the upward trend. Many countries have had 2 waves, but I don't think we really had 2 waves. What happened was that initially we actually did quite well. If you look at the graphs across countries, in the initial months, so when people say that we went into too strict a lockdown, I think they don't realize actually that we bought a lot of good time to beef up our medical supplies in terms of masks, PPEs, and ventilators, but also to build up our defenses in terms of infrastructure, broader infrastructure on health. So that period actually, during which our infections remained relatively lower, was if you look at the graphs of the other countries, India actually did well. So lockdown was effective, is what I would say, in limiting the infections early on. But subsequently, I think we have not been able to sustain that same effort. I think it is very difficult, and as the United States, Brazil, and all the other countries have discovered as well. And so we are still struggling with it. Obviously, the deaths have also gone up. Now we are having 11 to 1200 deaths per day. This is still large, and for us that's a bigger challenge because our medical facilities are more limited. Unlike some of the developed countries, which have very well-developed systems of hospitals and clinics and so forth, we have very limited of resources on that front. So I think going forward, it's probably going to be a bigger challenge. Let me turn to the economy. I think that is where I can perhaps give you better value added. And so on the economic front, what has happened is that as expected, our lockdown was tough, severe. And so during the April, May, June quarter, that's the first quarter of our fiscal year 21, the GDP decline has been quite large, 24%, 23.9. This may get revised upward or downward later on, but that is the current kind of preliminary figure, which is quite large. Now, compared to other countries, well, some countries are in similar kind of ballpark. United Kingdom, 21.7% decline. Spain, 22.1% decline. Germany less. I think Germany handled COVID better, and that shows up in the numbers. 11.7% decline for Germany. Now, United States, actually, the first wave was largely New York State. And so economic hit was about, somewhere between 9 to 10% of the GDP in this quarter. But I think, the next quarter, meaning that quarter that follows from July, August, September, there we might actually see larger shift because a larger decline, because the infection has spread much more so in the second wave. Geographically, it has been much more widespread than in the first wave. So we'll see what happens there. So that's roughly, internationally how the economies have been impacted. I would just say a few words on what we did or what we should be doing, really. Now I want to look forward a little bit. And clearly the economy needs the shoulder of both the central bank, Reserve Bank of India, and of the government. My recommendations are that, on the as far as the Reserve Bank of India is concerned, I think now, as we have done the unlocking of the economy, workers are returning. If you look at the trains coming into places like Mumbai, Delhi, cities of Gujarat and so forth, these are destinations for the migrant workers. They're coming, with 100% capacity. They're running full. So signs are that people are returning, but still hesitant. So it's not like the entire workforce is back to work. Far from it. But as that happens, I think supply response becomes feasible, which was not the case during the very tough lockdown. So there, I think RBI needs to help the aggregate demand a bit. I would worry a lot less about inflation right now in an economy in which supplies will now be rising. I think it help mitigate the inflation, and therefore the case for this central bank helping aggregate demand through perhaps further lowering of interest rates, some monetary expansion is very much strong. So I would say that's one. Second, I think the RBI also needs to pay attention to the exchange rate. In recent times, in the last 2 or 3 months perhaps, very large inflows of foreign capital have led to appreciation of the rupee, and we actually need the rupee to return to its depreciated rate, because that is what determines the competitiveness of our goods in the global marketplace. We have perhaps lost some bit of export share, and we need to regain that. And so that also helps the aggregate demand a bit. So those are the two things I would say for the RBI. For the government of India, this is the time now, if we want to go with a little bit more fiscal. And I think there's a good case advice, we go through infrastructure spending, expand that more rapidly, and particularly the projects that are already underway, accelerate those, because starting new projects takes time. So what we ought to do is, existing projects, speed them up, any bottlenecks that exist, remove those quickly and get going. And because infrastructure buildup will also create jobs, it's very labor intensive activity, and that will try to restore confidence of the people. Households need to become confident, because right now, even transfers are not going very far because they are converting into precautionary savings. They are not translating into expansion of private consumption. So that confidence needs to be restored. So if we really begin to show increased employment, particularly through these kinds of infrastructure projects, that will help. So that's first thing. Second, recapitalization of the public sector banks, very essential. I think we made a mistake from 2014 to 17. We waited too long, and initial recapitalization we did with 70,000 crores was too little. It was known that it was too little. I think we should not repeat that mistake. We should go full steam right now and preemptively actually try to recapitalize the banks, because it's a foregone conclusion that even if we today kind of postpone that by restructuring of many of these loans that would otherwise become NPAs, down the road, more NPAs will come. I mean, it is a foregone conclusion. So that's the second thing. Third, now that calls need for revenue, and there is where privatization and monetization of assets is extremely important. I think this is time for the government, particularly the DIPAM, Department of Investment and Public Asset Management, to move ahead at a very aggressive pace to privatize the public sector enterprises, but also for the other ministries to monetize many of the assets. These are roads, ports, airports, transmission lines, and so forth. So we got lots of these public assets. There will be a lot of private interest in leasing them on long term, and that will get the government revenues. So that is the rough kind of set of recommendations I would make at this point. And let me stop there. We can take up more in the Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And it was a great insight. And as you have said that you did mention that in second quarter, you expect the economies to further, GDP to fall further because there has not been any correction in last the current quarter, as we are today on 30th September, which is the end of second quarter. So you expect GDP to tumble further down. And as you have said correctly, that to steer it back into the path, you have mentioned a couple of things: central bank role of government and need for the revenue and privatization. Sir, we would like to hear from you that FICCI had done a small survey. They had predicted there will be contraction of industries, and they had some study where they said that up to 11% contraction will happen in industry and in services, approximately 3%, and which includes healthcare sector as well. We'd like to have your views on that. And sir, while I'm on it, and today being 30th September, I wish you a very happy birthday, which happens to be your birthday too, sir. And it's a privilege to have you on your birthday. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. So that correct a little bit. Thanks for your good wishes. After the quarter for which the data came, and which is what I described, which is the April, May, June quarter, I think we are seeing some better activity in the economy in the following quarter, June, July, August, particularly July and August, June also. So the decline of about 23.9% that we have recorded, that the MOSPI, our Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, has recorded is large. And so I expect that this will be smaller in the following quarter, but still it will be a decline, is how it looks to me. We are not returning yet to the level of activity in the FY21 where we were in FY20 in the same quarter. So I think it will still be a decline, but perhaps less. Now, as you said, the numbers on industry and services are actually large. What has happened, at least for the quarter for which we have the numbers, agriculture has held its own. So agriculture, in fact, showed a growth of 3.4%, which is pretty close to its trend growth. But the problem, of course, is that agriculture is less than 15% of the economy in terms of output. In terms of employment, it's much larger. We got almost more than 2/5 of the workforce in agriculture. But output-wise, it's not even one. It's close to about 1/6 or so, or not even that. So that's the problem. And it therefore doesn't add. So the big declines that have happened, right? Those are in things like transportation, hotels, manufacturing. These are the sectors, where very large declines have happened. Financial services have done okay. They've fallen, but only about up to 5% or so. Public administration, as it is called, also has fallen about 10%. Now, this is where we count education and health, but we don't know the disaggregated number. What exactly has happened? You would know more on the details of what is happening in the health sector specifically. But roughly, that's the roadmap. And my take has been that, look, the recovery very much depends on how well we can recover against COVID. I think that's, if COVID continues to be on the kind of rampage that it is currently, the problem is that workers will not really return to their workplaces. Some work can be done remotely, but really not everything. Most of the things in India, particularly in services we do, require your presence in the workplace. And as long as the threat of COVID remains, workers will hesitate to go. I mean, I'm myself hesitant to go, and I'm teaching both my classes this semester at Columbia online. And so that really is going, so recovery is going to depend very much on, I suppose ultimately, therefore, when the vaccine comes, there the news seems good, that people are saying that by the end of this year or by January 21, we should get
that would complete almost 1 year of COVID pandemic in the world.
Yes, absolutely.
And by time vaccine, if it comes and gets implemented, it would be 1 year over. Maybe we will well into first quarter next year. So what would you like to predict that in case it is going to happen? Vaccines are not going to come before December, January. They're not going to come before December, January.
Right.
Then that means that we will kind of prediction like that for the world economy and for the healthcare.
Yeah. So look, this is a very uncertain environment. What I predict today may get falsified in another month or two. And we know this from the recent history, that what was being predicted in February or January went completely out of the window by the end of March. And even what we then started predicting again by March or early April, we thought that we'll flatten the curve, and so we'll then be able to get back to work and so forth. We found out that after the lockdown was undone, how rapidly the infection spread. So I would not hazard. I think normally I would take a best shot, but I would not hazard at sort of some sort of number now for the year as a whole. It is certain that the growth will fall. I mean, just take the arithmetics of it, that 24% decline has happened in the first quarter already. Now, even if we could have actually returned to the same level of GDP as last year in the remaining 3 quarters, just by arithmetics, this 24% will translate into a 6%, divide by 4, so roughly 6% decline in the GDP and on an annualized basis. So, and that of course is very optimistic that we will get back to the fiscal year 20 level of GDP in fiscal year 21 in the remaining 3 quarters. It is highly unlikely. I mean, we know that in the second quarter we have not got to that level because activity is far from, every indicator shows improvement, but it's not showing that we are back to where we were last year. So you can see that 6% more or less gives you the floor for what is to come in terms of the decline, but it is going to be larger. How much larger? That is one thing I'll not hazard a guess on.
But there are going to be difficult times coming.
Yes,
in the economy.
No doubt. No, look, one thing is clear, that this is the worst shock that we have ever seen. On the record, in terms of the economic shock, there's nothing bigger than that exists. We had the Great Depression, and we had the global financial crisis, and whatever else, other pandemics and all, but nothing was this serious. Globally, every country got shocked, and in a massive way. So it is something we ought to be humble about.
Sir, we would like to have your views on what do you think impact on Indian health sector? Is it different from other economies, developed one or other nations? Is there any pattern in the impact on healthcare? Because we feel that our healthcare has been very, very deeply impacted. We don't have patients. They don't come to our hospital. We only get COVID patients. So our cost has gone up. Certain sector of almost 2/3 of the hospital, though is employed, but doesn't contribute anyway in revenue generation. only probably 1/3 or 1/4 contributes to economy, to the hospital economy. So what do you think? How has it impacted in India and other countries?
So Dr. Roy, I don't know a lot of other countries, but US, I live in the United States, so this I know that here also the impact has been very much along those same lines. That patients themselves, anything that they can postpone, they are postponing. So patients simply are not going for any other treatment except when it is an emergency and it's a matter of life and death. There was a period during which in New York City, when this was on COVID was very much on its peak, for other diseases, actually the hospitals were refusing the services as well. And so only the hospitals that were actually dealing with COVID were the ones that were having patients. I can tell you myself, I've been overdue for my annual medical checkup for quite a few months. And I'd really like to have some of the tests done, but I've not gone. And I don't plan to go actually until the vaccine is here. Because I know that, if I avoid contact, physical contact, then I'm safer. I, get into contact, even if it is for medical services. So that has happened, across certainly in the US, that has been the case, and therefore the hospitals that are specialized in things other than COVID are ailing in the US, and the US is full of private hospitals, so they are having a difficult time.
Our problem has been the lack of transportation. Because unlike US, where patient has option and is multiple options, every small places have got reasonably good hospitals. In India, the hospitals are very limited where people can go for tertiary and quaternary care. Our problem has been transportation, and we have realized there is no cancellation of healthcare seeking behavior, just a deferment. So we hope that once the lockdown opens, we'll get enough patients. What do you think? How do you react to it? Do you think it makes sense?
So once we get to normal, I think things will get back where they were. I firmly believe that in the end, the government will need to do some prioritization of health services. Public health will have to be strengthened a bit. That's my kind of thinking. That public health is very poor in India. You can see that there is one heavy rain and water collects. Even the drainage systems in the cities are clogged. And so you get 2 to 3 feet, perfect condition for mosquitoes to flourish. So those kinds of things we need to pay a lot more attention to. And really, the tendency is always to look to the central government, but these are issues for the local governments, meaning it's really not even a state government issue, it's really municipal government kind of issue. But unfortunately, at the state level and the municipal level, we tend to be very weak. But as so the private hospitals, I think which is where your question was probably. I fully expect things to return to normal. And in fact, there will be pent-up demand. People like me who have been waiting, that once the vaccine comes, I go and consult my doctor. They will all rush to the doctors, soon after, as soon as the situation begins to get normal. So I personally think that all we need is the vaccine.
Hope that we get the vaccine. And that's a very, very positive what you have said, that once the lockdown opens up, there'll be all the pent-up demands will be addressed and people will come to the hospital. Sir, would you like to recommend few things in healthcare sector for the government to be proactive on to improve the economics of healthcare sector?
Well, Dr. Roy, there are many things to do, and you, I'm sure, know a lot more about it than I do. I think our big problem is the revenues. There are so many competing, education people say that, from 4% of GDP, we want to raise it to 6% of GDP. Where are the revenues? How are you going to do it? Who are you going to cut? If you ask me, I would say that rather than take that from 4 to 6%, I would rather take that 2 percentage points and spend on public health. I mean, I think that's where the priority ought to be right now, because health is no less important than education. Both are important, but in education, we are at least doing it. And 4% of the GDP, if it is effectively used, I think it can go a good distance. And the problem in education is that the money is not being effectively used. Teachers who, large part of it is being given into teacher salaries, and teachers are absent from to beef up health. In health, our expenditure is very low compared to, we just do 1.2% of the GDP, which is far below, more 3-4% of the GDP. So we more in health than in education as far as public spending is concerned. So that's one. But I basically like if we can strengthen the Ayushman Bharat model. That's something I had advocated when I was there, because this was being discussed before I left the Niti Aayog, and Dr. Paul had joined us and so forth. So I was very much for the, both giving the patient the choice. You insure the patient up to a certain level, and then you both public and private hospitals that are covered by insurance, where you can seek services, and then the patient chooses, because that kind of model puts much greater pressure on the public sector to perform also, because they must compete against private sector. So I think that's a good model we have chosen, rather than one where we give all of it to the public sector. But that Ayushman Bharat net has to expand, and that is, I think, the big challenge. So if the services begin to look good, I would imagine that many individuals at their own expense would come to enroll in Ayushman Bharat, which should be the government's goal. That and remember that health, this is an insurance problem, and insurance gets cheaper the larger the pool of the patients. So as we expand it, the cost should at least some component of the cost will actually decline, purely in terms of the probabilities and so forth. And I think that will also give boost to private hospitals yet further, private clinics, private hospitals, and so forth. Because right now, in the end, the private sector responds to demand. And right now, that unless enough people are insured, the demand tends to be weaker. So I would pitch for expanding and strengthening the Ayushman Bharat program.
Sir, very well said, sir. And thank you very much for thinking of Ayushman Bharat for the country. And as you said that the insurance, if it becomes cheaper. Sir, I have a last question for you, and I would like you to comment on that. Sir, the problem with the Ayushman Bharat has been, and the problem of Indian government when it comes to implementing any process where they have to link up with the private and government both together for the caring of a poor patient, that the insurance becoming expensive and more expensive every passing day, number one. Number two, that government never does the real costing of it, of a surgery or any procedure. And they randomly pick up a rate and they want to implement it, which gets rejected by the majority in the country. As a result, that it never results in a very successful model. What would you like to say as economists, that how should government set up a rate for something which private world must accept it in healthcare?
Yeah. No, look, this is a problem. Health, because of this, very asymmetric kind of information. These are difficult areas. I mean, we got the US model where everything is private and all, and I certainly am not very happy with this this system here. Extremely expensive, and even then the services are kind of okay. So this is a problem. Costing is a major issue. Enforcement is another issue. Because we also our citizens are not so responsible either. They all try to game the system. Right? I mean, there is so much, even at the very low level of current insurance in Ayushman Bharat. There's so many of these scams that I read about. where hospital and the patient kind of make a deal and fleece the government and share the revenue when there was no service provided. So those sorts of things. But these are things we'll have to learn as we go. So it is going to be a rough ride. For 70 years, we have more or less neglected, healthcare. And it'll take a little while to get there. But these are problems you should raise. I think what we should do is at these forums, we should raise these problems. And you being on the ground, you are in a much better position to do it. And so that the government becomes more aware. So this is where the private sector can actually be a very critical role.
Thank you very much, sir. Your views have been very, very useful. I'm sure it is being appreciated, and it will go a long way. And probably this voice will reach the government also in deciding about the future course of actions. We have neglected healthcare for 70 years, and we are paying a very heavy price today. I hope that in future we are better prepared and ready for it. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us today. And Shobha,
Thank you, Dr. Roy. May I request Dr. Puri to come in and give the closing remarks?
Thank you, Shobha. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Professor Arvind Panagaria in a discussion, chat with Dr. Alok Roy. I think very, very important and valid points have been made by Professor Panagaria, someone who knows the Indian economy like the back of his hand. I think we are very, very indebted to him, and we have come to the conclusion of the second day of the FICCI Heal. This has been as great a session as the first one was on day one, and therefore I think the appetites of many of you must have been satiated by the discussions that you've had, that we've had and you've listened to. Tomorrow is going to be no different. We begin tomorrow with a magnificent panel talking about digital health. And that session starts at 10 o'clock. It is being curated and convened by Vidur Mahajan, Dr. Vidur Mahajan. And we've got the who's who in that, who are dealing with the National Health Digital Mission, as also some of the top experts from around the globe. So we look forward to having you with us tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the session on digital health. Do join us, and we look forward to your continual support. And on the third day, we will end somewhere around this time tomorrow with a valedictory function. Till then, have a great day, stay safe, and stay negative as far as COVID is concerned. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, sir. That was amazing.